Hey there, my pretties, what's up? It's Shadow the Lion Queen here, and today I brought you all a video where I combine all the chapters from Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunter story I've written back in 2021 called Forbidden Trust. Now, I just want to say that this will be really long, probably the longest video I have ever had on my channel, but like I said, I decided to combine all the chapters into one video. If you guys like to see more of that, please let me know. And as always, grab snacks, popcorn, drinks, whatever you got. And I hope you enjoyed this video. It had been 3 months since Hansel, Gretel, Edward, and Ben had destroyed Muriel and the other witches in Augsburg. However, it wasn't long until their assistance was required by the townspeople, mainly because they needed a new mayor and sheriff for Augsburg. Even if the past sheriff was an asshole, the mayor was murdered by the sheriff a few months ago. Hansel and Gretel, along with Ben and Edward, returned to Augsburg, and everything was almost as it was before. The townspeople were more friendlier and not even accusing anyone for witchcraft. Gretel was promoted to be the town's new sheriff, while Hansel was promoted to be the new mayor. Although they were witch hunters, the townspeople were okay with them going on witch hunts. On their first day of their new jobs, Gretel felt as if she were a witch and won the lottery. She was on her desk as sheriff, relaxing with her feet on the desk. "How does it feel to be the new sheriff?" Hansel asked. "It feels wonderful. It feels as if I won the lottery," Gretel sighed in satisfaction. "We are still witch hunters, and no one is going to do hostile under our protection." Hansel then turned to see Ben. He had brought a sack of some food. "I went shopping for things that we will need. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves," Ben said, seeing Gretel's feet on the desk. "Why do you have your feet on your desk?" "Because I can, Ben. You can't tell Sheriff Gretel what to do," Gretel replied sarcastically. "Now you two, let's not start any fights." Hansel then calmed the duo down, and Gretel then got up from her desk, and then noticed Edward at the door. As Gretel stepped outside to see Edward, Hansel and Ben got started on putting the groceries away. "Edward, have you found any cattle that were loose?" Gretel asked the troll. "Found cows in the forest. Edward brought them back," Edward replied, showing a pen full of cattle inside. The pen was not far from the witch hunter's big house. They had bought the house with a lot of money they saved up from witch hunts. Since that day in Augsburg was attacked by witches, Gretel did have a few paranoia episodes of thinking that the witches would be back, and they would be more dangerous than they were before. But Gretel pushed that at the back of her mind, and she didn't think much of it. She knew that the witches were dead. But Gretel always thought about the friend Hansel and Ben had lost, Mina, the good witch that helped Hansel and Gretel kill the witches 3 months ago. She was killed by Muriel. Hansel had been depressed since Mina's death, and although everyone had to move on, but it was still very hard. Hansel and Mina were in love with each other, and even when Muriel and the other witches were on the verge of attacking the village, although Hansel would think of Mina every now and then, thinking about the times made him sad. "Gretel, you okay?" Ben asked, noticing that Gretel was staring into space. "Yeah, I'm okay," Gretel replied, snapping her attention back to reality. "Are you sure?" Ben asked. "You looked as if you weren't feeling so well." I'm just tired. I better get going inside and head to bed," Gretel replied. She then walked back inside the house. Hansel could tell that Gretel was on her own world, not paying any attention to reality. "Is your sister okay?" Ben asked Hansel. "She's been acting very strange since the two of you became mayor and sheriff." "I honestly have no idea what is up with her. She's been almost ignoring us when we try to talk to her," Hansel replied, scratching the back of his head. "I'll try and talk to her sometime tonight." As Gretel was upstairs in her bedroom, she started to get changed into her pajamas, still having the vibes of witches appearing in Augsburg again. She still can't shake the feeling off. What is causing her to have vibes and paranoia? That was a question that was in the back of her mind, so she just laid in bed, staring up at the ceiling. As Gretel was staring at the ceiling, She was thinking about what life would have been like if Mina was alive. She was feeling very sorry for her brother's loss. As Mina was very close to Hansel, she would have supported their relationship. If Mina hadn't been killed by Muriel, some things weren't meant to be together when it didn't happen. Gretel said to herself quietly. She then heard a knock at the bedroom door. "Come in," she called, and Hansel stepped inside, wearing his pajamas. "You okay, sis?" Hansel asked, concerned about his sister. "I'm fine, Hansel. Really, I am," Gretel insisted. "Gretel, there's something up with you. You just don't want to tell me. Come on, sis. Is something bothering you?" Hansel asked, as he pulled up a chair and sat beside Gretel's bed. "Okay, I'll tell you. But don't say this to anyone, and keep this between you and me," Gretel replied, sitting up on her bed. "Ever since returning here to be sheriff, and you becoming mayor of Augsburg, I've been having paranoia episodes." "Sis, what kind of paranoia episodes?" Hansel asked, sounding concerned for his sister. "Is it the memories of being here when Sheriff Berenger was ruling?" "Yes, a part of that is yes, but mainly it's about our past. I've been getting really weird vibes," Gretel explained. "Now, I don't know what these vibes are yet, but the paranoia is eating me up the most. Berenger and his men have beaten me up to near death. He even tried to violate me in a sexual way. It's really fucking messed up in ways that I can even count." "I understand. At least Edward had saved you from being a victim of assault," Hansel said. Gretel started to have tears running down her cheek. "At least I'm grateful for that, but I am having vibes that something's going to happen," Gretel continued. "I don't know what's happening yet, but I just have a strange vibe about it." "Is that all you wanted to tell me?" Hansel asked. "Well, I guess that's it. There's something about this town that is giving me strange vibes." Gretel trailed off for a moment. "I don't know what kind of vibes they are, and I'm not even sure if they're good vibes or bad vibes." Hansel wasn't sure on what to say. What Gretel said wouldn't make sense. Would they? That he wasn't so sure, or will he? He couldn't pass his finger on it, but he did gets where Gretel was trying to get at. "This is not making any sense, sis. It's hard for me to process what you just said," Hansel replied. "Don't get me wrong, I get where you're saying, but I don't know why you're having paranoia episodes or even the vibes you're getting." "I can't figure that out either, bro. That's why I'm telling you this. It's why I haven't been myself recently. Until I found out why, I'll tell you," Gretel finished, as Hansel got up and walked towards Gretel's door. "I won't tell anyone, Gretel. This is our family's secret," Hansel said, as he left his sister's bedroom. Gretel then laid back down on her bed. She stared at the ceiling for a long time before falling asleep. As the night went on in town, a man in cowl and a cape was wandering the streets. Everything was silent like a ghost town, and it was a man who had medium-length hair walked towards a dump pile. It was what people used to burn witches. The man saw something that he didn't expect to see. He saw that Muriel's corpse had been burnt to ashes, and he saw her ashes on the ground. The man, who appeared to be a warlock, had pulled out his spell book and began to chant something in German language. "The one's ashes that once were alive, bring back one to life as the wicked one," is what the man said in German. He then used his wand and recovered all the ashes of Muriel. They were in small bags. He performed another spell, and this time was to turn the ashes back into a witch that he once was alive. After the spell was complete, the ashes formed into a sleeping body of one evil witch, the one that Hansel and Gretel killed 3 months ago, and she was unconscious and not responding. The man picked up Muriel and carried her to the hideout. It had been abandoned for quite a long time. The man placed Muriel on a bed and placed a blanket around her body. As the man used the magic to remove the dust to make the hideout look good as new again, the man walked back to Muriel's body and crouched down to her level. He felt around her neck for a pulse. Surprisingly enough, she still had a pulse and looked as if no damage was done to her. He felt that her body was cold and did what he could to make Muriel feel like at home. As he walked outside of the hideout, he saw Augsburg in the distance and just stared at the town below the forest. Maybe Muriel could change her ways if she wanted to. The next day, Hansel and Gretel have hunted down a water witch and they were burning her alive. When they finished with that, The two, along with Edward and Ben, were off to celebrate their victory. When Gretel got lost in the crowd as she was distracted, just as she looked around for her brother and her friends, a man in a cowl and a cape pulled Gretel to an alleyway. "What the hell?" Gretel muttered as she face-palmed. The man removed his cowl to reveal that it was a man. He was in his early 30s, medium built. He also had black hair that was a medium length. "You're the new sheriff in Augsburg, is that right?" the man asked her. "Yes, I am. I am a witch hunter also," Gretel replied. "Who are you? Why did you pull me here?" "Shh!" The man hushed her. He then lifted his cowl from his face. Gretel almost felt paranoia rush through her. The man was a witch. His skin was white and had cracks on it. It reminded her of Muriel. "I'm a witch, or in this case, a warlock." Gretel was about to draw her crossbow, but before she could, the warlock stopped her. "Don't shoot. I am not here to hurt anyone in this town," the man reassured Gretel. "How do I know that I can trust you?" Gretel asked, her voice slowly turning that into an angry tone. "I've killed witches here before." "Yes, I know. You and your brother have been watching. Ever since my sister had planned to kill 12 children, including you," the warlock replied. "Don't be scared, my dear. I wasn't an evil one to begin with." Gretel was confused by that, so she put her crossbow away. "It's just Muriel. She had a rough childhood, and she's been a witch ever since she was born." "How do I know this?" "Well, I'm her brother." "What?" Gretel nearly screamed, not wanting to draw any attention from anyone. The townspeople were scared of witches. They kidnapped children. "I understand. I've known a lot about what's happened. I was the one witch of the witches that snuck away during the blood red moon. I did try to tell Muriel not to kill anyone, but since she was my little sister, she got mad when I tried to stop her," the warlock replied. "I snuck away before your brother could kill me, but you and him could have killed my sister." "She was an evil witch. She couldn't be trusted," Gretel said calmly. "I understand, Gretel, but why not you come to my home? I'll explain more there, as if we talk right here, somebody may take notice, and I can't be seen in public," the warlock replied, putting the cowl over his face and covering it. "Okay, just let me go let my brother and friends know that I'm the sheriff here after all. Where should we meet up?" Gretel asked. The warlock then handed a picture to Gretel. Before she could ask, the man was gone, thus leaving Gretel to venture back to her house. When Gretel walks back to her house and for the office, she could see Hansel with Ben and Edward. They were wondering where Gretel had been, and they were just glad that she was safe. "Gretel, you're okay." Ben ran up to Gretel and hugged her tightly, thus making Gretel feel awkward about Ben randomly hugging her, though she's used to Hansel hugging her randomly, as he was her brother after all. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, Ben," Gretel replied, gently pushing Ben away from her. "I just got sidetracked and had something to do in town." "Are you sure you're okay?" Hansel asked, as Gretel gave him a reassuring smile and a nod to Hansel. "I'm fine. I just have to go and see someone," Gretel lied. Even though no one fell for her lie, Gretel hated to lie to anyone, even to her brother and friends. "Who is it?" Ben asked. "A friend of mine, someone that you nor Edward or Hansel know," Gretel replied. She then headed to the kitchen to fetch something to eat. Ben just awkwardly stared at Hansel. Edward was confused as well. Is it something I said?" Ben asked. "No, it isn't," Hansel replied. He followed his sister to the kitchen. Gretel started to make herself a chicken sandwich from the chicken they had cooked the other night. Gretel acted as if nothing happened, and it confused Hansel. "You okay for sure?" Hansel asked. "You're acting very weird." "I'm fine, Hansel. Stop asking me if I'm okay," Gretel replied firmly, not wanting to lash out at her brother. "Okay, I understand, Gretel. We're just concerned, that's all." Hansel then grabbed himself a cup of coffee, and he had made it before Gretel showed up in the back of his house. "Who is this friend you're talking about?" Hansel asked his sister, only for Gretel to turn around and face him. "It's someone who knows the area. I guess you could say he lives in the forest," Gretel replied. "Ah, I see. Is that why you're acting strange?" Hansel asked. Gretel denied what her brother said, and Hansel had a feeling that Gretel liked someone, but couldn't figure out who she liked. "You like someone, is that the reason?" "Maybe, maybe not, Hansel. You'll need to mind your own business," Gretel talks back at Hansel, with a bit of annoyance in her voice. Hey, I'm your brother, so you can tell me, Hansel said, but Gretel grabbed her sandwich and started to head upstairs. And you know better than to talk back to me like that. Look, Hansel, I'm fine, and when I say mind your own business, I fucking mean it. Sorry for going off on you like that, but sometimes you need to stop being an ass, Gretel hissed as she went upstairs. Hansel was puzzled by Gretel's behavior. She was definitely hiding something, but what was it? Gretel was eating her sandwich in her bedroom. She was feeling something that she never felt before. What was it about the warlock she talked to? Was it a good vibe or a bad vibe? That remained to be a mystery. Gretel finished her sandwich in a few bites. She then grabbed her jacket and her crossbow and headed out of the bedroom. When she got downstairs, she saw Edward handling chickens he caught with Ben and Hansel earlier. Caught chickens, Edward said. Gretel nodded in approval of having chickens for eating and even eggs. Nice work, Edward. I'll be okay, big guy, Gretel chuckled as she headed off into the forest. She then pulled out a picture that the warlock had given her. The picture was familiar to her, and it then hit her. The picture was the cabin, the one where she and Hansel grew up as children. As Gretel wanders through the forest, the vibes were coming and going in her mind, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It wasn't long until she came up to an abandoned cabin. As Gretel began to walk up the cabin door, a young girl at the age of 6 ran up to the door and opened it. Daddy, who is this lady? The girl asked. She had black hair with green eyes. Her father walked up behind her and picked up his daughter, and then looked to see that Gretel was at the door. Gretel, so glad you're here. Please come in as the new sheriff. The warlock greeted Gretel into the cabin. To Gretel's surprise, the cabin inside was redecorated. After all the years of being abandoned, the cabin was indeed needed to be renovated. Hello, Mr. Gretel had no idea who the warlock's name was, so she trailed off for a moment to think. Diablo is my name. Just call me Diablo, replied the warlock. And my daughter's name is Brooklyn, or Brooke for short. She is beautiful, Gretel said, admiring Diablo's daughter. She had long black hair like Muriel, but when her face became white with cracks, her eyes turned into red like a rose. She's a witch, if you're wondering, Diablo said, offering Gretel a seat on her old bed. As Gretel sat on her old bed, she had flashbacks of her sleeping in her old bed. She had attention back to reality as Diablo offered her something to eat. She accepted the offer as Diablo handed her a few chocolate chip cookies, with a glass of milk too. Why did you want me to come here? Gretel asked. Well, besides the point that no one will know about me telling you this, the townspeople are scared of witches like me and Brooke. I homeschool her, Diablo said, beginning to explain why Gretel was here. You see, Gretel, I had gathered ashes of my sister from being burnt. I found her ashes in a pile of junk. I used a spell to bring her back to life. You did? Gretel was stunned by what Diablo was saying. How did you bring her back to life? Where is she? Relax, Gretel. I know a spell to bring people back from the dead. Either I need their corpse or their ashes, and the magic does the work, Diablo replied, calming the witch hunter down. Relax, my dear. Muriel is at her hideout from 3 months ago. Is she up and walking, though? Gretel asked. She's been unconscious for a while. I haven't been to her hideout since yesterday, Diablo explained. I was wondering if you could come with me to her hideout. I have some things that belong to her. Like what? Gretel asked him. I have her wand. She used as well as her broomstick, Diablo said, showing Gretel the broomstick and the wand on her table. I was hoping that she will be there when I return it to her. That's crazy, Diablo. What if she goes hostile towards us? Gretel said, again, sounding concerned. I can handle my sister. She's not that bad once you get to know her, and get on her good side, Diablo replied with a reassuring smile. Plus, Brooklyn has never met her aunt or even spent time with her. Man, is Muriel the only one in your family left? Gretel asked, feeling sorry for the warlock. She needs to spend time with her niece, and for Brooklyn to know her. I know, she doesn't even know that she has a niece, Diablo sighed. My girlfriend and I were very close a few years back. She and I were good friends, and my sister was jealous. She always gets jealous whenever her brother has something and she doesn't have. And with that Muriel didn't associate with me very much anymore. That's very sad. What caused Muriel to act this way? Gretel asked. When my girlfriend had my daughter, Muriel didn't like kids that much. That's when she turned me away. I haven't spoken to her since when the blood moon arrived. I saw that she had planned to kill you and 12 children. When Hansel came along with Mina, Ben, and Edward started to kill the witches, I had to get my daughter out of there. My girlfriend said to us to run and hide. Diablo started to tear up. The worst was about to come out of his mouth, and Gretel sensed it. What's wrong? If you don't want to continue, Diablo, that's fine, Gretel said, but she was then cut off by Diablo raising his hand. My girlfriend was never found me or Brooklyn while hiding there. This cabin is where we ran to hide. We waited for a long time, and then went to search for my girlfriend. And while we were searching, I saw my sister fighting you, and your brother with your friends. Diablo continued. We never found my girlfriend, and deep down in my heart, I knew that she was gone. Diablo began to let a tear run down his face. Gretel knew how painful it must have hit his heart. Gretel walked up to Diablo and embraced him into a hug. The warlock cried into the witch hunter's arms. Brooklyn wondered why her father was crying, but she didn't quite understand this grown-up stuff she was talking about. I'm here if you need anything, Diablo. Hansel, Ben, and Edward are here too, Gretel replied. I'll tell Hansel who you are. That's if he runs into you and asks me. Thanks, Gretel, but I can't be seen by any of the townspeople in public. They hired you to kill witches, and I remember the sheriff 3 months ago accused Mina for being an evil witch. But not all witches are bad, Diablo said, as tears were drying up from Gretel using her handkerchief. I know not every witch is bad. You want to know something? This is going to be a bit of shocker to you, but my mother was a witch, Gretel explained, and I am one myself. Is quite a shocker if you ask me. How do you even know that you're a witch? Diablo asked. Gretel didn't even look like a witch at the glance of her. Was Gretel lying? Or was it something Diablo misunderstood? I have the heart of my mother. She gave me the power before she died, Gretel replied, and my father abandoned me and Hansel in the forest, and then we found the gingerbread house, and you get the whole Hansel and Gretel story. It got spread in Augsburg very quickly. I have heard of you and Hansel. It was around the time Muriel and I only had each other, Diablo said, looking at Brooklyn, who was getting very sleepy. It looks like someone's tired, Diablo added, as he turned his attention towards his sleepy daughter. I can help you put her to bed if you want, Gretel offered. Of course, Gretel, that'd be helpful, Diablo replied. So he was getting Brooklyn ready for bed. Gretel helped her by making the bed and even placing her stuffed animal on the bed to sleep with. Gretel was having flashbacks of when she was little. Having to sleep with the stuffed animal made her feel like a kid again. After Gretel and Diablo put Brooklyn to bed, Gretel offered to read Brooklyn a story while Gretel was reading to Brooklyn. Diablo wondered if Muriel had woken up from being dead and being unconscious after bringing her back to life. As Gretel walked out of Brooklyn's room, she was making sure that she was asleep. Gretel walked to where Diablo was, and he was in a daze when Gretel got his attention. You okay, Diablo? She asked him. Yeah, I'm fine, Diablo replied. Do you want me to come into town tomorrow? I could take you to where Muriel is, and if she is woken, we can be civil about her bringing you there. I guess that can work. I'll have to make sure Hansel's okay with this, Gretel said. And one more question. How do you know about Mina? I've seen my sister murder her by the gingerbread house. Mina was only trying to protect your brother, Diablo replied to Gretel's question. And I knew her name as well. I've seen her in the village, long before she died. Maybe Muriel isn't that bad, but there could be a controversy over me being friends with her. If I did kill her after all, even if she did recognize me, she may kill me over it. But I have no idea, Gretel sighed as she paced around the room. There is something I must tell you about her. She's had a rough childhood, Diablo said. It's a very long story, and I'll tell you at her hideout tomorrow, Diablo added, noticing the sky was getting dark. It's getting dark now, and I don't want you to be wandering in the dark. You're right on that one. I'll be okay, Diablo. I have my ways of saving myself, and I am armed and dangerous, Gretel chuckled. Are you sure? I could fly you home on my broomstick, Diablo offered as Gretel was near the front door. The townspeople will see you, though. And besides, I'll tell my brother who you are, and I can make a deal so that he won't hurt you or Brooke." Gretel reassured Diablo before leaving the cabin. As she was leaving, Diablo watched as Gretel walked into the darkness of the forest. "Hope she gets home safely. I wonder what her brother would think of me," Diablo asked himself, wondering how Hansel would react to Gretel making friends with a warlock. That would be hard to tell, but Gretel can talk to Hansel into not killing him or Brooklyn. Would Gretel's plan go well? He wondered, but he knew that Gretel would always find a way. Gretel got home safely. As she opened the door, Ben was awake and noticed Gretel walked in. "You're back. Hansel was getting concerned since you were gone for a long time," Ben said to Gretel. "I didn't expect to be out till dark. Is my brother awake?" Gretel asked. "Yeah, he's in the sitting room," Ben told her. Gretel walked towards the sitting room, aka living room. Hansel was reading a book from his comfy chair and looked up to see that Gretel had returned. "I thought you'd be back before dark," Hansel said to Gretel. "Yeah, I did, but I didn't expect to be out till after dark," Gretel replied. "I've been sidetracked a lot, and I didn't notice what time of day it was until much later. I was getting concerned about you being out late, even if the witches are somehow back," Hansel said, as he closed up his book and stood up. "Why were you out for a long time, sis?" "Remember the agreement we made the other night?" Gretel reminded Hansel. "Keep this to ourselves, though. Diablo is a warlock. I met him at the market the other day, and he even asked me to meet him at his cabin. It's the same one where we grew up." "Really? A warlock?" Hansel asked, stunned to hear what Gretel had just said to him. "Did he try anything with you? I swear, if he even dare touch you, I'll blow his fucking brains off." Hansel snarled as Gretel put her finger on brother's lips to shut him up. Hansel, he didn't hurt me. He has no intention of hurting anyone in Augsburg. I am the new sheriff and he knows it," Gretel replied. "And Diablo's nice. He's got a daughter of his own." "I see. At least he's not going to hurt you. He knows you'll blow his brains off if he even touches you," Hansel said. "I'm sorry, I just get paranoid when you do things that I didn't expect you to do, Gretel. A warlock is mostly 1,000 times more dangerous than an average female witch." "I get that, bro, and I understand. He is not that bad. He just wants a friend," Gretel stated, shocking Hansel. "Gretel, why would you—" Hansel stopped and realized something. The child of Diablo's looking after has no mother. The warlock's child, she has no mother? "Apparently not. Diablo told me that we killed his girlfriend on the blood moon night," Gretel answered. "So he is struggling to raise his daughter as a single dad, and I have to help him in any way I can. He is Muriel's brother. Older or younger?" Hansel asked. "Older, and he's not as bad as Muriel was. I have learned some things about him. He says that Muriel was only evil because she couldn't have what her brother had," Gretel replied. "Might not be believable, but I understand. But Diablo said that she had a rough childhood, and is why she became evil." Gretel began to explain what Diablo saw during the event that happened 3 months ago, and Hansel finally understood what his sister was saying. Although he was worried about his sister getting hurt, he really cared for his sister. "So are you seeing him tomorrow?" Hansel asked, taking the insulin dose in the process. "Yes, and he would like me to meet you after lunch," Gretel replied. "But he and I will be going to do stuff first, so he said to meet us at the abandoned gingerbread house. That was the one we were younger. He wants to show you something." "Okay, Gretel, you know what to do if he touches you or hurts you," Hansel said, a bit of warning in his voice. "I know, Hansel. I'm the new sheriff after all," Gretel replied, then headed upstairs to bed as Hansel followed her. The sun rose over Augsburg the next morning. Diablo and his cape and cowl had dropped Brooklyn off at a schoolhouse in Augsburg. Brooklyn smiled at her father as he hugged her, and then he said goodbye to her before heading inside the schoolhouse. Once Brooklyn was in the school, Diablo walked towards the big house where the mayor and sheriff lived. Gretel was in her office desk, doing some paperwork, when a woman just looked at her. He was in need of help. "Excuse me, ma'am," the man said, catching Gretel's attention from her paperwork. "Yes, sir, how may I help you?" Gretel asked. "My wife is going to have a baby, and we need a midwife as she's due next week sometime. And I lost my job and we've been struggling for money. The bank won't give me a loan of money for it," the man replied. Gretel started to feel bad. She remembered when her mother and father had the same problem before she and Hansel were born. "What is your name, sir?" Gretel asked. "John Stone," the man replied. Gretel started looking through the files of the J section. Eventually, Gretel found John Stone's file, which contains some info about him. "All right, John, I have your files. And how did you lose your job? And how much could I loan you?" Gretel asked. "I lost my job as I was laid off from being a blacksmith, and they just didn't have me back in," John explained. "The midwife expenses are going to be around £700, plus food and stuff for the baby. I can loan you £500 if that works for you," Gretel suggested. "And you could pay me back when you have the money, although it's not necessary." "You're too kind, Gretel. Thank you so much. This will help," John said, as Gretel handed him a bag of coins that contained the money. After John left the office, a man in a cape and cowl walked up towards Gretel's desk. "Diablo, is that you?" Gretel asked, seeing the cowl covering the warlock's face. As Diablo slowly revealed his face to Gretel, he did it slowly so no one would take notice. "Yes, Gretel, it is me. I have to use my own cowl to hide my face, as I'm like my little sister. I wouldn't want to scare anyone, even though I do trust that you won't freak out," Diablo said to Gretel. "I'm glad you're here, Diablo. I almost didn't recognize you with the cowl covering your face," Gretel replied. "Anyways, do you have Muriel's wand and broomstick by chance?" "Yes, I have some things that belong to my sister," Diablo answered. "The wand along with some things are in this bag. I was thinking you could use their broomstick to head her out to her hideout." "I can give it a shot with the broomstick, but I've never flown one before," Gretel said, as she wasn't sure if she knew what she was doing. Hunting witches was something she was good at, but flying on a broomstick was a whole different level. "Just follow my lead, Gretel. I can give you lessons on it if you like," Diablo offered. "Did you tell your brother where to meet us?" "Yes, I did, and he'll be at the gingerbread house, so we'll meet him there, after we pay your sister a visit," Gretel replied. The two headed outside and got on their broomsticks. Diablo flew up as Gretel followed. At first she was getting nervous, mainly because she was not used to flying on broomsticks, but she didn't let her emotions get the better of her. As the two were flying, Gretel could feel the wind running straight at her face. This was the most fun she had in 3 months. After fighting off witches, she was having a fun time, as she and Diablo were getting closer to the mountains. They all landed on the platform near Muriel's hideout entrance. Gretel fell with a crash, but Diablo helped her up. "Not bad flying a broomstick for the first time. You just gotta work on the landing, but you'll get there," Diablo said, reassuring Gretel. "It'll take practice, but I think I get where you're coming from," Gretel replied, as the two headed inside the hideout. They were in the dungeon-like area where the children were held captive 3 months ago. Muriel woke up in her hideout. She had no cuts, bruises, or wounds on her. She was brought back to life by someone, but who did and who brought her back to her hideout? She last remembered finding Hansel and Gretel before she was killed by them. Muriel wished it was just a dream, that way she would wake up from the nightmare. As Muriel sat up on the couch, which was not far from the main hideout, she tried everything to wake herself up, but after many attempts on doing so, she realized that she wasn't dreaming, and she realized that it was real. She didn't even know what her older brother brought her back to life. Muriel could hear Gretel and another person talking, and she didn't want to be spotted. She used her invisibility spell to become invisible. After the spell worked, Muriel had to hide in a dark area of the living area. Once she got up from the couch, she walked towards a large dark area of the room, so she can only see and hear what's going on. "Where's my sister? She was on the couch where I left her, and she was unconscious when I checked up on her." Diablo and Gretel both walked to see that Muriel was not on the couch anymore. It confused them. "Did she wake up, perhaps?" Gretel suggested. "It's possible that she must have woken up." "That may be true, but I have no idea where Muriel is." Diablo looked around the room, but he couldn't find his sister. Gretel, however, looked too, but they couldn't find Muriel anywhere. And Diablo was worried and frustrated as well. "She might be hiding from us," Gretel suggested, as soon as she and Diablo met up where Diablo last saw Muriel. It's possible that she doesn't want anyone to see her, so hiding is her key for now. She thinks we might kill her again, but then I don't blame her for it. I don't either, but Gretel, Muriel has been a witch ever since she was young. I did say I would talk to you about it today, Diablo said. He placed Muriel's wand on the table, as Gretel placed her broomstick there as well. What caused her to be a spoiled brat of a sister she was? Gretel asked. Ever since she was a child, the other children were scared or even made fun of her for being a witch. She would fall into deep depression. Because of her past, our father didn't like her, mainly because he liked me over her. I guess he wanted another son, Diablo explained. But when Muriel was born, her mother died during childbirth. I think she lost a lot of blood, that's from what I remember. How old were you when Muriel was born? Gretel asked. As Muriel was invisible, she took in everything Diablo had said about her past, making Muriel feel insecure about herself. I was only 7 when she was born, and I remember my father told me everything. As a child, Muriel was only loved by her father, until when Muriel turned 13, our father sadly changed. He started drinking like crazy. Ever since Mother died, he'd been depressed, Diablo said. Man, never expected your father to go that far, even though Muriel was mine and my brother's former enemy. But her having a rough childhood? God, now I feel bad for her, Gretel replied, feeling bad for Muriel in her heart. She knew that she couldn't even associate with an evil witch, but maybe Muriel isn't bad as she was 3 months ago. My father was drinking to drown the depression she felt, and damaging his body slowly, Diablo continued. As I was older, I tried to stop my father from drinking so much, but he yelled at me. Even he yelled at Muriel a lot when he started drinking. Muriel was verbally unstable, and Dad just didn't hurt her emotionally. So he abused Muriel? Gretel asked. Was there any hitting? Well, not really. He did try to get rid of her, mainly because my father and Muriel argued a lot. I was there to comfort her when she needed it, Diablo explained. When Muriel cried, she always came to me for help, and I did my best I could to help, until one day it was my sister's 18th birthday, and her father died. Someone burned him in the village. Oh God, even those witches are enemies. I never wish death upon anyone, Gretel replied, so stunned about Muriel and Diablo's backstory. And after my father died, it was just me and Muriel. As we were adults, it was the events of you and your brother as children. Muriel started a little rumor about your mother, and I did tell my sister not to start rumors, but she never listened. She pushed me away when I didn't want to be any part of what she was doing, Diablo said. My mother's name was Adriana. She had a heart of a grand white witch. It was passed down to me before she died. My father left me and Hansel in the forest before they hung him, Gretel replied. She then took a sip of coffee that Diablo made for her. I've seen that. Muriel knows it too. But ever since the events that happened 3 months ago, she was only evil because she chose that path, Diablo said. I can assure you that Muriel wasn't always that bad. Maybe she still has a heart of good inside. If that's the truth, Diablo, then I believe you, Gretel said. But what about Muriel? Will she warm up the idea if I visit her hideout? I think she will, Gretel. It may take time, but it will work somehow, Diablo answered, reassuring Gretel that Muriel will come around. She wanted to kill 12 children and you because she wanted to be immune to fire. Well, there's another way to make it happen, though. There is? Gretel asked, confused as Diablo pulled out his spellbook. Yes, I am working on making a spell for it, and I am doing everything I can to make it happen, and I will make sure it works, Diablo said. So Muriel isn't all that bad as she was before? Gretel asked Diablo again. No, she isn't as bad as everyone else seems to see it as, Diablo replied. She just needs friends. She rarely had any friends at the time, except for red-haired witch and horned witch. They were close friends to her at the time. My brother killed 2 of her friends. I wonder if she'll forgive me if I show her that I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if Hansel will do the same. Maybe I can talk to him, Gretel began, but paused for a moment. When the time is right, of course. Very well, Gretel. Let's head for the abandoned gingerbread house, Diablo said, taking Gretel's hand, and the two walked out of Muriel's hideout. Meanwhile, in the forest, Hansel had arrived at the abandoned gingerbread house. He waited for Gretel and Diablo to show up. He saw the grave where he and Gretel had buried Mina. He crouched down and saw a flower beside her grave. He picked up the flower up and placed it over the wooden cross. After Mina's death, it had a great impact on Hansel. He loved her very much, and there was no denying it. Ever since the blood moon event, he had always loved Mina since first meeting her. Hansel always felt strong feelings towards her. Ever since Mina died, Hansel was never able to tell Mina how he felt about her. As Gretel and Diablo showed up, Hansel turned to see his sister and Diablo. Hansel gave his sister a hug, and Hansel knew that Gretel was always made her feel better. "You're here. Why did you and Diablo want me here?" Hansel asked his sister. "I get bad vibes when I'm here. It's because of our past." "Hold it there, Gretel. Diablo has something to show us," Gretel explained. "He can bring Mina back to life." "Prove it to me then." Hansel shot at Diablo. Hansel just got emotional when he talks about Mina. She was his lover before she died, Gretel said to the warlock. Diablo then stood in front of Mina's grave and started to chant a spell. It was the same one she used to bring Muriel back. After the spell was done, lights were forming under the grave, and Mina's body was floating in the air a few feet from the ground. Once the spell was finished, Mina laid on Hansel's arms. He held Mina in close and bridal style, as Mina had no injuries on her. But however, she wasn't moving or talking, and this got Hansel concerned. What if Diablo's spell didn't work? Mina's back the way she is, no injuries, but why isn't she awake? Hansel asked. When the spell brings a person back to life, they'll have a pulse and a heartbeat, Diablo began to explain, but they'll be unconscious for a while. Within a couple of hours, around the 24 hours, it wouldn't be long until she wakes up. It's the same with his sister, and we found out that Muriel wasn't sleeping on the couch, Gretel added. We assumed that she was awake, but we couldn't find her in her hideout. Maybe she went out or something, Hansel suggested. True, I may visit her hideout tomorrow, Gretel said, and if I do see her, I have to make sure she's okay, even if she's hostile towards me at first. I can handle any witch. You sure about that, Gretel? Hansel asked. I'm sure I can do it just fine, and if Diablo needs help, I'll have him help me, but I want to try and do it on my own, Gretel replied. That'll work, Gretel. If Muriel gets too violent, I recommend you come to me, Diablo said. I could calm her down, and at some point she'll have to meet her niece someday. She's never even met her niece? Gretel asked. No, she's never met her niece, Diablo answered, shaking his head. It's settled then. Let's take Mina back home, and we can make sure she's comfortable there. She can get some sleep on the couch, Hansel said. Everyone else agreed, and everyone headed back to Augsburg. Mina was placed on the couch in the sitting room. Gretel placed a blanket over Mina, as well as placed a few pillows around her, making Mina feel at home. Hansel hoped that Mina would wake up soon, and Gretel started getting supper ready while Diablo headed inside with his daughter. They were making sure that the witch hunters were doing okay. How is she? Diablo asked. She's still breathing and has a pulse. I sure hope she wakes up soon, Hansel replied. Daddy, who's this man? Brooklyn asked. That's Gretel's twin brother, Hansel. Hansel, this is my daughter, Brooklyn, Diablo said. Brooklyn walked up to Hansel, and the witch hunter looked at the little girl. She reminds me of my sister when she was little. I was young once too, Hansel replied. She looks like her mother and a bit of her aunt, Gretel said, although she didn't want to tell anyone that Muriel had a niece. Well, not yet for now. Eventually, everyone is going to have to know about Muriel's return. Hopefully, she could change for the better. My girlfriend was killed 3 months ago, if you remember the blood-red moon, Diablo said to Hansel, and Hansel nodded in agreement. He remembered killing Diablo's girlfriend, and he regretted doing that. Even though he was a witch hunter, that was in the past. I know I'm sorry for what happened 3 months ago, Hansel replied. Ever since your sister killed Mina, I've been feeling lost and depressed whenever I needed someone to talk to. It was my twin sister. She was there for me, and Gretel and I do ourselves to make Us feel better when we're both sad. You just think about happy things? That's what my sister and I used to do, until she started pushing me away, Diablo said sadly, sighing as he did so. I do hope Gretel can change Muriel, even if she hates the idea. Gretel could do anything she can. I believe in my sister, Hansel replied. As Gretel finished making supper, everyone was sitting down and eating at the dinner table. That's when Ben noticed that there was a man with his daughter, and was curious as to who they were. Who are those two? Ben asked. This man and his daughter? Gretel replied with a question to Ben. Yeah, because it's nice to have guests here, Ben answered. This is Diablo, and this is his daughter's name is Brooklyn. They live in the forest not too far from here. They have come down to town a lot, Gretel replied. Ben's been one of her fans. He decided to join the witch hunters, Hansel added. Nice to meet you two. Your daughter is beautiful, Ben said. Thank you, Ben. Who's the troll outside? Diablo asked, seeing Edward eating some meat outside, not far from the dining room window. That's Edward. He is a troll that saved me from the previous sheriff, Gretel replied. He was an asshole. He wanted to kill Mina, and he also blamed me and my brother for stuff we didn't do. Damn, that sounds harsh. Well, at least he's dead now, Diablo said. I'm grateful that Edward saved me, or the sheriff would have left me to die, Gretel replied. She eyed at Brooklyn. She smiled at the little girl, and Gretel loved and adored children. She even wished that she had a child of her own. What are we all up to tomorrow? Diablo asked, breaking the silence after eating without a sound for minutes. My daughter and I will be coming down to town tomorrow. She's going to her doctor's appointment. Ben and I with Edward will make sure Mina's okay, and we'll let you know if she's woken up from being out cold, Hansel said to Diablo. I've got something to do tomorrow, and I'll have to head out very early in the morning, Gretel added. Where to? Ben asked, catching Gretel's attention. It's something important, Ben. I can't say really what it is, but let's just say that I have some things to do in the forest, Gretel replied, not wanting them to know what she was going to Muriel's hideout. Understandable. Will you be home for dinner? Ben asked. Of course. Of course I will, Ben, Gretel answered, finishing up her supper before putting the dishes in the sink and heading upstairs to her bedroom. What did I say? Ben asked Hansel. Did I piss her off? You didn't do anything this time, Ben. Gretel's been acting strange recently, Hansel replied. After thanking Diablo and Brooklyn for staying for dinner, the two guests left the house to go home. Ben and Hansel kept an eye on Mina while doing the dishes. It was hard work, but they got them done. Hansel decided to head upstairs to Gretel's room, wanting to see if his sister was okay. Once he got to the door, he knocked on Gretel's bedroom door. Come in, Gretel said. Hansel let himself in her bedroom. Gretel had her stuff ready to head out the next day, and she looked up and embraced Hansel in a hug. I came here to see if you were okay. Did Ben make you mad if he asked you if you were going to be home for dinner tomorrow? Hansel asked. Well, not really. There is something that's been bothering me. It just feels different, Gretel said. I'm getting vibes that Ben has a crush on me. And don't get me wrong, I like him, but for some reason, I don't see Ben as more than that. I see. I know that look when I see it, Gretel. Ben does seem to have a crush on you. Do you have a crush on him? Hansel asked. If you don't want to answer, that's fine with me. Part of me kind of does have a crush on him, but another half of me doesn't, Gretel answered. Do you like Diablo? Hansel asked. Just asking. The same answer goes to him. I don't know why, but a part of me says that there is someone else for me, but I'm not sure what it is. But all I can say is it's a strange vibe, Gretel replied. I won't tell Ben this. You could trust me, Gretel, Hansel said. Gretel then smiled at her brother. If Ben asks me, I hope he's not going to be too sad about me rejecting him, Gretel replied. He sighed sadly at this. Yeah, I think it may be hard for him to handle, but I think he'll understand, Hansel reassured his sister. After saying goodnight to Gretel, she headed to bed with still a strange vibe in her mind. That she was feeling? Everything to Gretel was like a merry-go-round. She had a mixture of different emotions. She didn't know what she was feeling. It was around 6 a.m. the next morning. Gretel woke up and got ready for a walk in the forest. She grabbed her crossbow to defend herself and got her witch-hunting wear on. She then headed downstairs to make herself a cup of coffee. As she was doing that, Gretel felt a grumble in her stomach. She needed to eat before headed out. She grabbed herself a few eggs and began to make herself some scrambled eggs with bacon and toast. As she was eating on the table, she thought that she could hear something outside. She thought she could hear something tapping on the window. She looked and saw outside and saw nothing. Must have been imagining things, Gretel said to herself. After Gretel finished breakfast, she had a glass of milk. Once she was ready, she set off outside into Augsburg. On the way out, she wrote a note on the post. As Gretel read the note, it was from Diablo, stating that Gretel would have to help Muriel with her issues that she's having, which was going to be a challenge for Gretel. Gretel was off into the woods the next morning. The sky was still dark, so Gretel brought a lantern with her to light the way. After walking for a long time, Gretel climbed up the mountain to be in front of Muriel's hideout. When Gretel got there, she walked inside the hideout, dimly lit up room. Gretel couldn't see Muriel, but then she walked over to what appeared to be the bedroom. And as Gretel walked inside, she could see a sleeping witch on a sofa-like bed, which was mostly done by magic, and it didn't take long for Gretel to realize something. The sleeping witch was Muriel. Muriel was there on her bed, and Gretel watched as the evil witch slept. Was one of the strange vibes that Gretel was having. Gretel was still not sure, but something tells her that Muriel may not be as bad as some people may think she is. As Gretel found an old chair, she pulled up a chair and sat down. As soon as the chair squeaked, the sleeping witch slowly rolled over to sit up. Her back was facing Gretel, as Muriel slowly rubbed her eyes to wake herself up. She turned around, and once she saw Gretel, she was surprised. "You're awake! I was wondering how long it'll be until..." Gretel was cut off as Muriel's face immediately turned white with black cracks around her face. "Get out!" Muriel screeched, throwing a rock at Gretel, who dodged the throw. "Whoa, now! I'm not here for trouble," Gretel said, standing up. "Then get out, like I said!" Muriel screamed. "I want to help you. You seem lost," Gretel said, drawing her crossbow at Muriel. She hated to do that, but Muriel was threatening her, and she didn't want to start a fight. "I don't want to fight your brother. Your brother told me about your past." "Who is he?" Muriel growled, slowly calming down. "Diablo. He and I were here yesterday. We gave back your wand and broomstick, and he was the one who brought you back to life," Gretel replied. "He did? Well, if you knew about my past, why did you come back here?" Muriel asked. "Diablo wants me to help you, Muriel. He says that you were just evil because you were a spoiled brat and had a troubled childhood. I hate to say that, but I hope you do realize it. Look inside yourself, Muriel," Gretel said to the evil witch. "If you want to know, your brother told me everything." "That's bullshit. There is no way Diablo told you this," Muriel replied while yelling. "He did, Muriel, and I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Diablo never lied about anything. He told me everything about you. He told me here yesterday," Gretel replied. Muriel was about to draw her wand at Gretel. "If he didn't tell you, then why didn't he come here then?" Muriel growled. "He is in town with his daughter, and he is busy at the moment. I can bring him here if you want, and he can explain everything," Gretel said. "What you did in the past is in the past. Diablo says you can change, and you can always change for the better." "What is this to you, Gretel?" Muriel snarled a question. "Is this a trick?" "No, Muriel, it's not a trick. I killed you 3 months ago in the past. Diablo knows the events that happened to me and my brother. He wants you to realize the mistakes you've made. He said that you're not as bad as you seem," Gretel reassured her. "You sure about that? Why'd Diablo bring me back to life, huh?" Muriel demanded. "I would rather be dead. Then I wouldn't be seeing you right now." "Muriel, you've been depressed throughout your whole life," Gretel said. "Don't deny it. Diablo told me." Muriel sighed, her skin turning back to normal. "I have been depressed. But can you do me a favor and leave?" Muriel asked calmly. "I need some time to myself. Like time to think about this." "Okay, Muriel, I'll leave. But I'm coming back to see you tomorrow. Hopefully you'll have time to think about it," Gretel replied, grabbing her stuff before heading out of the hideout. After Gretel left the hideout, Muriel felt a wave of depression hitting her. Gretel was right about her. Muriel did become evil over not getting what she wanted. Why Diablo get what she wanted and he wanted and I don't? Muriel sighed as she looked at her wand. remembering the times where she was there and Gretel and Hansel's enemy. Muriel felt so ashamed of what she'd become. She regretted doing the things she did 3 months ago. Muriel needed time to think. And was Gretel really going to try to help her? Muriel had to think before Gretel came back the next day. This was a day for Muriel to decide. Hansel was sitting beside Mina on the couch. Mina had woken up from being brought back to life. Mina was groggily at this point, so she looked to see that Hansel was beside her, although she remembers Hansel, but does not remember what happened. What happened? Mina groggily asked. You were killed by Muriel, and once my sister and I killed her, we buried you by the abandoned gingerbread house, and someone brought you back to life, Hansel explained. And once you were brought back, I kept an eye on you until you woke up. I'm glad you're here, Hansel, but you always make me feel safe. Mina hugged Hansel close to her. Gretel walked in the house, and she was tired from being up early. When Gretel walked inside, she was stunned to see that Mina was awake. You're awake. I'm glad you're awake, Gretel said, and then she gave Mina a hug. Gretel, do you know who brought me back to life? Mina asked. A friend of mine did, and he has a daughter of his own, Gretel smiled, and smelling the fresh-baked cookies from the kitchen. Are those cookies I smelled? Yes, they're chocolate chip flavored. I baked them, Ben said, showing up with a tea for Hansel and Mina. They smell good, Ben. How many batches did you make? Gretel asked. How about 4 to 5 batches? Enough to last 2 weeks, Ben replied. Or maybe just 1 week. My sister is a cookie monster for cookies, Hansel chuckled, making Gretel laugh with her brother. I don't eat them all in 1 day, Hansel. You know that, Gretel replied, with a chuckle. She then walked towards the kitchen. She pulled out 2 scarves from her jacket pocket. One was going to be for Diablo in Brooklyn, and the other was going to be for Muriel. As Gretel began putting at least 12 cookies in a red scarf for Diablo in Brooklyn, Ben walked up to Gretel and was behind her, wrapped his arms around Gretel so that she was startled. She smacked his hands away, and looked at him. What are you doing? Gretel asked sternly. Nothing, I was just wondering what you were doing, Ben replied, but Gretel wasn't falling for it. You had your arms around me. What was that about? Gretel asked. Again, I was just hugging you from behind. Does that make you feel uncomfortable? Ben asked her. No, I just didn't know what you were doing. I'm giving 1 scarf of cookies for Diablo in Brooklyn, and they're for both of them, Gretel replied. She didn't want Ben or Mina to know that Muriel was alive, nor that Mina needed to know about Diablo in Brooklyn right away. After all, Mina had just woken up from the dead after the Blood Moon event 3 months ago. That's nice of you to do that. I can make more cookies whenever you like, Ben offered. Gretel smiled with a nod as she smiled at Ben. Once Gretel packed 1 scarf for Diablo in Brooklyn, she packed the cookies in a blue scarf for Muriel. Hansel then walked into the kitchen, wondering what the scarves of cookies were for. Ben saw Edward outside, and then the troll motioned for him to bring dinner inside the house. Edward wants my help. I'll be back in a few minutes, Ben said, and then he left the kitchen. Hansel and Gretel were both alone. Did you see Muriel today? Hansel asked his sister. Yes, and she was very hostile when she saw me, Gretel replied. She tied up the scarves up before having one aside for Muriel. I did tell her about what Diablo said, and that she said she'll have to think about it. She may have done evil things in the past, but she has the opportunity to change. I may not like the idea of what you're doing, Gretel, but I think she'll come around. I just know she will. But are you going to tell Mina about... Before Hansel could finish, Gretel shot him an angry glare at her brother. I don't need you to tell Mina, not now, Gretel replied. I don't want her to worry. She's just brought back to life by her brother. I need her to feel relaxed and comfortable. I am seeing Muriel tomorrow, though. I understand, sis. I see. Tomorrow I'll be spending time with Mina, so you can spend time with Muriel at that time, Hansel said to his sister. Later that night, Gretel was getting ready for bed, as she wanted to leave in the morning to see Muriel at her hideout. She was going to stop and see Diablo in Brooklyn, to drop off a scarf of cookies for them. Gretel didn't want Mina to know that Muriel was back, as Mina would have paranoia over the fact that Muriel was alive. As Gretel laid in bed, she was thinking about what Diablo said. Sure, Muriel would be hostile at first, but within a while, Gretel would eventually get to know her, and hopefully Muriel sees how much she can change, and not just for Gretel, but for the greater good. Gretel eventually fell asleep, wondering about the next day, what it will bring for her. As the clock struck 7 a.m., the markets were just beginning to open up when Gretel got up. She got dressed and brushed her hair. Once she was decently ready to head out, she grabbed a bag of coins along with 2 scarves before heading downstairs. When she got downstairs, Mina was asleep on the couch, so Gretel took some cookies for herself to eat when she got to Muriel's. Gretel slowly walked out the door, closing it without having a loud bangs attract attention. Gretel decided to visit the stable on her way out. She fed the animals there and made sure Edward had something to eat. As Gretel was getting her saddle and bridle ready for the trip, she looked at the bay mare in one of the stalls. Gretel was going to ride a horse to Muriel's hideout, hoping that Muriel wouldn't eat the horse. Gretel grabbed the grooming kit from the horse and groomed the horse. After she groomed her horse, the mare nuzzled Gretel's face. The mare's name was Secret, and she was a Dutch warmblood. "Well, Secret, I'm gonna ride you somewhere today," Gretel said to her horse. She saddled up her horse and attached some bags to the saddle. Once the bags were attached, Gretel put the 2 scarves in the big and bridled horse. Once she was gone, she made sure everything was secure before getting on. As Gretel left the stable, she got on the mounting block and jumped on. Once she was on her horse, she started walking her horse out of the Augsburg. On the way out, she stopped at the market to pick up some milk for her trip. She stopped at the horse in front of the market. Farmer was delivering some milk to the market in Augsburg. "Hello there, Sheriff. Is there something you need?" the farmer asked. "Yes, I do, actually," Gretel replied. "I would like 4 bottles of milk today, please." "Of course, dear. Let me get that." The farmer then handed 4 bottles of milk to Gretel. The sheriff paid for the milk before heading out of town. As Gretel was riding her horse in the forest, she spotted something flying in the trees. Riding her horse in the forest, she spotted something, and her horse was nervous while Gretel was eyeing at the figure, wondering if it was Muriel. Gretel got her horse to gallop through the forest, following the figure flying in the trees. As they were galloping in the forest, they slowed down as they came across Gretel and Hansel's old house. Brooklyn landed on the ground with her broomstick. Diablo walked out to see that his daughter was flying home. "So that's what the flying figure was," thought Gretel. She smiled at Brooklyn, who took notice of her presence. "Daddy, Gretel's here on a horse," Brooklyn said, catching Diablo's attention. "Good morning, Gretel. What brings you here today?" Diablo asked. "Hello, Diablo. I brought you a scarf and cookies for you to share," Gretel replied, jumping off of her horse and taking the red scarf with 2 bottles of milk. "This is very kind of you, Gretel. How many cookies are in the scarf?" Diablo asked, as Gretel handed him the scarf of cookies. 12 in total, 6 for you and 6 for Brooklyn," Gretel replied, smiling at the warlock and his daughter. "I decided to do something nice for you. You've done a lot for me and my brother." "Mind if I ask, has Mina woken up yet?" Diablo asked. "Yes, she woke up yesterday after I visited your sister," Gretel said. "I did talk to her. She was hostile towards me at first, but after I told her what you told me, she wanted to be alone to think about it. So I left her alone, and I did say to her that I'll be back today. I do hope that she had time to think. So maybe I can start off by building a friendship between her and me. Will you later tell her about her niece at some point? At least so you can get along?" "Of course. She didn't try to kill me, thank God," Gretel said, as Brooklyn handed Gretel a picture that she drew with crayons. "What's this?" Gretel asked Brooklyn. "A drawing I made," Brooklyn replied. Gretel had to take a look at the picture of the young witch she drew. It was Gretel with Diablo and Brooklyn. It made Gretel smile. She remembered the drawings she did when she was younger, and she couldn't be more happier than the young witch was. "Thanks, Brooklyn. This is a nice drawing," Gretel said, as she hugged Brooklyn. She loved Brooklyn as much as Diablo does. Brooklyn even showed Gretel the toys that she played with. Gretel remembered playing with toys as a little girl, and Brooklyn was making her smile. As soon as Gretel jumped back on her horse, Diablo walked up to her. "Thanks for paying a visit today, Gretel," Diablo said to Gretel. "You did me and Hansel favors, and now I return the favor," Gretel replied, as she started to walk away on her horse. She turned her attention to Diablo. "I'll let you know how Muriel's doing," Gretel said, before trotting off into the woods. When Gretel got to the mountains, she parked her horse in front of the entrance to Muriel's hideout. She tied up Secret on the tree along with a strong branch. Secret was near the water, so she had a patch of grass, so Gretel couldn't see Muriel outside, so she assumed that Muriel was inside. She grabbed the blue scarf of cookies for Muriel and 2 glasses of milk bottles. Gretel even pulled out some cookies for herself. When Gretel walked inside the hideout, she could see that Muriel was on the couch. Her head was facing down. Gretel walked over to the evil witch and sat beside her. Muriel then looked at Gretel. "You okay?" Gretel asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Muriel insisted. "You had time to think about what I said yesterday?" Gretel asked her. She then placed a blue scarf and chocolate chip cookies inside. "I made some cookies yesterday and brought a bottle of milk to go with them." "I don't even like milk or cookies," Muriel calmly replied. "You never even tried them?" Gretel asked, only for Muriel to look away. "Not even once?" "Not once. I've never tried milk or cookies in my life," Muriel answered. "All I ate when life was blood and children." "Well, Muriel, I think it's time we try something new for a change. Diablo wants you to realize that you can change your ways. Hansel and I won't hurt you," Gretel said, as she handed Muriel a bottle of milk. "What if I don't like it?" Muriel asked. "Trust me, Gretel, you'll like the milk and cookies, and they taste better than children and blood. Have a sip and bite," Gretel encouraged her. Muriel then took a sip of her milk from the bottle. Once she had a sip, and Gretel was right about enjoying the milk. "This is pretty good. I like milk now," Muriel replied, as she then had a bite of one of her cookies that Gretel made. Muriel liked the taste of chocolate chip cookies, and Gretel was right. "Hey, I like cookies as well." "See, I knew you would like milk and cookies," Gretel said, munching on her cookies. "I still need time to think about what you said. I am thinking about changing for the greater good," Muriel began to explain. "I know I was evil 3 months ago, but a part of me wants to change, but a part of me wants to rip out your throat." Gretel understood what Muriel was saying. She did try to kill her 3 months ago. With Augsburg now in the hands of Hansel and Gretel, the townspeople have been safe since then. However, Muriel needed to realize that she could be a better person. "I understand that you hate me, Muriel. You could take as much time as you need," Gretel replied. Muriel looked at Gretel. Diablo did say that Muriel used to be an innocent witch as a child, but ever since she got older, she was mad at the fact that she couldn't get what her older brother got. "So you're not going to kill me again?" Muriel asked the sheriff. "No, not this time. I have no intention in doing so. Diablo wouldn't want that. But 3 months ago, my brother and I had no other choice," Gretel answered. "I just wanted to get to know you more, like as a friend." "You sure about that?" Muriel asked. Wasn't sure if Gretel was going to stab her back eventually. Muriel wasn't sure if accepting Gretel as a friend was a good idea, but decided that she'll take that chance. As Gretel and Muriel were having their milk and cookies, it was noon around where Gretel had her head back. "It was nice hanging with you, Muriel. You're not as bad as a person that people say you were back then," Gretel said. Muriel looked at Gretel. "Once you get to know me, I'm not as bad as you may think," Muriel replied. Gretel was just silent. "Do you find me a bit terrifying with my face going white with black cracks, do you?" Muriel asked. Gretel didn't know what to think. She fought scary witches before, when she was little, and the candy witch did feed Hansel too much candy as a kid. But what was Gretel to say? She didn't care about what Muriel looked like. Sure, evil witches are scary, but not all witches are bad. Maybe Muriel would change from evil to decent to good witch. All the questions were in Gretel's mind. She pushed it back of her mind. You're not scary to me," Gretel replied. "A lot of people find my evil side terrifying, but my good side is innocent enough," Muriel stated. "You didn't change a bit. Well, besides that you're the new sheriff, that is." "Yeah, but I can help you change for the greater good," Gretel reassured her. "Diablo wants me to come back to check on you, just so you're okay. You could tell him that I'm fine, but I don't think he'll want to see me," Muriel sighed. "Why not?" Gretel asked. "He's your brother, like Hansel's my brother. Since your sisters and friends were killed 3 months ago, he is all the family you have left?" "My brother is all I have left. My mother was burned by the people of Augsburg when I was a child after she died from childbirth. I had a close connection with her, and my brother was my second closest," Muriel sighed, not wanting to hide it away from Gretel. I know your father wasn't nice to you, and I heard you and him didn't get along. Diablo told me that you needed someone as a girl to talk to. That's why I'm here. I'm going to keep coming to your hideout. Diablo wants me to make sure you're doing okay, Gretel said. My father used to drink a lot, and when he did, he messed me up, verbally and emotionally, Muriel replied. Deep down in my heart, even before the events 3 months ago, I wanted to die. Gretel couldn't believe her eyes. Muriel was depressed to the point that she wanted to die? Gretel hated the fact that Muriel wanted to die, even if she killed her former enemy 3 months ago. But Gretel didn't wish death on Muriel, not after what she just heard. But why you wanted to kill yourself? Gretel asked the evil witch. Because when I became evil, I regret doing the things I did. I only just hurt people even more than I did myself, Muriel replied. We're going to change that. I'll come here and visit you as much as you want me to, Gretel offered. Okay, Muriel muttered. Gretel could still hear Muriel muttering under her breath. Will you come here tomorrow sometime? Of course, Gretel replied. I can come here tomorrow. Will you be okay when I leave? I think so. I think I'll be okay, Muriel said. Gretel finished her glass of milk and cookies she packed. She was about to leave the hideout when Muriel called out to Gretel. Can you bring more milk and cookies tomorrow? Muriel asked. Sure, I'll be visiting you for a long time until you're a better person, Gretel replied, as she walked over to her horse and untied her and jumped on her saddle. Once she was on her horse, she galloped through the forest. Once she got to a swampy bog near the forest, she saw a swamp witch tangled in vines. Gretel saw that Hansel and Edward had trapped the swamp witch, and they were about to kill the witch when they saw Gretel. The sheriff jumped off her horse and drew her crossbows at the swamp witch. Then she shot her arrows through the witch. Glad you show up, Hansel said to Gretel. We just captured a swamp witch while you were gone. She stole an animal. Wow, I was expecting a child, but what kind of animal did she take? Gretel asked. Edward then showed Gretel a small puppy in his hands. A puppy she took. Edward replied. That's when Gretel took the puppy in her arms. What a cute little guy he is. Why would anyone take such a cute little pupper? Gretel asked as the puppy licked Gretel's face, making the sheriff smile. He likes you, sis. This puppy belonged to a family of 2 children, Hansel replied, petting the puppy as they were getting a cart loaded of the corpse of the swamp witch. Once the trio were heading home from being out most of the day, the swamp witch was burned and Hansel and Gretel collected their reward. The puppy was safely returned to its owners and the reward was 3,000 pounds given by the miller. The puppy belonged to the miller and his family, who was so happy that the witch hunters found the pup. When they returned home, Gretel made sure that the animals were fed in their pens and made sure Edward had something to eat. Once her task was finished, Gretel walked inside to find Ben near her desk. He was smiling at her. To Gretel, she found it a bit weird for Ben. That was what she was smiling about? Was he happy to see Gretel? Gretel wasn't sure what to think of it, so she just walked to her desk and sat down. Welcome back, Sheriff. The town is overjoyed that you killed the swamp witch, Ben said, head cheerfully. Yeah, we did, Gretel replied. She sounded dead inside, as this really confused Ben. Why does your voice sound dead? Ben asked. I'm just really tired. I had a really busy morning, Gretel replied. Why are you so cheery when I walk in? I was just happy to see that you're back, Ben asked. You're like gone almost all day, and I don't see you. I just go do stuff, Ben. As the sheriff of Augsburg, I've got to keep my duties, Gretel said, as she saw that Mina was sitting on Hansel's big chair in the sitting room. Hey, Gretel, where have you been all day? Mina asked. I've been out horseback on a few trails in the forest, Gretel replied, sitting down on her favorite chair. I decided to write secret as she hasn't been written in a few days. Do you know who brought me back to life? Mina asked, not remembering too much of the events that happened 3 months ago. I remember dying in Hansel's arms after Muriel stabbed me. A friend of mine brought you back. He did say that you were going to be unconscious for a few hours to a day, Gretel answered Mina's question. And Hansel is the new mayor in town while I'm the new sheriff, and we're doing a better job than they did. Lucky you and Hansel. At least I'm fine and safe with you two. Edward and the troll and, of course, Ben, Mina said. Hansel then walked into the sitting room to see Gretel and Mina talking. Nice to see you ladies here, Hansel piped in. making the girls giggle. Were one of you guys gossiping about me? No, we weren't really. Gretel grinned like an idiot, but laughed. I was just teasing, Hansel replied. Then he turned his attention to Mina. You feeling okay? Yeah, I feel fine, Hansel. It was so nice of Gretel's friend to revive me back to health. I wonder who it is, Mina wondered. But Gretel didn't want to tell Mina that Diablo is Muriel's brother. But not only that, she didn't want to freak Mina out that she was trying to be friends with Muriel. Maybe you'll see him someday, who knows, Gretel said. Maybe a ghost did or a mage? Mina asked. No one knows, Mina. My sister and I found you unconscious when you were brought back to life, Hansel answered, as Gretel started to read a chapter book when Ben appeared beside her. Hey Gretel, I brought you some flowers, Ben offered, as Gretel took the flowers from Ben. That's thoughtful, Ben, Gretel replied. What's the occasion for that? Oh, that? Ben asked, scratching the back of his head. I just want to give a gift for being with us. Thanks, Ben. I never expected flowers from someone, Gretel replied. She then got up and headed downstairs to her bedroom. Ben was confused. Why did Gretel always walking away from him? Was it the flowers? Ben didn't know what to do. He just stared at Hansel and Mina awkwardly. What's with Gretel? Ben asked Mina and Hansel. Every time I try to talk to her, she always runs away from me. It's like she's always going upstairs to her room all the time. Do you think something is bothering Gretel? Mina asked. If so, maybe you could talk to her, Mina suggested to Hansel. Since I'm her brother, she'll tell me anything. Well, almost everything. But I will talk to her, Hansel replied. Can I go with you? Ben asked. I want to talk to her too. If Gretel wants to be alone, Ben, you gotta respect that she wants to be alone. And second, it's best if I talk to her. I know my sister a lot more, Hansel replied. Ben nodded sadly and went back to the sitting room with Mina. While Gretel was pacing around the room, she was muttering something under her breath. It was only that she could hear herself and no one else. What was she saying to herself was no one knows. I like Muriel and Ben, but what do I choose? Gretel muttered to herself as she heard a knock on the door. Come in, Gretel said, and Hansel opened the door to walk in, closing the door behind him. Hey sis, Ben wants to know why you're always running away from him, Hansel said. It's not against you or anything, he's just wandering. Do you promise not to tell him or Mina about it? Gretel asked sternly towards her brother. I promise, sis, Hansel replied, as Gretel took a deep breath before speaking. I'm not sure what to think of this, but I think Ben has a crush on me, Gretel said. Don't get me wrong, I like Ben, but I don't see him as more than just a friend. Why don't you see him as more than a friend? Gretel asked his sister. Is there something wrong about him? No, there's nothing wrong with him. I do like him as a friend, Gretel replied. But for some reason, I don't see him as more than just a friend. Don't get me wrong, he's funny and cute, but a part of me is now saying that there's someone else waiting for me. I just don't know what it is yet. Do you like Diablo? Hansel asked. Maybe that's who you like? I don't know, Hansel. I haven't really explored my sexuality very much yet. A lot of people see me as a straight woman, but at this point I just don't know, Gretel answered. Give me some time, and when I do find out what it is, I'll tell you. Maybe it's Diablo or something else. I understand, Gretel. I support your decision no matter what it is. You can count on your big brother. I won't tell anyone of what you said, Hansel said. Ben is hoping you can hang out with him tomorrow. He wants to spend time with him. I would like to hang out with Ben tomorrow, but Gretel began before trailing off. You have plans to visit Muriel? Hansel asked his sister. Yes, I was planning on visiting her, Gretel answered. Maybe you could spend the morning with Ben, and then spend the afternoon with Gretel, Hansel suggested. That way you'll hang out with two people. I can't have Ben knowing about Muriel. He may freak out over it, Gretel said. I can tell a little lie just to hide it from him for now. Gretel, you know that you hate to lie to anyone, Hansel said, completely stunned by Gretel's plan. I know, bro, but I can't have Mina or Ben find out about Muriel being alive. Not until I know Muriel's change. It has to be a secret for now, Gretel replied, and Hansel respected Gretel's decision. I understand, sis. I'll tell Ben that you're okay and would like to have alone time, Hansel said. Before leaving his sister's room and closing the door, Gretel was awake for a long time, before heading to bed. As she was confused, a sheriff who has been confused, like who she liked. She did like Ben and Diablo, but she wasn't sure if she liked them or Muriel. Sure, Muriel was only meeting Gretel, only trying to change for the better. But there was one problem. Gretel hasn't decided on what she is. Was she into guys or girls? She liked Ben because he was funny and a fan of her and her brother, but she didn't feel the same way Ben felt. How would she tell him that she wasn't into him more than friends? That's something Gretel would have to think over. She also liked Diablo as a friend too, but she's not sure if she liked him more than just friends. The next morning, Gretel and Ben were both outside looking for the animals outside of their house. Gretel was feeding the animals with Ben's help. Gretel promised to spend the morning with Ben and decided that she'll visit Muriel in the afternoon. Ben was happy to spend time with Gretel, as he rarely got to do so with Gretel away most of the day. Even though she had duties as sheriff, she wanted to make sure that Muriel was okay. "I'm glad you promised to spend time with me this morning," Gretel said. "Feeding all the animals is hard work for one person," Ben said. "It sure is, Ben," Gretel replied. "Feeding oats to Secret and Hansel's horse. What's new?" "Not much. A woman came in to ask for you yesterday, and I said you were out and about. She said that she had a fire burn down her house yesterday," Ben said. "No one died, thankfully, and she is staying at a friend's house. If she needs a loan of money, I can offer it to her before I head out this afternoon," Gretel replied. "Hansel has a meeting with the council this afternoon, and I said I was going to be busy, so I can't attend to it." "To the people planning to expand Augsburg a bit, what is this meeting about?" Ben asked. "They're hoping for a little bit of space for new houses to be built." "I see," Gretel replied. Before she left the stable, Ben stopped her. What could he want now? "Gretel, can I ask you something?" Ben asked. Gretel wasn't sure on how to reply to Ben's question. She didn't want to make Ben upset or feel offended. What should she say? Gretel had to come up with a lie. She didn't want to tell Ben that she wasn't into him romantically. Not now, anyway. She came up with a lie, even though she hated to lie to her friends, especially her own brother. "Sure, Ben, what's on your mind?" Gretel replied with a question. "Why did you go straight to your room after I gave you flowers last night?" Ben asked. "Did I make you upset or something?" "If I made you upset, I'm sorry." "You didn't make me upset, Ben. I've just had a lot on my mind right now, and being sheriff is a lot of work," Gretel answered. "And sometimes I go out on long walks in the forest. It's good to go out and do stuff." "I see. Some people were wondering where you ran off to. I'll let them know that you've been busy. There was no trouble at all," Ben said, as Gretel left the stable. She was making some sandwiches for her visit to Muriel's this afternoon. Once she was finishing making the sandwiches, she packed a basket with a few snacks and drinks. Mina and Hansel walked inside the house. Gretel could hear them calling her name from the kitchen. "Gretel, we're back!" Hansel called out. "I'm in the kitchen!" Gretel called out, as Mina and Hansel both walked in the kitchen. When her brother and girlfriend walked in the kitchen, Gretel was surprised to see them. "Where were you two this morning?" Gretel asked. "Mina was throwing up, so I took her to see a doctor," Hansel said. Mina sat down on a chair near Hansel. "Are you okay, Mina?" Gretel asked. "I hope it's not the flu or anything serious." Gretel finished her sentence as she packed her basket for a trip to Muriel's hideout this afternoon. "It's not serious," the doctor said. "It'll be okay," Mina replied, getting up to grab a cup of tea. "What is it, something that you ate?" Gretel asked Mina. "Yeah, I guess you could say that, but not to worry. It'll be fine," Mina replied. Gretel then can see a small bump was forming around Mina's stomach, and then it hit Gretel. Mina was pregnant. It shocked her. How could she be pregnant? After the events 3 months ago, and she was killed by Muriel, and now pregnant? Gretel didn't expect that to be the outcome of the trip to the doctors. How was Mina pregnant? Maybe Mina was pregnant during the 3 months ago, but didn't know it at the time. Was it possible the baby was brought back to life when Diablo did the spell on Mina? How was even that the case? Gretel was hit with multiple questions, but who was she going to ask? Gretel thought that she will see Diablo on her way to Muriel's hideout. Hopefully Diablo has more answers. To Gretel, she was wondering on how Diablo was doing, as well as Brooklyn. While on horseback in the forest, Gretel was on her way to visit Muriel. She decided to stop and see how Diablo was doing. She saw Diablo and Brooklyn building a treehouse near the cabin. Brooklyn was the first one to notice Gretel and Secret passing by, and as Gretel stopped her horse, she looked at Brooklyn in the treehouse. She waved to them as Brooklyn got her father's attention. Diablo waved at Gretel as she hopped off her horse. "Hey Gretel, what brings you here today?" Diablo asked. "I'm on my way to see Muriel, and what are you and Brooklyn doing?" Gretel asked. "We're building a treehouse. Brooklyn has ever wanted one," Diablo replied. He offered Gretel if she could help, and Gretel wasn't sure how long they would be, but Diablo said that it would only be a few things to be taken care of. "I can help you with it. What is it that you need?" Gretel asked. "Well, Gretel, would you mind hammering a few steps near the entrance for Brooklyn?" Diablo offered with a question. As Gretel did the task with no other questions asked, once the few steps were placed in, Brooklyn cheered. "Yay!" Brooklyn cheered. "Gretel, want to check out inside my treehouse?" As Brooklyn said that, Gretel climbed inside the treehouse. The inside was decorated with paint, and that Diablo gave Brooklyn to use. "It's a nice treehouse, Brooklyn. I love it," Gretel said, as she saw the painting of her and Diablo, Hansel, and Brooklyn on the wooden wall on the right. "Nice painting, Brooke. You were really good at it." "Thanks, Gretel," Brooklyn said, with her fingers and hands covered in paint. Gretel and Brooklyn climbed down from the tree, just as Diablo called Brooklyn to get her hands washed up. As Brooklyn headed inside the house, Gretel stared at Diablo, wanting to ask him some stuff. "Mind if I ask you a few questions?" Gretel asked. "It's about when you brought Mina back to life." "What about Mina? How is she doing, by the way?" Diablo asked to reply. "She's doing good. She and Hansel went to see the doctor today, and they said that Mina was throwing up. I noticed a small bump forming around her belly," Gretel said. "Is it possible that she's pregnant? I know that vomiting is one of the symptoms, but I was wondering, how is it possible for Mina to be pregnant? All I remember was that Mina was stabbed by Muriel, and she wasn't showing any signs at the time." I think my spell brought the fetus back to life if the mother was brought back to life. So if I'm correct, Mina would have been pregnant during the events 3 months ago. But I'm not so sure. The baby was in development before gestation during the blood moon event," Diablo replied. "That may explain it. Hansel did love Mina a lot," Gretel said. "Maybe they made love at the time, but but how does that work?" "It's the magic in the workings, Gretel. We never know what magic can really do," Diablo replied. "But are you excited to be an aunt?" "Of course I am. Mina and Hansel didn't tell me, but I did notice Mina's pregnancy. I have a feeling she and Hansel will tell me this evening," Gretel said. "A niece or a nephew for me to play with would be awesome. Brooklyn would also have a friend to play with." "Is Gretel having a baby, Daddy?" Brooklyn asked her father. Gretel and Diablo had a laugh. "Gretel's brother's girlfriend is having a baby, Brooklyn," Diablo replied. "And I'm going to be an aunt in 6 months," Gretel added. "Where is the baby?" Brooklyn asked. "It's inside my brother's girlfriend's tummy. Isn't that exciting?" Gretel replied with a question, patting the witch's head. "Yeah, I'm excited," Brooklyn said. Gretel did realize that it was almost 1 p.m., and she needed to head to Muriel's hideout. "I better get going. I wouldn't want to keep Muriel waiting," Gretel replied, as she hopped back on her horse. "See ya, Diablo." Gretel then galloped off on her horse through the forest, after saying goodbye to Diablo and Brooklyn. As Gretel got to the mountains, she was at the entrance of Muriel's hideout. She parked her in secret and tied her up. She walked inside to expect Muriel to be there. As she was looking around, Muriel tapped on Gretel's shoulder, startling her in the process. "Muriel, you startled me," Gretel said, sighing in relief that it was only Muriel. "I have my way of greeting my guests, Gretel. You've never got used to it," Muriel replied. "That's because I killed you 3 months ago. How are you doing this afternoon?" Gretel asked. "Fine, thanks, dearie. What's in the basket?" Muriel pointed out the basket that Gretel was carrying. The sheriff looked at the basket before turning to Muriel. "I packed a lunch for both of us. I think we should eat outside of your hideout," Gretel said, as she and Muriel walked outside the hideout, and Gretel placed the tablecloth down. "What if someone sees us?" Muriel asked in a worried tone. We're out in the open. No one will see us. We're isolated from Augsburg. We'll be fine, Gretel reassured Muriel as both girls sat down on the tablecloth. Gretel began to pull out 2 bottles of milk along with sandwiches and snacks. Muriel was confused by all the new food. She acted as if she'd never tried them before. After all, she has feasted on children for a long time and most likely didn't know what the taste of real food was like. What the hell is this? Muriel asked, eyeing at the food that Gretel had set out for them. I brought new foods for you to try, vegetables from my garden back in town. I also brought you milk and cookies like you asked. I even made sandwiches, Gretel replied, taking a sandwich for herself. Muriel just stared at Gretel, unsure if she should try the new food Gretel had displayed. Do you expect me to try these foods too? Muriel grumbled a question. Yeah, Muriel, I just want you to try these new foods. You feasted on children for far too long, and if you want to change for the better, this is a good start, Gretel replied. Try a carrot stick dipped in ranch. I made it myself. Muriel was hesitant at trying new foods. What if she only liked children? She wouldn't know until she tried it, would she? I don't know, Gretel. What if I don't like a certain food you have? Muriel asked. You don't have to like all of them what I have here. I'll bring different foods for you to try. Try a carrot stick and see if you like it. If not, that's okay, Gretel answered. Just try it, Muriel. It's the only way to find out if you like it. How do you know? I'm not stupid, am I? Muriel asked. She then sighed as she wanted to change. She had thought about what Gretel said in a few days now, and if she wanted to change, she'll have to listen to Gretel. Although Muriel will have to admit it, she was starting to warm up to the idea of becoming Gretel's friend. I just know it, Muriel. My brother and I had tried vegetables when we were kids, Gretel replied. We didn't like it at first, but as we got older we tried them and liked them. Although there were some foods that my brother likes that I don't like, vice versa with me and him, and even stuff we both didn't like. I guess I'll try it, Muriel sighed. She picked up a carrot stick and hesitated for a moment. Gretel was eyeing on Muriel. If she wanted Muriel to become her friend, she would have to make Muriel do as she said. Muriel then dipped the carrot stick in ranch and took a bite out of it. As she chewed, Gretel was still eyeing on the evil witch. Muriel swallowed the carrot stick long after chewing it. So how is it? Gretel asked. It's not bad, Gretel. You're right, Muriel replied. As she and Gretel had a wonderful picnic together, the evil witch had tried lots of different foods that Gretel had brought with her, and the 2 girls were having a great time. As soon as the sun was setting, Gretel was about ready to head back into town. You're gonna be okay alone, Muriel? Gretel asked before jumping on her horse. Yeah, I'll be okay, Muriel replied. You can visit me anytime. I don't want to keep stealing you too much. You're the new sheriff after all. I know it's a lot of work, Muriel replied. Gretel smiled as she said that she'll come back to see Muriel the next day. As Gretel was on her way back home, she could see that Diablo was outside on a rocking chair. He looked to see that Gretel was there and had a cart of boxes. Gretel stopped her horse to see if Diablo needed anything, so she walked up to the porch. Hey Diablo, are you doing okay? Gretel asked. Yeah, I'm okay, Gretel. How was your visit with Muriel? Is she okay? Diablo asked with a question. She's doing okay, Diablo. She did try some new food I brought, and she liked them. Except for the celery. She wasn't really a fan of it. We'll just leave it at that, Gretel answered. That's good news. Is she warming up to the idea of changing her ways? Diablo asked. I sure hope she is, because she can change. She is somewhat warming up to the idea of changing to be a good person. I'm sure she's not liking the idea, but I think she's starting to warm up to become my friend, Gretel replied. I guess she is not really used to me around that much, so she's never really had someone to chat with and hang with her. Except for the exception of red-haired witch and horned witch, she didn't really have too many girlfriends, Diablo said. My daughter is going to be on a class trip tomorrow, and they're going to a park in the forest. Maybe you and Muriel could be out. Maybe you could stop by and see her. Sure, I won't tell Brooklyn that your sister is her aunt. Not yet, anyway. We will tell her eventually, Gretel replied. I'm cooking supper if you want to stay for dinner. I'm also bringing oats for your mare, Diablo offered. Gretel smiled and took his offer before tying her horse up outside and headed inside the house. Brooklyn was at her dinner table, drawing as she always did. Hey, Gretel, look at my drawing. Brooklyn said, showing a picture to Gretel as she drew of Hansel, Mina, and Gretel and 3 of her children. Who are the 3 of her children? Very nice drawing, Brooke. Brooklyn, Gretel said. One is me, the other 2 are Hansel and his girlfriend's children, Brooklyn replied, making Gretel smile. Diablo and Brooklyn aren't that bad at all, so maybe Muriel will consider changing for the greater good. I'm sure my brother would like it too, Gretel smiled, as Diablo brought over some pork and salad on the table. So Gretel, I have found some boxes for you to look through tomorrow, Diablo said. They're on the cart outside the house. Maybe you could have a look at them tomorrow. Sure, I wonder what's in them, Gretel wondered. As dinner was finished, Brooklyn went to her room to play, while Gretel and Diablo were alone. I wanted to wait till Brooklyn was in her room, as I don't want her to hear her now. Her know now, Diablo said, wanted to keep her Aunt Muriel a secret for now. Now that Brooklyn is in her room, I'll tell you what I have in the boxes. Diablo took Gretel outside the cart by the cabin and opened one of the boxes. Gretel was surprised at the boxes contained. They all contained stuff that was photo albums and pictures. They all had Muriel inside them. Some boxes contained stuff from Muriel's childhood, and this made Gretel's heart drop. Muriel was, or used to be, a sweet, innocent woman, until when she and Diablo had their falling out as adults. Muriel had turned evil. These pictures and albums and stuff is Muriel, Gretel said. Yes, I've kept them all for myself, as Muriel refused to take them before our falling out. It's the reason why she became evil. I would like you to take these to her when you come by tomorrow, Diablo said to Gretel. Maybe she could use a bit of a trip to the past. Maybe it will make her realize what she had become. Okay, I'll do that. What time is Brooklyn having her school trip at? Gretel asked. She'll be going on her school trip at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. That's plenty of time, Diablo replied. I want to thank you for visiting my sister. Maybe when she's ready, maybe she will want to see me. I can convince her if you want, but only if she's ready, Gretel said. Thanks, Gretel. You're a friend. That is really better, their sheriff, than how Berenger was, Diablo said. He said that Gretel was having flashbacks of how the awful sheriff who was running the town 3 months ago. He did kill the old mayor, and Gretel did feel a bit uncomfortable with anyone talking about Berenger. He did beat her up almost to death and did try to violate her. No problem, Diablo. I'm always here for you, Gretel replied, then pulled Diablo into a hug. She did like the warlock and Ben, but she was starting to feel something between her and Muriel. What was it? Was it just friendship or something else more between them? Only time would tell, but Gretel was still in the daze of what was happening. As Diablo was about to pull Gretel's lips near his, Gretel opened her eyes and knew what Diablo was going to do next. She had to stop him and say something to prevent Diablo from kissing her. She did like Diablo and Ben, but not romantically. What were you doing? Gretel asked Diablo, stopping him from catching the witch hunter. What? Diablo snapped out of what was happening. His attention was back to reality. What happened? You were going to kiss me, weren't you? Gretel said, crossing her arms. Well, yeah, I was. I'm sorry if that made you uncomfortable, Gretel, Diablo replied. I wasn't sure if you were into me or more than just friends. Well, Diablo, to tell you the truth, I'm in a dilemma right on that. I like Ben and you, but I'm feeling something different, Gretel said. It has something to do with me and Muriel. I don't know what this feeling is, but I could say it's something. I can't put my finger on it, though. Mind if I ask you something? Diablo asked. I hope you won't get offended or mad if I ask you. What is it, Diablo? Gretel asked with a question. You could tell me, and I promise I won't be mad. Diablo took a deep breath, then sighed before answering Gretel's, though hopefully she wouldn't be mad with him, even if it was something personal. Are you bisexual? Gretel was surprised when Diablo had asked her that. To her, she wasn't sure what bisexual means, but it was the question that she had to ask herself. She never thought of herself as a bisexual woman. What do you mean by bisexual? Gretel asked. What does it mean? Well, Gretel, it means that an individual is into guys and girls. They usually have a preference on what they're into more. Have time to think about it and choose what you decide, Diablo replied. Okay, I'll think about it, Diablo, Gretel said. As she was riding Secret back home, questions were inside her head. Bisexual? What does it mean by liking guys and girls? Gretel had a lot of questions, but who would she answer them? If no one would answer them for her, then she'll have to figure that out herself. As Gretel got back to her house, she headed back inside the stable, and she saw Edward getting the animals ready for bed. The troll turned to see Gretel, and then walked towards her as she was putting Secret in her stall. "Where were you?" Edward asked. "I was out on horseback. Why, Edward?" Gretel replied with a question. "We were wondering how long you were gone for," Edward answered. "Well, I see. I'm here now, and I'm okay," Gretel reassured Edward. After exiting out of the stable, the man ran out into panic mode, and he found Gretel heading inside the house. "Sheriff Gretel, it's an emergency!" A man, he was in his early 20s, and she could tell he was stressed. "A man's trying to break into my friend's house," the man added. Gretel got her crossbow and followed the villager to a house. It was a few houses down from her house, and it didn't take long for it to get here. She saw the man with the crowbar and was trying to get in the house. Gretel held up the crossbow and ready to aim at and shoot. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gretel called out. The man stopped and turned around, seeing that the sheriff wouldn't put up with any burglary, and she had a crossbow. "Put the weapon down, or my arrows will," Gretel warned. The man put his weapon down, and Gretel's men arrested the burglar. "Thank you so much, Gretel, the famous witch hunter," the man replied, giving Gretel a reward. Even to her, it wasn't necessary. "No problem. I'm doing a better job as sheriff," Gretel replied, heading back to her house. Once she walked in the door, she headed towards the kitchen to grab a snack to eat. As she was getting fixed herself a snack, Mina walked in. She was surprised that Gretel arrived home late at night, and the clock was striking 11 p.m. "There you are. We were wondering what took you so long," Mina said, walking up to Gretel. "I was out today, and sorry I was gone all day, Gretel apologized. "I've been going out of Augsburg for a few days recently, and I've been doing some things." "Like what?" Mina asked. "Just enjoying the nature and stuff. I do try to be here for Augsburg. Even being sheriff can take a toll on me. At least me and my brother are doing a better job than the last sheriff was." "I'm thankful that you and Hansel are in charge of Augsburg. The last mayor did a decent job." Mina trailed off, but Gretel had to check to make sure Mina was okay. Mina drew her attention back to Gretel. "The last sheriff was nothing but a scumbag." "I have to agree with you on that, Sheriff," Gretel chuckled to reply. "I bet he had a small ding-dong." Gretel laughed, making Mina smile. Gretel was the same girl that Mina liked, a girlfriend that made her laugh and was there for emotional support. "Well, I have something to tell you. Hansel, Edward, and Ben already know the news, but in case you didn't know or have noticed by now, I'm pregnant," Mina said. As Gretel already knew that Mina was pregnant, she noticed a small bump on her belly and hugged Mina. "I noticed it earlier today, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to congratulate you on the pregnancy earlier. I was in a hurry, but I'm happy that I'm going to be an aunt," Gretel replied, smiling as she finished eating her snack. "Hansel was very happy when we found out the news," Mina said to Gretel. "Anyways, is there anything you would like me to do?" "Not now, Mina, although maybe I can help you get into bed," Gretel offered Mina as she nodded. As Gretel tucked Mina into bed with Hansel, Gretel was still in a daze while heading back to her room. She was thinking about it while eating her snack. There was some connection between her and Muriel. Gretel was really spending more time with her, even though being sheriff was a lot more work than she thought. The evil witch that tried to kill Gretel 3 months ago was trying to change for her in Diablo. Muriel may have done some bad things in the past, but Gretel was taking Diablo's word on Muriel as not as bad as she may think. Gretel wasn't sure what Diablo meant by bisexual. She did like Ben and Diablo, but for some reason there was something about Muriel. Sure, Diablo and Ben were nice men and to have made Gretel feel like a queen, but for some reason Gretel wasn't really into Diablo or Ben, but she was considering Muriel as something else. When the sun shone through Gretel's bedroom, the window next to the morning, Gretel woke up to the cuckoo clock going off. It was 8 a.m. in the morning, and Gretel needed to see Muriel before Brooklyn's class trip. It would be a bit different for Muriel to see her niece for the first time, but she would have to see her at some point. Gretel walked over to her desk and saw a note. It was a note from Hansel. It wrote along with him and Ben and Edward were going to go hunting while Mina was in the house sleeping. Gretel nodded and put the note in the drawer in the desk. Then she found another note beside her. It was from Ben, and this startled Gretel. It was something that she never expected. "Do you want to be my girlfriend, Gretel?" was the question that was on the note. Ben was asking Gretel to be his girlfriend, but Gretel wasn't sure what to do. She never thought Ben would ask her that. Underneath the question were two boxes, one saying yes and the other saying no. "My God, Ben's never asked me that," Gretel said to herself, shocked that Ben would ask a witch hunter this question. Ever since she and Hansel started hunting for witches, she's never had the time for dating or for love. Gretel had to think about her decision. Ben was asking a tough question for her. Meanwhile, at Muriel's hideout, Muriel was sitting on the tree branch not far from the entrance of her hideout. She was hanging upside down, thinking about the things Gretel had said about her changing her ways. Muriel was liking the idea of Gretel becoming her friend, but she did see Gretel as more than just a friend. Muriel was lost in her thoughts. She saw Gretel walking up in the mountains, and she was on her horse, and attached to it was a cart of boxes. As she noticed Muriel, she walked towards her. "Hey Muriel, nice to see you outside on this beautiful day," Gretel said. "It sure is, Gretel. Nice to see that you're upside down," Muriel replied with a chuckle. "That's because you were upside down yourself. Don't you get dizzy after a while?" Gretel asked. "Sometimes, but not really," Muriel said, getting herself down from the tree. "What's new today?" "Well, I just thought we would go for a walk in the woods," Gretel replied. She then pulled out a note that Ben wrote on the piece of paper on the desk. "This boy wrote me a note, asking me if I want to be his girlfriend." "Well, who wrote it?" Muriel asked. "Ben, the boy you held hostage near the gingerbread house 3 months ago," Gretel replied. "He asked me if I want to be his girlfriend, but I never thought of it. After all these years of hunting witches, I never had a time for dating or even love for someone." Gretel wasn't sure how the best time for finding love. Her duties as sheriff would be at witch hunting had been hard for a while. Maybe Gretel could find a way to squeeze it in somehow. Maybe the connection that she has with Muriel might spark up something. "I remember that boy. What you said about my past being rough and stuff. I've had a lot to think about. And I think I now know what I'm going to do," Muriel said. "I'm not going to kill any innocent people, unless they hurt me, you, or myself." "That's good to hear, Muriel. So your brother wants me to help you more, and I'm going to visit you more and help you more," Gretel insisted. Muriel was starting to realize what Gretel was doing, and she was going to have Muriel change her ways. Even if Muriel hated the idea, Muriel would have to do it, even if she were to die for the second time. She didn't want that. "Gretel, you've done so much for me these past few days, and you've been so kind to me. No one's really done that before you became a witch hunter," Muriel said, remembering the times when people called her a freak for being a witch. "Come to the cart. Your brother wanted me to give you some things that belong to you," Gretel said, handed the boxes to Muriel as she opened them up. They contained stuff from her past. There were photo albums of her and her family, stuffed animals and toys she had as a child. "What's this?" Muriel asked, while going for the boxes. "They're from your past. Diablo wants you to have them," Gretel said. As Muriel went for the boxes, she started to have flashbacks. Most of them was herself as a child with her brother. She even had memories of her being bullied by the kids just because she was a witch. Muriel even had some memories on the way her father treated her like shit. It made Muriel sad inside. She was emotional, and mainly kept any emotions from anyone else. As evil witches don't want to show too much emotion. This time Muriel couldn't hold back anymore. Gretel was there for her emotional support. Muriel was starting to be having Gretel as a friend, and she did see something that no one saw her do before. Muriel started to cry. Her eyes began to swell up in tears as her face slowly turned to white with black cracks on them, as if she were angry or loses her temper. Muriel loses control of her skin change color when she gets emotional. Gretel has never seen Muriel cry before. This must have been the first time Muriel had ever cried in a long time, but who knows when the last time she ever cried? Perhaps when the last time she cried was when her and her father argued? Gretel wasn't so sure. She had cried before the events that happened 3 months ago. Gretel rubbed Muriel's back, attempting to comfort the witch who tried to kill her 3 months ago. Sure, Gretel cried before, but she was there to comfort someone who cried. When she cried, Hansel was there to comfort his sister. But that was rare, as Gretel had grown a strong heart, and when Hansel cried, Gretel was there to comfort him. Muriel then turned to face Gretel. She was trembling as she regretted doing the things she did in the past. All Gretel could do now was hug Muriel, and that was all she did. She hugged Muriel close to her, which made Muriel cry in Gretel's arms. As Muriel was sobbing, Gretel rubbed one of her hands on Muriel's back, assuring her that she was with her. "I know how you feel, Muriel. Sometimes looking at the past can hurt," Gretel said, and Muriel was mumbling something that Gretel couldn't hear. Muriel cried some more, but as Gretel comforted the witch, and she hummed soft things to reassure Muriel. I regret being evil. I just wish that I was never evil." Muriel choked a few words while sobbing. "I've done some things that I regret doing, Muriel. I know how it feels," Gretel said. As Muriel looked at the witch hunter, Gretel grabbed her handkerchief and dried Muriel's tears away from her face. She had to comfort the witch as best she could. "You're depressed, Muriel. You may not know it, but I know you're depressed." "I've been depressed for a long time. I had to hide it from everyone," Muriel sniffled, calming down from crying. "I've done everything I could to hide it, but I've also kept my emotions bottled up inside me for God knows how long." "Well, at least you're letting out what's been bottling you inside for a while. It's good to have a cry every now and then. Don't be ashamed of crying," Gretel replied. You're showing me how much you care about me," Muriel said. "Ever since seeing you for the first time in 3 months, I've been living with regret. I didn't want anyone to see it, so that's why I acted as if nothing happened." "Muriel, we all make mistakes in life. I've made mistakes before. We all learn from them, and to change to be a better person," Gretel replied. "I know you could be a better person. It's never too late to change for the better." "You sure?" Muriel asked, unsure if it was too late for her to change or not. She did live with regret for a while, and wished that she had never gone down the path she did 3 months ago. "I have a feeling people will still hate me for the events that happened 3 months ago." "Are you sure about this?" "I'm sure it will do you good, Muriel. I can help you through this. I know killing you wasn't the right answer, really, but we witch hunters do it for a living," Gretel replied, facepalming herself for the events that happened 3 months ago. "Whatever you did in the past, Muriel, you could change. I know there's potential within you." Muriel had to take that opportunity. Sure, she wasn't sure about it at first, but now she was starting to warm up to Gretel. Well, she had to take the chance. Gretel was slowly starting to become Muriel's friend, and someone that Muriel never thought that she would become a friend that once was an enemy to her. "I guess I could try, but you're gonna have to help me too," Muriel said, agreeing with what Gretel was saying. It may be hard for Muriel at first, but she's willing to try. After all, there is no harm done in changing. Gretel then pulled out a piece of paper from her jacket pocket and then unfolded it in front of the witch. What's that?" she asked the sheriff. "It's a note I found on my desk this morning, and it's from Ben," Gretel replied. "The one that you've held hostage in front of my brother 3 months ago. He asked me that question." Muriel looked at the note what she was saying. Ben was asking Gretel if she wanted to be his girlfriend. "He's asking you to be his girlfriend?" Muriel asked, her skin color slowly changing back to normal when she asked Gretel. What was Gretel going to say? Gretel did like Diablo and Ben, but she had to figure out between her and Muriel. Was it friendship or something more? "Yes, but I'm still thinking about it," Gretel answered. "I do also like women." "What do you mean?" Muriel asked. "Well, I visited your brother yesterday. He did something about me liking guys and girls," Gretel replied. "He said that I could be bisexual, means I like men and women. But for some reason, I don't see Ben as more than friends. That's just me. but a part of me is saying that someone is on its way to me. So you don't know if you like men or women more? Muriel stated. I'm in that state too, Gretel. I like men and women, but I don't know what I like more. We'll find out. Eventually time will tell, Gretel replied, looking at the watch on her wrist. It was 11:15 a.m. Say, you want to fly over on your broomstick somewhere? As Gretel asked Muriel that, Muriel couldn't believe what she just heard. Gretel asked her to fly on her broomstick somewhere. Why? Where would we go in the first place? Muriel asked. Well, I just thought we could both go to the park that is in the forest. I think us getting out of together is a nice idea. Instead of being cooped up in the mountains, Gretel replied. As soon as Muriel nodded, she went inside her hideout to grab her broomstick. When she came back and got on her broomstick, she looked at Gretel with a confused look. You don't know how to fly a broomstick? Muriel asked. Well, when I came here with your brother a few days ago, I kinda crashed, Gretel replied, scratching the back of her head. I sucked at flying the broomstick. Well, just the landing part. Climb on my broomstick. Just hang on as I fly, Muriel said, and as Gretel got on the broomstick, they took off into the sky. Gretel looked to see the trees. They looked very small when in the sky, and held on to Muriel as if she were her life support. Where to? Muriel asked. There's a park in the forest, in a little clearing, just up ahead, Gretel replied, pointing at the small clearing just a few feet away. As Muriel got closer, she pointed at the broomstick, and as the two went down towards the clearing. After Muriel and Gretel landed, they were at the park in the forest. Gretel looked around the place. She couldn't remember the last time she was at a park. Maybe when she and Hansel were still kids back then. But the park had since been in great condition. The slides there with the swings and teeter-totters. I used to play here as a kid. Same with my brother, Gretel said, as she looked at the park surrounded by trees. The place was still in great shape. Ever since she was a child, she had great memories. I like it here. I think I played here as a kid, Muriel replied, looked at Gretel with a hint of happiness rising. Muriel was liking Gretel ever since she and Gretel started getting along. Muriel's depression of the events 3 years ago went away, and she was still thinking of the positive thoughts. As Gretel looked to the right, she saw a teacher with a group of children walking towards the park. Diablo did tell Gretel that Brooklyn had a school trip, so Gretel decided to hold on to not telling Brooklyn about Muriel. Not away anyway. Gretel doesn't want Brooklyn's aunt being revealed in real name to the public yet. Muriel looked to see children heading towards them. She wanted to eat the children, but that's what she's been used to doing. But Gretel was around. She couldn't do that. If she wanted to change, then she'll have to do what Gretel says. Otherwise, Gretel could turn her back on Muriel and burn her for the second time. Gretel! A voice from the young girl shouted. It was Brooklyn. She was hugging Gretel's waist and had gotten a bit taller. Hey there, Brooke. What's new? Gretel asked, as Brooklyn took a look at Muriel. She was curious as to who she was. She didn't even know that Muriel was Brooklyn's aunt, and that's because Gretel didn't want to tell Brooklyn. At least not yet. Well, you got yourself a fan, Gretel. Sheriff Gretel, I mean, the school teacher said, not noticing and ignoring that Muriel was with Gretel. Hey there, Miss... Gretel paused, unsure of what the teacher's name was. Green. My name's Miss Green, the school teacher replied. And who's this beside you? Miss Green asked. Gretel was hesitant to say that her name was Muriel, mainly because she was a witch, and Gretel would hate herself for frightening anyone. As sheriff, Gretel had to take up the responsibility. This is my friend, and her name is Ariel. Yes, that's her name, Gretel said, lying so that the school teacher wouldn't freak out over Gretel being friends with a witch, an evil one that tried to kill her 3 months ago. And Gretel didn't want to tell anyone the truth. Well, Ariel, it's nice to meet you. So what brings you 2 girls here today? Miss Green asked. We're both just on a walk, getting fresh air, Gretel answered, as Miss Green took a few students to set up a soccer game. Muriel looked at Gretel a bit annoyed. Why are you saying that I'm Ariel? Muriel whispered in question, doing her best not to get angry. You know that's not my name. Just play along, Muriel, Gretel whispered back. It's just so we don't have to frighten anyone here. Muriel sighed and played along. Brooklyn looked up at Gretel as if she were her mom. Can you push me on the swing? Brooklyn asked, looking at the swings not far from where the girls were standing. Sure, I can do that, Gretel said, and Muriel followed Brooklyn towards the swings. The other kids were sliding down the slides and even playing on the other equipment in the park. Gretel began to push Gretel on the swing, making Brooklyn smile as she went in the air. "Higher! I want to touch the fluffy clouds!" Brooklyn cheered. As Gretel pushed Brooklyn higher, Muriel smiled at the children playing. It reminded her of when she was a little girl, and she liked to play with the children, although she was rough sometimes. After Gretel pushed Brooklyn for about 5 minutes, she was getting tired. She turned to Muriel and found that she would give it a chance. "I'm getting tired of pushing you, Brooklyn. Maybe Ariel can give you a couple pushes." Gretel turned to Muriel. "Why should I?" Muriel asked. "Just trust me, Muriel. Give it a chance," Gretel replied. Muriel sighed in defeat, and she took turns pushing Brooklyn on the swing. The little witch cheered as Muriel cracked a little smile. She liked it when Gretel was with her, even to her, if the things two of them were going to seem childish. After Gretel pushed Brooklyn on the swing, Brooklyn wanted to get off for Muriel yelled stop the swing. She did it with force, but Gretel reminded her to be gentle. After Brooklyn got off, she took the girls to the slides, and Brooklyn wanted to ride the highest one. "Can you slide with me?" Brooklyn asked Gretel. "Of course, Brooke. Maybe Ariel can join us," Gretel replied, eyeing at Muriel. "I think I'll be okay," Muriel started, before being cut off by Gretel. "Muriel, what did I say earlier?" Gretel said sternly. As Muriel remembered without wanting to change, she sighed in defeat yet again, and agreed with the sheriff. The girls climbed up with Brooklyn and all of them slid down together. As they were all back down on the ground, they all started laughing. Muriel seemed happy. She couldn't remember the last time she had a good laugh. "You're smiling, Ariel," Brooklyn pointed out. Gretel looked to see a smile on Muriel's face. It was the first time Gretel ever saw Muriel smile. Not for evil, but for laughs and fun. Gretel and Muriel got up, along with Brooklyn, and Gretel had thought of a new game they could play. "Ariel is happy to be playing, Brooklyn," Gretel said, and she had an idea that she thought just now. "I've got an idea. Let's play Ring Around the Rosie. That's a game my brother and I played as children." This was making Brooklyn smile. She knew that game because Diablo had taught her that. But as for Muriel, she's never heard of that game. Despite if she could remember playing the game as a kid or not, she's never played it. "What? I've never heard of that game," Muriel said to Gretel. "It's a game. We hold hands in this circle and we sing Ring Around the Rosie. I'll go first, and maybe we can all do it together. It's easy, Muriel," Gretel replied as she, Brooklyn, and Muriel walked over in the big open space. She took Brooklyn and Muriel's hands into hers, and as Muriel took Brooklyn's and Gretel's hands, and Brooklyn held Gretel's and Muriel's hands. "I love this game," Brooklyn said. "Now listen, Ariel, and this is how it goes," Gretel said, before she, Brooklyn, and Muriel moved in a circle. "Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, Asha, Asha, we all fall down." After Gretel sang, the girls fell down, laughing with joy. "I think I get the song now," Muriel replied. "Can I give it a shot?" Muriel, along with Brooklyn and Gretel, got up, and they started moving again. And as soon as Muriel finished, the girls both fell down laughing and again. "You're close enough, Ariel. It's not pocket full of candies, it's posies," Gretel corrected. "And it's we all fall down, not crash down." "I think Ariel's version was funny," Brooklyn said, and Gretel thought of singing Muriel's version of it, since Brooklyn found it funny. "Let's all sing it together, but this time we'll do it the usual way, then we'll do Ariel's version," Gretel suggested, and the girls got back up again, and they didn't see that they were close to a river, so the girls started singing again. When the girls fell down, laughing was a lot of fun. They were singing Muriel's version of the song, and Gretel slipped and fell into the river, pulling Muriel and Brooklyn with her. As the girls fell in the river, they were all soaked, but instead of getting angry, Muriel just laughed it off, along with Brooklyn and Gretel. "That was a lot of fun," Gretel howled with laughter, and as the girls got up and out of the river, Brooklyn smiled at Gretel and Muriel. The girls and teacher all then called Brooklyn over for lunchtime, and as soon as Brooklyn turned around, she waved goodbye to Gretel and Muriel before she went out of sight. As Muriel and Gretel got out of the water, their clothes were soaked. Muriel summoned a broomstick and flew the girls back to the hideout. Once they got there, Muriel and Gretel were both laughing for joy. The girls did have fun for once, and they couldn't even remember the last time they both had fun. That was so much fun, wasn't it, Gretel? Muriel asked. Of course it was, Muriel. You were doing so well with Brooklyn, Gretel said. So is Brooklyn my niece? Muriel asked, knowing that she couldn't hide it anymore. Gretel had to tell Muriel the truth, and if she did lie, Muriel may find out and go hostile towards the sheriff. Gretel sighed and then looked at the witch. Brooklyn is your niece, and I didn't want to tell her that since you were her aunt, because she may not know that she had an aunt, Gretel replied. Plus, Diablo and I agreed to wait before telling Brooklyn anything. I see. Why didn't you say anything before? Muriel asked Gretel. I didn't know how she would react with her aunt being evil. That's why I said nothing. Muriel didn't get angry with Gretel. I'm sorry for not telling Muriel earlier. Gretel smiled, knowing that Gretel had told her the truth. I'm not mad. I'm just glad you told the truth, Muriel said. She looked at Gretel, who looked guilty. What's wrong, Sheriff? You look like in trouble. Is something wrong? Gretel was surprised to see Muriel concerned for her, even asking Gretel if she was okay. This had to be the first time Muriel asked that with anyone, well, with the exception of her brother Diablo. But what is Gretel to say? She had started becoming friends with Muriel, and she had kept the things Diablo said to herself for a while. When I started talking to Diablo, I didn't tell you about your niece, as I didn't want you to worry, Gretel explained. Why would it worry her? Muriel asked. She is my brother's daughter, and do I need to know these family things of Gretel? I guess you're right, Muriel. I was afraid that you were going to get mad and even try to attack me, and I was concerned that you'll go back to doing bad things, Gretel replied. Gretel, ever since you started coming to my hideout, you've been a good friend to me. Probably my only good friend. Someone to look up to, Muriel said, as she pulled Gretel into a hug. The sheriff had never felt close to Muriel as a friend before, and now she was starting to gain Muriel's trust. But it was a forbidden one, because Muriel was evil, and she tried to kill her and the children 3 months ago. Gretel was willing to give Muriel a chance to do better. I'm glad you're my friend, Muriel. After all this time, I never expected you to change. But you did, Gretel replied. Diablo would be so proud right now. Gretel had to tell Muriel that Mina was back to life, and he hadn't told her that part yet. Mina was brought back to life by your brother. What? Muriel asked, confused by all the sudden conversation change Gretel had brought up. Mina is the one I killed 3 months ago? Yes, and Mina's also pregnant, Gretel answered. Diablo and said that the baby was in development 3 months ago. When you killed Mina, the baby was dead inside. But since Mina is brought back to life, the baby is alive. Muriel was then hit with regret yet again. Not only she killed Mina 3 months ago, but she killed an innocent baby inside of her. Muriel felt like she was going to have a breakdown, and if she did, Gretel would restrain her from doing so. What have I done? Muriel sighed sadly. Tears started to stream down her face. Not only she did kill Mina, but she also killed a pregnant woman. Hey, Muriel, it's okay. We all make mistakes, and when you were evil back then. You're changing your ways now. We didn't know Mina was pregnant at the time, Gretel said, comforting the witch. It's okay. What happened in the past is in the past. Muriel cried silent tears out of her eyes as Gretel rubbed the witch's back. It did take a while, but Muriel eventually calmed down. If you want me to, I can bring Hansel whenever you wish. He does need to know about me seeing you every day, Gretel said. Muriel looked at the witch hunter and nodded. Back at the house around 5 p.m., Gretel arrived home just as Hansel was getting started on cooking dinner. When Gretel walked in the kitchen, Hansel took a look to see that his sister was home earlier than usual. You're home early, sis. How did your visit with Muriel went? Hansel asked. Pretty good. Me and her played with Brooklyn at the park. She was on a school trip, so I had to keep Muriel's real name a secret from her, Gretel replied. She then could see Hansel was making rabbit stew. I told her about Mina and her pregnancy. Gretel, is she still willing to change over what happened 3 months ago? Hansel asked his sister. I hope Muriel wasn't a handful. She is willing to change, and she wasn't a handful, Gretel answered. She felt bad and regretted the bad things that she's done, and she was in tears. I comforted her and showed her what Ben asked me, and she said that she is bisexual and likes men and women, but she thinks there's something between me and her. What is it? Hansel asked. I don't know. For some reason, she's starting to trust me, Gretel replied. She wished for you to come with me sometime tomorrow to see her, and if Mina wants to come with you, she can, but I understand if she doesn't want to. Okay, I'll explain to her what you said to Muriel. Hansel nodded, as Gretel placed a hand on her brother's shoulder. And one more thing, don't mention this to Ben of what we talked about, Gretel replied with a stern look on her face. Okay, I won't tell him. Did you see the note he left you on the desk? Hansel asked. He wanted to ask you a question, but Gretel cut him off before he could finish. Yes, I got it, but Hansel, to be honest, how should I tell Ben that I'm not interested in him? Well, romantically. I like Ben, but not in that way, Gretel said. Well, sis, you can just tell him that you're not interested in him that way. But if you do like him as a friend, take time to think about it, Hansel suggested, as Gretel took her brother's advice. As a few days went by and then turned into a week, Gretel had been visiting Muriel at the hideout. A few times when it rained, Gretel had introduced Muriel to a few things that she did as a child. Muriel did like the activities that Gretel introduced her to, and Gretel was liking Muriel more and more. Occasionally when Gretel was on her way to see Muriel, she'd stop and see Diablo hanging out with him and his daughter for a few times. When Gretel looked at the note it gave her a week ago, she checked the square with the word no on it and placed it under her pillow on her bed. She wasn't interested in Ben romantically, and she was still confused by that she and Muriel were getting closer as friends. Gretel liked the idea of becoming Muriel's friends. If Gretel lay down on their bed and before falling asleep, she was still debating on if she should leave Ben's note before heading out, or she should tell Ben in person. The next morning, Gretel woke up around 7 a.m. and Ben was still asleep. Since Mina and Hansel were still asleep, Gretel was the only one awake. As she left Ben's note by the kitchen table, she was on her way out when Diablo showed up. He could see that Gretel was on her way out, and he wondered if his sister was okay. Diablo, I didn't expect you to show up this early. Is something wrong? Gretel asked. No, nothing's wrong. I just thought I'd come here to check on you. May I come in? Diablo asked with a question. Of course, I'm the only one awake, Gretel said, letting Diablo in as the two headed for the sitting room. Gretel had a rough week last week, as she had been building a friendship between her and Muriel. Ever since the evil witch was brought back to life, they started to hang together and build a friendship that would be impossible to do. Gretel had to excuse the man who was caught for burglary. It was one of the nights that Gretel came home late, and it was the right thing, as she saw the man attempt to break in the house herself. There was a day when Gretel had a girl's morning with Mina, helping her with everything she needed. As Ben and Hansel were hunting and caught a fire witch on that day, Gretel was busy on that day. How's my sister doing? Diablo asked, sitting on Mina's chair. She's doing fine. She's warming up to the idea of changing her ways, Gretel replied. She's also starting to become my friend. I know trust from an evil witch is forbidden, but I'm not telling anyone about it yet. Not until I know that Muriel has fully changed. I understand where you're coming from, Gretel. Muriel has been that way since she was 17, Diablo replied. When she was 17, she found a really nice boy she liked, and the two of them got along well. Whenever she argued with our dad, she went to her boyfriend for support, and it all went well for about a year and a half, until a tragedy happened. What happened to her boyfriend? Gretel asked. When Muriel turned 18, her boyfriend was heading out to her house to see her, and when her boyfriend got to the village, somehow the sheriff, running the town before you did, got angry, Diablo answered. As soon as Berenger found out, he shot Muriel's boyfriend in front of the village, and when he never showed up to see my sister, she and I went out to find him. Oh God, I feel so sorry for Muriel now. She may not be easy to get along with, but I do feel sorry for the pain she's gone through. Losing someone close to you can shatter a heart. My brother and I have been there when our parents died, Gretel said, feeling sorrow for the evil witch in her heart. Muriel told us about what happened to our parents, and it was during the blood moon. She had been through a lot of pain, Gretel. She always came and told me when everything, as I am her older brother, Diablo replied. When Muriel and I got to the village, Berenger burned Muriel's boyfriend, and she's been depressed, angry, and has been feeling alone since then. Ever since until now, she has never been the same. I think when I came into the picture, it helped her. She's been feeling better, Gretel said. When I showed her the things from her childhood, she had a good cry, and I allowed her to cry in my arms. She had her emotions bottled up inside for a while and needed a good cry. We all need a good cry once in a while, and you're helping my sister in the best way I never expected you to do. And becoming her friend, she is grateful for having you as a friend. Diablo looked at Gretel, as smiles formed on their faces. The sheriff we had before never liked me or my brother, mainly because we were witch hunters at the time, and the sheriff and his men beat me up 3 months ago. And when they tried to violate me sexually, Gretel sighed, remembering Berenger being the sheriff in the past. But Edward rescued me and killed them all. I saw what they were doing, and I would have stopped them if Edward hadn't shown up. But Brooklyn was with me at the time. I couldn't let her out of my sight, Diablo said, regretting not helping Gretel when she needed it the most. Hey, don't feel bad, Diablo. We have all made mistakes in life, and we could change for what we did and become better, Gretel reassured him. I know, so you're on your way to see Muriel? Diablo asked. Of course I am. So where are you off to? Gretel answered with a question. I am on my way to see a doctor. Just a checkup, nothing serious, Diablo replied. Okay, if you need me, I'll be in the mountains. And Mina and her pregnancy are doing well, Diablo said, reassuring Diablo about Mina. After Gretel left the house, Diablo headed off to his doctor's appointment, and as Gretel was walking towards Muriel's hideout, she could see Muriel gathering some branches and logs. Hello there, Gretel. Was a surprise to see me, Muriel replied. Yeah, but why are you collecting firewood? Gretel asked. I thought that job was for woodcutters. It is, but I thought I'd decide to try something different. Why don't you come inside my hideout? I did some redecorating last night. Muriel invited Gretel inside to her hideout. Gretel looked to see that the hideout was decorated decently. It's nice, Muriel. This certainly doesn't look like the one in the witch's lair right now, Gretel chuckled, but it's a nice start. It reminds me of a cozy home. I took some of the day yesterday and night to do it. I still got some stuff to work on, but other than that, it'll be finished before you know it, Muriel replied. Gretel could see that Muriel's hideout was becoming a decent home. There were beautiful wallpapers decorated with certain places and much more. It's a great start. I could see that you barely have much food in your kitchen area, Gretel said as she saw that Muriel will have to start eating more human food. But Gretel with her, she can now trust Gretel. Yeah, that's because I've been eating children for a long time. Now that I'm changing my ways, it's gonna get hard to get food in the forest, Muriel replied, unless you're hunting for food or find berries in bushes. Gretel then had an idea. When she visited Muriel the next day, she will go to the market and buy some food from Muriel's home. And as a good start, Muriel then turned to see birds outside. Gretel could see that the squirrels and chipmunks were also there as well. Why don't we feed the critters? I brought some sunflower seeds and nuts, Gretel suggested, as she and Muriel both went outside. Muriel was surprised to see that the critters surrounding her hideout. And as Gretel crouched down, she had a small handful of nuts, and the squirrels and chipmunks came up to Gretel, taking the nuts from her hands. Muriel was stunned and surprised. Gretel was good with animals, and she loved them so much in her heart. Even though Gretel was a sheriff with the heart of a white witch, she really loved animals. The badgers and raccoons also came up to Gretel. No hostile activities were happening, which was another surprise to Muriel, and Muriel looked down at Gretel. May I try feeding the critters? Muriel asked. Gretel got back up and placed some nuts into Muriel's hands. You can, Muriel. Just crouch down with your hands held in front of you, Gretel said, showing Muriel what she was meaning. And as Muriel showed the animals a handful of nuts, they ran away, confusing Muriel. So Muriel tried again, but the critters kept running away. What am I doing wrong? Muriel asked, sounding a bit frustrated. You're scaring the animals with your voice getting harsh. We need to work on having a soft voice, Gretel answered. She then led a trail of nuts to Muriel's hands and instructed the witch to keep her hands still. Muriel did what Gretel instructed, and the critters began to take the nuts from Muriel's hands. Gretel even laid down a pile of sunflower seeds for the birds, and as the animals were getting closer to Muriel, they soon didn't find the witch threatening to them. In fact, Muriel was smiling at the animals. Gretel was teaching Muriel how to be soft near them, and she was proud of herself for visiting Muriel a lot. As the animals took their nuts and seeds and ran off, Muriel felt her heart being warmed up. Gretel had started to gain more trust from her. Just as Muriel was getting more trust from Gretel, the two of them were friends now, and it had taken Muriel's mind off of being evil to change for the better. You see, Muriel, everyone who did bad things in the past can always change if they wanted, Gretel said, though that is only in some cases. You've proven to be an easy one to handle. At first I thought it was going to be hard, but you're warming up to the idea, and I'm glad Diablo was right. Mind if I make a few requests, Gretel? Muriel asked. They're nothing major, just a few minor things. Sure, what is it? Gretel asked. Mind if you bring Hansel and Mina to here tomorrow? I do want to apologize to her and Hansel from the events that happened 3 months ago. But there's a problem, Muriel said. I can't remember the last time I apologized to anyone. I've never apologized in years. Very well, Muriel, but I am surprised that you've never apologized to anyone in a long time, Gretel said, stunned by what Muriel said. Since you're changing your behavior, and you haven't apologized in a long time, we're gonna have to work on that, won't we? Gretel added. There's lots of ways you could show you're sorry. I can walk you through it. What are the 3 ways? Muriel asked. Well, one is saying sorry, and second is feeling sorry, and the last one is showing someone that you're really sorry, Gretel answered. My parents taught me through that in Hansel, and it got through to our heads after a while. Muriel had to think about what Gretel said. She may have remembered saying sorry to her brother when she was younger, but she hadn't thought of saying sorry to her former enemies. If she wanted to change her behavior, this is what she's gonna do. Gretel looked at Muriel, wondering what the other requests are. Very well, Muriel. I'll bring Hansel and Mina here with me tomorrow, but you should know Mina may not come here all the time, mainly since she's pregnant, Gretel stated, and when she's approaching her due date, she'll have to stay put in Augsburg for a while. I've seen pregnancy before, but never experienced it, Muriel replied. I do know how it happens, and I'm sure you know it as well. Yeah, I know children, how they're made, Muriel. No need to go into too much detail, Gretel laughed. I never experienced pregnancy either, just never had the time to think about that. Another question, and this is the final one for now at least, Muriel said. Will you like to, this may be awkward for me to say this, but will you like to go out with me on Friday? Muriel asked Gretel, and this was unexpected of Muriel to ask Gretel. Muriel had asked Gretel if she wanted to go out with her. They haven't asked each other out if they wanted to be in a relationship yet. This may be why Gretel has something between her and Muriel, but cannot say much at the moment. Sure, do you want me to meet you somewhere? Gretel asked. I could pick you up from my house, but there is a way I can get in without being spotted? Muriel replied with a question. Gretel think for a moment, and then an idea popped to her mind. It was a hard question, but she got it through. I guess there is a window in my bedroom. It's not facing Augsburg town, so it's facing the forest, Gretel said. You could fly your broomstick there and pick me up. It's a balcony, so I can come out to see you. What time should I pick you up? Muriel asked. I guess 5 p.m. will do, Gretel suggested, and Muriel liked the plan. She was going to take Gretel on a date, and that may be the best opportunity for Muriel to ask Gretel something. It was something she never thought of. But where would we go? Townspeople are scared of you from the past. Dad, I'll figure something out. Just give me some time, and I'll make sure it will work out well, Muriel said. Speaking of that, have you answered Ben's question yet? Yeah, I kinda did, but only marked the box next to no, because he asked me to be his girlfriend, Gretel replied. I'm just not ready for dating or being in a relationship with anyone yet. That's understandable. I usually wait for the right person to ask me, Muriel said, as she and Gretel spent their day redecorating the hideout. Gretel had promised to bring food to Muriel the next day, and when Gretel got home from Muriel's hideout, she walked to the sitting room to find Ben sitting on the couch. Ben, I didn't expect you in the sitting room, Gretel said, surprised to see Ben and not Hansel or Mina. I got your note, and you're saying no, Ben said. It then hit Gretel what Ben was talking about. Ben, look, I only said no to being your girlfriend for a reason. Please don't be too upset, Gretel pleaded, seeing how Ben was sad he was. I do like you as a friend, but I don't see you more than that. I understand, Gretel. Will you still be my friend? Ben asked. Gretel can tell that Ben was sad, and he wanted to date Gretel, but since Gretel said no, he can't force her into it, as that would jeopardize the friendship between them. Of course, Ben. I'll still be your friend. Hell, ever since you've been a fan of me and my brother, I've liked you as a friend. But not romantically, Gretel answered. You understand where I'm getting at, right? Yeah, I do, Ben replied. As Gretel walked up to her boyfriend in her bedroom, she could see that Hansel and Mina walked out of their room. They could see that Gretel was home, and the sheriff motioned Hansel and Mina into the room. Gretel, you're home, Mina said, and she gave Gretel a hug. What are you're doing okay? Yes, I am. I just got back from seeing Muriel. The visit went well, and she requested me something, Gretel replied, returning the hug to Mina. Muriel would like to apologize to you and Hansel, so she wants you to come with me tomorrow. What? Mina asked, surprised that Muriel was back, but she was also surprised of what Gretel said. Was Gretel crazy? Mina had no clue on that, but Hansel knew what Gretel was doing, and she needed the whole story, and Hansel and Gretel can both explain it to Mina. Muriel yells back, She's the only one who killed me. Mina was close to breaking her point. Calm down, Mina. I can assure you she's not as bad as she once was, Gretel assured Mina. Her brother's different from Muriel, and he told me that my brother everything. Listen to my sister Mina. She and I know what's going on, Hansel added, as Gretel and Hansel began to explain the whole story to Mina about Diablo being a warlock. They also went into details on how they found Muriel's ashes and used them for a spell. Gretel had been visiting Muriel for a while now. Soon as Gretel and Hansel both explained the whole story to Mina, the young witch started to understand why Gretel's been out most of the day. Muriel was depressed, alone, and she became evil in her life due to it being a rough past. Mina finally understood the story and felt bad for what Muriel went through. So Muriel's been depressed and evil because she was alone? Mina asked. Gretel nodded in reply. Yes, she wants me to bring you and Hansel tomorrow, but before we head off to the mountains in the morning, I gotta do some shopping in the market, Gretel said, before a knock was heard at the bedroom door. Gretel, an 18-year-old girl wants to see you, Ben called from the door. Gretel then put on her jacket and then headed downstairs in her office. Once she got there, she saw the girl at the age of 18, and she was in distress. Yes, ma'am, how may I help you? Gretel asked. Gretel, my mother and father have been fighting at my house, the 18-year-old girl said. They've been yelling and screaming as well. I think my dad was drinking too much. Boys, we gotta go. Gretel called up the men she hired to serve the sheriff. Unlike the men that Berenger hired 3 months ago, they were assholes. Gretel's men were understandable and not like Berenger's men. Gretel and her men followed the 18-year-old girl's house, a few houses down the jewelry store. Once they got there, Gretel headed inside the house, and one of her men broke up the fight between the couple. Hey, let us go! The husband shouted. Look, your daughter came for help, and me and my man are doing the right thing, Gretel replied. You two are fighting, and we are trying to make sure things don't get violent. My husband's been drinking again, and whenever we argued about something, he starts yelling and threatening to hit me, the wife said to Gretel. Looks like you're gonna have to be arrested for now, and we'll have to see why you've been drinking. I can't have you hurt your wife like that, Gretel said. She escorted their men with the husband and arrested him. Gretel was the only doing her job, looking after Augsburg and doing a better job than the last sheriff did. When Gretel headed back to her house, she walked inside and headed upstairs to her bedroom. Hansel and Mina were still there, and Gretel stood in front of them. So you two are okay to come with us to see Muriel tomorrow? Gretel asked. Yes, sis, we'll go with you, Hansel said. Since walking so much for Mina isn't good, me and her will take secret in a cart there. Okay, very well then, Gretel replied. That will work, and on the way to the mountains, I'll stop at the markets. When the sun rose the next morning, Gretel woke up to see that Mina, along with Ben and Hansel, were already awoken. So, Gretel headed off towards the stable. She grabbed her crossbow along with a bag of coins inside. Mina was grooming secret, while Hansel got the cart to look up into the horse. Mina turned and noticed that Gretel was awake. Look who's up. You're usually up before us, Mina said to Gretel. Where's Ben? Gretel asked. He's helping the town with Edward today, so we're all going to see Muriel, Hansel replied. There we go. Cart is now onto the horse. We're all set to go. Perfect. Hansel, can I tell you and Mina something? Gretel asked. Promise not to tell anyone? We won't, Gretel. What is it? Mina replied, with a question to Gretel. I've told Ben that I wasn't interested in dating him, although he asked on the note the other day, but I don't see him as more than friends. I forgot to tell you that last night, Gretel said. I hope Ben wasn't too upset, because I know he liked you, Mina replied. He was sad, but he understood that I wasn't into him, the same way he felt of me, Gretel said. But there's something you and Hansel need to know, but the public must not know for a while. Muriel has asked me out on a girls' night. I don't know if it's a date. You've been asked out by Muriel? Mina asked, surprised that Gretel was asked by another girl. Congratulations, but are you bisexual, Gretel? Yes, I have to tell you the truth, Mina, and bro, I like men and women, but I'm not sure which I'm more attracted to. Gretel admitted it. Maybe you'll soon see it someday, Gretel. It takes time, Mina reassured Gretel. Besides, I'm willing to give Muriel a chance. As soon as the trio got on their horse and cart, they headed towards the market. They stopped there so Gretel could pick up a few things, and she wanted Muriel to start off with a couple of decent meals. Since Muriel's gotta stop being children, she has been trying new foods that she never had before, and Gretel wouldn't want to see her friend go hungry, which is why Gretel made the few stops along the way. The first she stopped at was the bakery, and brought some bread as well as some chocolate chip cookies, which were Muriel's favorite kind of cookies. Then Gretel stopped at the dairy market to pick up milk, butter, cheese, and even cream. Gretel also picked up some fruits and vegetables at the market, and then raced to the butcher and got some meat. Gretel bought sausage, ham, weenies, and even chicken. Once Gretel finished shopping, she jumped onto the cart as the trio headed towards the forest. Secret walked down the path where Gretel usually took to see Muriel. Mina sat with Hansel, and Gretel was driving the horse and cart. Will Muriel like us and become friends with us? Hansel asked. I'm sure she will. It will take her time to do so, though, Gretel replied. When I first started meeting her, she was hostile at first, but shortly after that, she started to warm up to me and becoming her friend. That's good. I'll keep Mina close if she gets hostile, Hansel said, holding Mina close to him. If Gretel says that Muriel is changing is true, I am sure things will be okay, Mina replied. Although I'll have to admit, I am excited to have this baby. I can't wait to be an aunt. It's going to be great, Gretel said. Having a niece or nephew will be great, as long as he or she takes after the father. Gretel chuckled for a laugh at that. I think he or she will take after the mother, Hansel betted. You want to bet, bro? Gretel teased, as everyone started laughing. When they got to the mountains, Muriel was waiting outside for Gretel. She was getting used to Gretel seeing her all the time, and it became part of her routine, as Gretel was bringing Hansel and Mina today. As the horse and cart approached Muriel's entrance to her hideout, they parked as Gretel jumped off the cart, but she greeted Muriel as the witch ran up to the sheriff and gave her a hug. It was unusual of Muriel to do so, but Gretel, since she was her friend now, she didn't really care if it was sarcastic or not to do that. As Hansel and Mina jumped off the cart, Muriel welcomed Hansel and Mina to her hideout. She let everyone inside now in the redecorated hideout. It didn't look like a witch's lair anymore. It looked like a cave-like home for anyone living in a cave. Muriel offered Hansel and Gretel tea, as well as Mina that Gretel brought a few days ago. This cave is more like home, Mina said. Yep, I actually helped Muriel with it, Gretel replied. As soon as Muriel got herself a cup of tea and handed one for Hansel and Gretel, she sat down. I know I've got some explaining to do, but Muriel was then cut off when Hansel raised his hand. Gretel told me and Mina about you wanting to change, and we know this story from what Diablo said is true, Hansel interrupted. You did tell them, Muriel said, turning her attention to Gretel. I'm not mad at you, Gretel. I just didn't know that you did. The reason why I told my brother is because I trust him, and I didn't tell Ben yet, and I don't plan to. Not now anyway, and Mina already knows the truth about your past, Gretel explained. And I want to apologize to Hansel and Mina for the events that happened 3 months ago. I acted evil because I was acting like a spoiled brat who didn't get any way. Muriel sighed sadly. I've had a tough childhood. Ever since my mother passed and all I had was Diablo, a brother who I adored, and when my brother became a drinker, we didn't get along great. Did he hit you? Mina asked. Because that's abuse if he did. No, he didn't hit me. He threatened to do so, but wouldn't if my brother was around. My brother would bully me. He even wished I was a boy when I was born. He didn't want a girl. He just pretended that he was happy for the fact that I was his daughter, Muriel continued. And when I was 13, my father and I argued a lot. My brother was my comfort zone when he was there for me. His father was a heavy drinker, Hansel said to Mina, just so Mina understood where Muriel was coming from. When I was 17, I met a boy I really loved. Muriel's eyes began to well up with tears, and her skin color was changing from white with cracks on it. Gretel knew this she was getting emotional, and when I turned 18, and I was living with him, Sheriff Behringer shot my boyfriend, and I was looking for him with Diablo. We searched every day and night, but couldn't find him, until I saw he was burnt, and that fucker destroyed my heart. Muriel hadn't been the same since then. She's emotional because of her past, which explains her depression and anger, and regrets being evil during the events 3 months ago, Gretel said to Mina and Hansel, and it soon all made sense now. So this was the way Muriel was evil, and Muriel was at her breaking point. It was just me and my brother. When he had Brooklyn with his girlfriend, I was fucking jealous of him. That's why we had our falling out. Muriel began to cry. It was breaking her heart remembering her past. Gretel pulled Muriel into a hug, as the witch cried tears of pain into the sheriff's arms. Hansel and Mina both felt sorry for Muriel. If they had known about Muriel's past, they would have suggested negotiating with her better, rather than killing her like last time. As Gretel whispered soft things into Muriel's ear, she rubbed her back as she held her close. Hansel and Mina were soon getting the hint that Gretel was bisexual. There's something between her and Muriel, though. I'm sorry you went through all that, Muriel, but that doesn't explain why you stabbed me, Mina said. Muriel looked up to face Mina, sniffled and sighed. I stabbed you out of evil. I wasn't thinking rationally, Muriel sniffled. When we get angry, we sometimes don't think rationally and we get angry. Plus, I didn't even know you were pregnant. I was a fool. We didn't know that Mina was pregnant. It was far too early to tell at the time, Mina said, comforting the evil witch. Plus, you didn't realize all the evil deeds that you've done in the past, but we're here to help change that. And that's why you're listening to what I have to say, Gretel said. As the evil witch calmed down, she looked at Mina. She had a look of sorrow in her eyes. Remembering what had happened 3 months ago hit her like a bullet. She really wished that she had never become evil. I made myself at home, Muriel showed Mina and Hansel all around her hideout, which was redecorated. As Muriel was doing that, Gretel brought the food that she had brought from the market, placed them onto the table. Muriel had organized an area for the kitchen, and had a small trench of cold water. That's where Gretel placed the milk, and she saw that Muriel had a little fireplace, not far from the kitchen. As Muriel returned to the kitchen, she was amazed at the food that Gretel had brought, and she was wondering why Gretel had a cauldron over by the fire, as she was adding water inside. I'm thinking about making rabbit stew and we can have salad with it, Gretel said. The sound of the meal was great to Muriel. Mina offered to help Gretel, and Muriel wanted to help too, but she hesitated. You can help, Muriel, Mina said to the evil witch. Well, I would, but what if I fuck something up? Muriel replied. Hey, language, Mina reminded Muriel. Sorry, I just never cooked very much before the events happened 3 months ago, Muriel replied. We can help you with that, Muriel, Gretel reassured Muriel. As the girls were preparing the stew, Hansel was surprised that Muriel was showing improvement from 3 months ago, and he had no idea what Gretel did. She was helping Muriel change her behavior. Hansel didn't expect Muriel to change that quickly, but now that Muriel was trusting Gretel, the witch hunter was returning her trust to Muriel. As the girls were making rabbit stew, Hansel walked outside the hideout and looked around. Muriel hadn't done any destruction since Gretel started visiting her every day. and wondered what the people of Augsburg would say. Since they feared Muriel from 3 months ago, and now that she was changing, maybe the townspeople will warm up to the idea. That was in Hansel's mind. He didn't want to see his sister getting hurt, or Muriel getting hurt for that matter. As Hansel sat down on the rock, he began thinking about how Augsburg would react to Muriel changing. Will they fear her at first? What was the question that Hansel had no idea what to do? Maybe they not show fear around Muriel. That would only be the case. If Gretel could make that announcement to the people of Augsburg, who knows what may happen. Maybe Muriel will get accepted as a good witch for once. Gretel knows that she fully changes. "Hansel, dinner!" Mina called out. As Hansel heard his girlfriend calling his name, Hansel headed inside the hideout. Just as the stew was being served, everyone was digging into the rabbit stew. Gretel looked to see Muriel slurping her stew. "Muriel," Gretel said sternly. Muriel looked at Gretel with a stern look, and Muriel can see that she was a messy eater, and can't be too messy with guests invited. "Sorry," Muriel said. She then started to eat her soup properly. "I can see that you're still changing Muriel's behavior around. How's that?" Mina asked. "It was tricky at first, but she's doing very well," Gretel replied. "She's still got some stuff to learn, but she'll learn over time." As everyone was eating their rabbit stew, Muriel felt as if she was at home with Gretel, Mina, and Hansel in her hideout. She felt loved, something that her ice-cold heart had never felt 3 months ago. "Hope you are liking the soup we made," Mina said to Muriel. "I do. I can't remember when the last time I had rabbit stew. It just needs one more thing for mine." Muriel smiled as she pulled out a bag and put a pinch of chili powder into her bowl and had a taste. The effects of the chili powder made the rabbit stew a bit spice to it, making it taste a bit hot, but not too hot. "Was that chili powder?" Hansel asked. "Yes, it is. It's pretty good in stew," Muriel replied. As everyone finished eating, Muriel was helping Gretel, Hansel, and Mina with the dishes. Changing wasn't as bad as Muriel thought it was. She was the only slowly beginning to trust Hansel and Mina. They were Gretel's family after all, and Muriel wanted to be a part of that family. As Gretel, Hansel, and Mina were leaving, Muriel thanked them for the rabbit stew, and even for spending time with her for that day. As Gretel waved goodbye, Muriel smiled as she waved goodbye back, and it wasn't long until Gretel and her family were on the path to the forest. Gretel was excited to hang out with Muriel on Friday, which was at least 2 days from now. "Happy that you and Muriel have become friends. I never thought that would be possible," Hansel said to Gretel. "I'm starting to think that Diablo was right. She's not as bad as we may think. Once you get to know her, but it may take her a while for her to trust us," Mina added. "Muriel's planning on picking me up on Friday night around 5 p.m., Gretel replied. "I have no idea what we're doing, but that's what her plans are." "Nice, Gretel. She asked you out," Hansel teased. "Shut up," Gretel chuckled. "I would need help finding something suitable for Friday. I am no expert on fashion, Gretel, but you know your brother," Hansel said. "Mina, would you help my sister with that?" "Of course I will, Hansel. I have to go there to get maternity clothes anyway. As soon as the baby gets bigger, I'll need bigger clothes for that," Mina said, agreeing that she'll help Gretel pick out something for her night out with Muriel. The next day was Thursday, and Mina and Gretel were out in Augsburg. They were heading for the clothes market to find a decent wear for Friday. When they got there, Mina and Gretel took a look at all the clothes. "I need something just right. Not too tight and not too loose. It has to be just right," Gretel said to Mina. Then Mina found a dress. "How about this white dress?" Mina asked. "Well, it's okay, but if we're eating and it's a messy dinner, I wouldn't want to get any stains on it," Gretel replied. Then she tried on a dress that was brown, but it was too tight. Mina found a light blue dress, but when Gretel tried it on, it was too loose as it looked baggy on her. "I think I found something," Mina said to Gretel. She pulled out a pink dress for Gretel to see, but Gretel shook her head. It was too lacy. When Mina showed Gretel that it had a few more dresses, but only for Gretel to shake her head no. Then Mina pulled out a navy blue dress with feathers on it, and it was something that Gretel liked. She nodded her head and tried on the dress. As Gretel walked out, the dress was not too tight or too loose. It was just right, and Gretel loved the dress. "It's perfect, Mina. It's just a dress for me," Gretel said. "All right, that's the dress," Mina said. She even paid for the dress, which surprised Gretel. She wasn't expecting Mina to buy the dress for her, but Gretel was happy that Mina was doing her a favor for her. And as Gretel headed back home, she hung the dress in front of her wardrobe as a reminder for Friday. Gretel was wondering if Muriel liked her as more than just a friend. Gretel was starting to feel something between her and Muriel, that it was something that was waiting for them. Gretel couldn't wait for Friday, as she'll be spending the morning and evening with her brother. They were going to go hunting together, and as Gretel hadn't spent too much time with her brother. As Gretel woke up on Friday, she got dressed and she and Hansel went out into the forest to do some hunting. They also hunted for deer, elk, and beaver, and sometimes raccoons and badgers. As they were hunting, Gretel saw a deer, not far from where she and Hansel were, and she got her crossbow ready. She aimed the gun at the deer as a scream was heard out of nowhere. The deer was scared as Gretel looked around. She heard the scream was from the child. Gretel looked at Hansel, and she motioned him to follow her. They ran towards the direction where they heard the screaming. When they ran towards the screaming, they saw Brooklyn in a tree. She was the source of the screaming. Hansel and Gretel also saw why Brooklyn was screaming. A pack of wolves were surrounding her. Even though Brooklyn was in the tree, she didn't even own a broomstick yet. "It's Brooklyn, but where's Diablo?" Hansel asked, before being cut off by his sister. "I don't know, but let's gun these bastards down," Gretel exclaimed. As she and Hansel started to gun down the pack of wolves, as they were gunning down the wolves, Gretel ran up to Brooklyn and held her close as she grabbed her from the tree. Hansel killed the last 2 wolves with his hunting knife. Brooklyn even cried in Gretel's arms as the sheriff whispered soft things to the little witch. As Brooklyn was for sure the wolves were dead, she looked up at Gretel, and she and her brother had just saved her from danger. "You okay, Brooklyn?" Gretel asked. As Brooklyn nodded, Gretel was relieved to see that Brooklyn was okay. "Where's your father?" "Daddy and I were picking berries, and I ran off into the woods, and then got chased by wolves, and climbed into this tree," Brooklyn replied. "You're very lucky that Gretel and I were out, otherwise you could have been eaten," Hansel said. Just then Diablo showed up. He was on his broomstick, and turned to see Brooklyn in Gretel's arms. "Your daughter ran off, and she was about to be eaten by wolves," Gretel explained to Diablo, and then she handed Diablo his daughter. "My brother and I heard her scream while running, and we showed up just in the nick of time." "Thank you, Gretel. I was looking for Brooklyn all over the forest," Diablo replied, then turned his attention to Brooklyn. "Brooklyn, I'm so glad you're safe. I was so worried." Diablo embraced his daughter in a hug. "Don't you ever run off and scare Daddy like that again." As Diablo put Brooklyn down, he thanked Hansel and Gretel for being there to save Brooklyn in time. If they had gotten to Brooklyn any later, then she would have been a pack of wolves' lunch already. Diablo had asked Gretel if Muriel had met Hansel and Mina yet, and Gretel explained that the visit went well. "Is Muriel doing okay?" asked Diablo. "Yes, and she's doing okay. In fact, I'll be seeing her tonight as she asked me out," Gretel replied. "Nice. Is she picking you up from Augsburg?" Diablo asked. "If she is, I hope my sister doesn't get caught by anyone." "She's going to pick me up by my house, but she'll get me from the balcony of my bedroom," Gretel replied. "And don't worry, only time will tell for me to make an announcement. Once I know she's fully changed her ways, everyone will know." "Does Ben know about Muriel's back?" Diablo asked. "And did you also answer his question about being his girlfriend?" "I did answer Ben's question, and he was sad that I rejected him," Gretel answered. "But he understands that I don't see him romantically attractive, but me and him are still good friends." "That's good. I was hoping that Ben would be understanding about that," Diablo said. When Muriel was asking a guy to be his boyfriend for her in her teen years, she was rejected by them, mainly because she is a witch, and boys made fun of her for her pale skin with black cracks on them. And when she was rejected by a boy she likes, she had a breakdown over it. "Oh dear God," Gretel sighed. Muriel had been through a lot more than Gretel thought. Whenever Muriel had breakdowns, I was there to calm her down. Sure, sometimes she could be fussy, but with years of experience with my sister, I know that her breaking points, and since Gretel knows them, she can trust her," Diablo continued. "Yeah, and I really do hope my night out with Muriel goes well," Gretel said. "Hey Diablo, if you need someone to babysit Brooklyn, just let us know. Hansel and I are happy to do so." "Thanks, Gretel. So Hansel, will it be okay if you could babysit Brooklyn tonight?" Diablo asked. "I have a lot of stuff to do and won't be back till late at night." "Sure, I can babysit her," Hansel replied. Hopefully Ben can keep an eye on my girlfriend. I'm sure that it won't be a problem for Ben, and I'm sure my night out with Muriel will go smoothly, Gretel reassured her brother. When Gretel and Hansel got back at their house, Gretel had a bath and even brushed her hair. She wanted to be clean and presentable to Muriel for when she picks her up. That's what Gretel did. Once Gretel was putting her dress on, Hansel had left to go to Diablo's cabin to babysit Brooklyn while Diablo was out. As Gretel was putting some blush and even a bit of lipstick, she was sitting in front of her desk. Gretel was nervous. This was the first night out with Muriel, or on a date with her. Gretel was nervous. This was her first time going out on a date. Well, Muriel hadn't asked Gretel on being her girlfriend yet, and some would say could be said with Gretel. When Gretel finished putting up makeup, she waited for Muriel. Her dress was navy blue with feathers. Part of her neck was exposed, and her dress had long sleeves. As Gretel waited, Muriel was on her broomstick, flying to her friend's house. Gretel stepped into the open for Muriel to see her easily, and as Gretel waited, she looked to see something flying in the sky. As it turned ahead and towards Gretel, it didn't take her long to realize that it was Muriel. She stopped at front of the balcony. Good evening, Gretel, Muriel said to the sheriff. Are you all ready to go? Yep, I sure am, Gretel replied, as she got on Muriel's broomstick. Once she got on, she held on to Muriel. Then the girls took off on a broomstick, and they flew across the sky. Gretel can see everything in Augsburg so small, and the forest looked like giant broccolis to her. It wasn't long until they reached Muriel's hideout in the mountains. We are here, my dear. I took the time to get things ready, Muriel said, as Gretel both got off the broomstick with her, and Muriel took Gretel by the hand and led her inside. There was a romantic music playing in the background with a lovely set-up dinner was on the table. Muriel, you did this yourself? Gretel asked in surprise. Of course, my dear. I did all the work myself, Muriel replied. Then she sat Gretel on the chair at one end of the table, and Muriel sat at the other end, and the two women both had glasses of wine with each other. Then Muriel looked at the witch hunter and smiled. What would you like to eat, my dear? Well, I could go for salad, Gretel answered, and maybe some spaghetti. Gotcha, Muriel cheered as she used her magic. A bowl of salad appeared along with a plate of spaghetti. Gretel was amazed at the food. Muriel was having the same thing as Gretel was having. It's not poisoned, Gretel, if so you're okay, Muriel replied as the girls began to eat. Gretel was liking the food she was eating. Even better, she was with a friend that used to be her former enemy. As Muriel and Gretel were eating, the lights were dimly lit around them. Muriel had taken a lot of time and effort put to this night out. She had to make sure everything was perfect. The music was lovely. The dinner was great so far. You enjoying dinner, Gretel? Muriel asked, catching Gretel's attention. It's good, Muriel. You did a really good job, Gretel said, having a sip of wine. Thank you. It's been a long time since I had a dinner night out, Muriel sighed, remembering her past from a long time ago. You know, we should do this more often, since you're the only friend I've known for a while now, and you're the only one I could trust the most. You're right, Muriel. I've trusted you for a while, and I've known you for a while as well, Gretel said. From the events that happened 3 months ago, I'm so glad you've decided to change. It may not be easy, but you're doing so well with this. Surprisingly, I didn't expect the outcome, Gretel, but it did come out this way, Muriel replied. Want more wine, Gretel? I'm good, thanks, though, Gretel said. As soon as the girls finished their dinner, Muriel walked up to Gretel's seat. How do you feel about being my friend? Muriel asked. It's great, Muriel, ever since you're starting to see things differently. I'm glad you're changing your ways and behavior. That's why I'm happy to be your friend, Gretel replied, making Muriel crack up a smile. While the evening is still young at heart, why don't we witches go outside and dance? Muriel suggested, having her hand out for Gretel. Gretel didn't even know what to think of it. Muriel had never asked anyone to dance with her in years, but Gretel decided to take Muriel's hand as she stood up. Of course, Muriel, I would like to have this dance, Gretel replied as she and Muriel headed over outside of the hideout. The girls began dancing to slow, beautiful music. As they were dancing, Ben was watching from a nearby bush. Luckily, the girls didn't spot him. Ben had to keep quiet. Gretel's with Muriel? Ben whispered to himself. He had to keep quiet as if he didn't want to get caught. Is this why she rejected me? Is there something between her and Muriel? As Ben was thinking to himself, a part of him wanted to intervene with the girls, but a part of him told him otherwise. He just stared at the girls. As Gretel and Muriel were dancing, Muriel dipped Gretel by surprise, and when Muriel caught Gretel, the witch hunter was surprised. What's the matter? Muriel asked. That dip was a dance move. Nothing's the matter, Muriel. I just wasn't expecting you to dip me like that, Gretel replied. I thought I was going to fall. My dear Gretel, if you were to fall, I'll be there to catch you, Muriel reassured the witch hunter. She and Gretel kept on dancing. After a few moments of dancing, Gretel felt that she didn't even need feel before near an evil witch. Gretel felt safe around Muriel. She was safe around her since the two had become friends. And since they were friends, the two had trusted one another. It was a while before that feeling started happening. The two finally do have something between them. It sure may be bizarre for anyone, but the girls were feeling something between them. Gretel even let her head fall gently on Muriel's chest, which was covered by her dress with feathers on them. Muriel blushed a bit. She'd never expected Gretel to lay her head on her chest, but she smiled as she looked at Gretel. There was something Muriel found out what it was. Gretel liked her, and as something more, Muriel liked Gretel as something more as well. As Ben had seen enough of what was going on, he disappeared into the forest and out of sight. Luckily, Muriel and Gretel did not see Ben watching them from the bushes. As the girls danced some more, they were growing tired and needed to sit down. As the girls sat down on some rocks, Gretel looked at Muriel's blue eyes. Gretel hadn't noticed Muriel's skin was white with cracks on them while dancing. Did Muriel lose control of being a witch while dancing? At least Muriel wasn't angry. She was more happy than she was with Gretel. Gretel, are you happy with me? Muriel asked. She had to ask Gretel a question, and that was a hard one. Muriel was wondering if Gretel ever felt the same way she did, but she didn't want to make Gretel feel uncomfortable. But she did have to ask Gretel something. Of course I am, Muriel. Why do you ask? Gretel asked. Oh, it's just that we've been hanging out a lot and you've made me see something, Muriel replied, and she leaned in closer. Something that I never saw before, and I'm starting to see it. Muriel, what is it? Gretel asked again. What is it that you're trying to tell me? Well, I hope you're not going to be uncomfortable with this, Muriel began, scratching the back of her head, unsure of what the outcome of their question will be. But in case you are, I can understand your reasons. Okay, whatever you say, you gotta go ahead, Gretel replied. Okay, I know that I'm older than you and that you're an adult as well, but since I'm a witch, we're ageless pretty much, and I just don't need to get it off my chest, Muriel sighed. Gretel, I've had a crush on you. This surprised Gretel. She never expected Muriel to say that she had a crush on her. You did? You've had a crush on me? Gretel asked. She didn't know what her former enemy had a crush on her. Why did Muriel say that? Was it because Gretel had a crush on her as well? Gretel was stunned by Muriel's sentence, but she had felt the same way Muriel did about her. Yes, I did, and if you feel uncomfortable by this, I understand, Muriel answered. Muriel, there's nothing wrong with that. I was just surprised that you told me that you had a crush on me, Gretel replied, because I felt the same way about you. I've had a crush on you since you started changing, but I didn't know how you felt that way about me. How do you feel about this, Gretel? Muriel asked. We're both bisexual, like men and women, but for me, I'm more into women. The same could be said about me, and I feel good about this, Gretel answered. So, Muriel, does this mean we're now a couple now? If you want to put it that way, just say it, Muriel replied. Muriel, I think we're both perfect for each other. No matter what people say about this, as both of us are bisexual and like men and women, I don't care who I'm with, as long as I'm happy if you are, Gretel said. Muriel did not reply, but instead she held Gretel close to her. Muriel was warm, and Gretel felt shivers up her spine. The feel of Muriel's touch really had gotten to her, and it felt almost too good to be true. Muriel then felt more closer to Gretel, and love was something Gretel never had the time for. With her years of hunting witches and even just becoming the town's new sheriff, Gretel had always been a busy bee. She never expected to be in love with someone in her life, but her being in love with a witch was something that she couldn't even describe. Gretel looked at Muriel before the two closed their eyes. Their heads were inches away from each other. It wasn't long until Muriel and Gretel's lips both met each other's, and a kiss was formed between the two of them. Gretel never kissed anyone before, but with Muriel it felt almost too different. This was her first kiss with someone, even if it was with another woman. The girls didn't pull away from the kiss or anything. They were just surprised that they were kissing. They really liked the moment. It was a great time to kiss each other. After what seemed like a few more seconds, Muriel and Gretel broke the kiss, and they looked up at each other. "I love you," Muriel said, making Gretel's heart fluttered with smiles and butterflies. "I love you too, Muriel," Gretel said, making Muriel's heart feeling like the same as hers. The two girls were happy that they became a couple, even though they were different, but they liked each other very much. As Gretel was being dropped off by Muriel, she looked at the witch from the balcony. Gretel had a fun time with Muriel, and the night was just the two of them was the most fun Gretel ever had. She got to be with Muriel, and she even got to tell her feelings towards her. But most of all, Muriel and Gretel even had their first kiss. "I do appreciate tonight, Muriel. It was fun. We gotta do this more often," Gretel said to her. "Of course, Gretel. We can plan more dates like this," Muriel replied, smiling at the sheriff. "I'm glad you're my girlfriend. I thought you were going to reject me." "I'm glad you're my girlfriend too, Muriel. I never thought you changed from a wicked witch to someone who is really special to me," Gretel said. Gretel will eventually have to tell the whole town that Muriel has changed, even if they may not like it at first. Gretel was sure that everyone will warm up to her. "Thanks, my dear. Hope you have sweet dreams," Muriel replied, as the girls both kissed each other again, but it was a peck this time. As Muriel watched Gretel entering her bedroom, she waved goodbye to Muriel and she flew back to her hideout. Gretel was happy for herself. She finally got herself a girlfriend, and she's going to love Muriel no matter what. The next morning, Gretel woke up and walked downstairs to the kitchen. Hansel and Mina were down there. The two were just making breakfast. As Ben walked inside the house, she had just fed the animals at the stable. "Morning, everyone. How's it going?" Gretel asked, smiling bright as usual. "Good. How did your night with Muriel go?" Hansel asked. "It went well, and I just became girlfriend and girlfriend," and Gretel replied. "Wait a minute. You and Muriel are dating now?" Mina asked, sounding surprised. "When did you two start dating?" "Yesterday. Muriel confessed her love for me, and I didn't know what to say, but she told me how she felt about me," Gretel replied, hugging Mina as Ben walked into the kitchen. "Hey Gretel, what's up?" Ben asked. "I watched you and Muriel from the bushes the other day. I was hunting when I heard you and her talking." "Ben, why were you watching us?" Gretel replied with a question. "I'm not mad, I'm just wondering." "Well, I didn't know that you and Muriel were spending time together, and I was a bit wondering of what was going on. I only watched you for a bit," Ben explained. "I wasn't spying or anything. Just don't tell Muriel I've been watching you. I'm afraid she'll think I'll tell everyone and she'll be killed." "I won't, Ben. I'll make an announcement to the people of Augsburg. It would have to be soon, though. I can't keep Muriel for a secret for long," Gretel replied. As a few weeks went on, Gretel and Muriel have been dating for at least a month and a half now, and Gretel had been doing everything she can for the witch. As Gretel was sleeping on the couch one day, Hansel walked over to see his sister asleep. "Sister, are you—" Hansel was cut off when Gretel suddenly awoke, snoring as she'd been awoken. "Hansel, you startled me, bro," Gretel replied, sitting up on the couch. "What time is it?" "It's 8 in the morning. Have any plans today?" Hansel asked, looking at his sister at the couch. "I'm going to see Muriel again, but first I'll stop and see Diablo in Brooklyn. I think I should bring them with me. They would like to see her," Gretel explained. "I agree, sis. Like Diablo hasn't seen his sister in a long time," Hansel agreed. "And she already knows that Brooklyn is her niece, so there's no harm in doing it." Gretel nodded, and she had some oatmeal with her brother for breakfast. And once the breakfast was finished, Gretel got ready to go out. She had to make a speech to the people of Augsburg, but how could she do it without controversy over her and Muriel becoming a couple? This is something that Gretel would have to figure out, and she had a lot on her mind at the time. and this is the most tough decision that Gretel ever have to make. She's made plenty in the past, but this time this one was depending on Muriel's life. As Gretel spotted the cabin where she grew up, she saw Diablo and Brooklyn in the treehouse beside the cabin. Brooklyn was the first one to see Gretel through the window. She got her father's attention as they both waved at Gretel. "Hi, Gretel," Brooklyn said excitedly. She and Diablo climbed down from the treehouse to meet the sheriff, and Gretel smiled as big as she did, and this was the first time in God knows how long she smiled big. "Gretel, how nice of you to stop by," Diablo said, hugging the sheriff. Then he noticed Gretel smiling big. "What's making you smile big?" "Well, Diablo, your sister and I had a night out the other night, and let's just say it went very well. And you're not going to believe this, but it's awesome," Gretel replied, very excited by her tone. "What is it?" Diablo asked. "Muriel and I are now a couple. She asked me and I accepted it," Gretel replied. "That's awesome. I knew you two had something that no one saw. I'm actually happy for you and my sister. I sure hope she's doing okay," Diablo said. "I actually am planning to bring you and Brooklyn to see Muriel," Gretel replied. "You haven't seen her in years, so this was a good time, Diablo." Brooklyn had already seen her, but on the day when me and Muriel were at the park, she was on her school trip. "Well, I do need to see my sister, but what if she still hates me?" Diablo asked in concern. "Diablo, I can assure you that Muriel will not hate you. Whatever happened in the past between you and her, it will most likely not affect what's going on now," Gretel reassured him, as Diablo nodded and agreed to go with Gretel. Diablo told Brooklyn to get ready, and she did so. And as Brooklyn was getting ready, Diablo was nervous. "I'm not sure if this is a good idea, Gretel. What if Muriel starts arguing with me? Or what if she wants to kill me?" Diablo asked frantically. "Look, Diablo, don't be such a man-child. You'll be fine, trust me," Gretel replied, but more sternly in her voice. Once Brooklyn was ready to go, Diablo and his daughter followed Gretel towards Muriel's hideout in the mountains. Once they get up to the top, Gretel had been collecting oiled frogs. She had them in a bag that she had kept for the blood moon event that happened 3 months ago. She wasn't sure why she had them, but she had them with her anyway. A few minutes went and Muriel looked up to see her girlfriend coming up to the mountains. She had brought along Diablo and Brooklyn with her. To Muriel, it had been years since she last saw her brother, and she was happy to see her niece. Gretel walked up to Muriel and hugged her girlfriend, before looking at Diablo, then back at Muriel. "Muriel, I brought your niece and your brother up to see you," Gretel said. "Just thought you would want to see your brother again. You two have a lot to catch up." Muriel turned to Gretel, wondering why she had brought her brother up to see her. She wasn't angry with Gretel, but she was just curious. "Why did you bring my brother here?" Muriel asked Gretel, unsure of what was going on. "I brought him up to see you, Muriel. You haven't seen him in years," Gretel answered. "Whatever happened in the past between you two is now's the time to hug and make up for it." Muriel trusted Gretel with her words, and she looked at Diablo. Flashbacks of her and Diablo looking out for each other hit her like a bullet. She always looked up to Diablo whenever she was sad, but when it came to her and Diablo having a falling out, Muriel regretted the falling out, and she welled up into tears. "Diablo?" Muriel said softly, crying soft tears. She gave her brother a hug, and as Diablo returned the hug to Muriel, he was more than happy to see his sister. Ever since he used that spell to bring her back, he was afraid that Muriel was gone forever. But ever since Gretel started visiting her, he had trusted Gretel that Muriel was alive, and to Diablo, Gretel was right on Muriel being alive. "I'm so glad you're alive. I was afraid I lost my only sister for good," Diablo said, rubbing his sister's back as she cried into his arms. "I'm so happy to see you again, Diablo. I'm sorry for our falling out." Muriel sobbed as her skin turned white with black cracks around her face. She was losing control of her power when she cried. That was something that she can't control, at least not yet. Brooklyn, who wondered why her aunt was crying, Gretel explained that everyone needs a good cry every now and then. So Brooklyn understood that. "I forgive you, sis." "At least you're awake," Diablo said. Muriel looked to see if Brooklyn was with her blanket that she always had. Ever since Brooklyn was a baby, she always liked that blanket with her. Muriel realized that it was her old blanket. She had it when she was a baby and remembered it very well. "Gretel liked my blanket?" Brooklyn asked, showing Gretel her blanket from when she was a baby. I do, it's a nice blanket, Gretel replied. Muriel crouched down beside Gretel as she inspected the blanket. You know, Brooklyn, that blanket used to belong to me when I was a baby, Muriel said to Brooklyn. Your father wanted you to have it, and it's yours. Do you want it back? Brooklyn asked, but Muriel declined the offer. No, I'm fine. Aunt Muriel has her own blanket. That one is yours, Muriel replied. Gretel gave Muriel's cheek a quick peck, which confused Brooklyn as why her aunt was in love with Gretel. Brooklyn didn't even know or understand this, but Muriel and Gretel have recently become a couple, so they do plan to tell Brooklyn. And Diablo already knows that Muriel and Gretel were together, so maybe now is the time for Brooklyn to know. When everyone headed inside the hideout, Muriel had a bag of oiled flowers in the croaking was confusing Brooklyn. Even 7.5-year-old witch, or 8-year-old, can't understand much, but was curious. Why is the bag croaking, Aunt Muriel? Brooklyn asked. That's because there's oiled frogs inside. I'm going to make boiled oiled frogs, Muriel replied. Remember our mother made it? She then asked Diablo. I remember. That was your favorite meal that mother made before she died, Diablo sighed, remembering his mother from when he was younger. And it's sad that Muriel and Brooklyn were the only family he had left, and with Gretel, who was a friend to him. But Diablo considers Gretel's family to be his family friends, and he was proud of that. As Muriel loaded up the cauldron with water and started the fire, Gretel looked at the oiled frogs in the bag. She hoped that they weren't poisonous frogs. I hope these frogs aren't poisoned ones, Gretel said to Muriel. Yeah, they are, but I used my magic to take the poison away. That way it's safe to eat. Have you eaten frogs before? Muriel asked with a question at the end of the sentence. I've never had frogs before, but do they taste gross? Gretel asked. Boiled frogs taste good, but if you deep fry them, they taste even better, Muriel answered. They may taste gross to humans, but to witches on the other hand, it is a different story. But Gretel does have a heart of the Grand White Witch, so she is part witch, is she? Diablo asked. So if Gretel's the Grand White Witch, just like her mother, maybe she may feel a mixture of it. You know, I haven't even thought of that. If you don't like frogs, Gretel, I understand, Muriel said, being a good friend to Gretel. Though, as the frogs were being made, Brooklyn looked to see a box of Muriel's old toys. Daddy, what are these toys? Brooklyn asked, showing her father and aunt the toys she found. They were toys from Muriel's past, and Muriel didn't expect Brooklyn to go through her things. Normally when someone goes through Muriel's things, she would get pissy and rage over someone snooping. But since it was her niece, she couldn't be angry with her. Those are toys that used to belong to me, Brooklyn. I was your age when I had those toys, Muriel said. You may have them now. I don't see a use for them anymore. Really, Aunt Muriel? Brooklyn asked, jumping up and down with excitement. Yes, Brooklyn. This aunt likes to spoil her niece, Muriel exclaimed excitedly, as Brooklyn hugged her aunt. Muriel was liking the idea of having a niece, as seeing as she didn't have a child of her own. But she may consider having a child, but there was one problem. Gretel and Muriel are both women, and it is impossible for two women to have a baby. It takes a male and a female to reproduce. Maybe if they adopt a child in Augsburg orphanage, it may be possible to raise one, even if they were adoptive mothers. But Muriel wasn't ready to adopt a kid, neither was Gretel. They had gotten together as a couple and wouldn't want to jump too far, as it's a huge step in a relationship. Gretel checked on the boiled frogs and they were almost ready to be served. So Gretel threw in some onions and a pan to make a side dish. She also thrown salt and pepper with some carrots and bell peppers to go with their meal. What are you doing? Diablo asked Gretel. I'm planning on making some vegetables to go with our frogs, just a side dish to go with it, Gretel said, as Brooklyn made a disgusting look on her face. Usually with children, they hated vegetables. Yuck! Daddy, don't make Muriel and Gretel feed me vegetables, Brooklyn said to her father. I want chocolate chip cookies. Cookies are for dessert, young lady, Diablo told her. Daddy wants you to eat your vegetables. Gretel and Aunt Muriel wants that too. Why? Brooklyn asked. Because they're good for you, and adults eat their vegetables too, Gretel replied. If you eat your vegetables, Brooke, you'll get dessert, Muriel said to her niece. As soon as lunch was being served, Brooklyn wanted to have dessert, as she didn't like vegetables very much. It wasn't like on the other children. Eating vegetables would be tough for parents to teach them. Brooklyn, eat your vegetables. We want to see you try them, Diablo said to his daughter. I hate vegetables. I want chocolate chip cookies, Brooklyn stated, and then snuck out of her chair without being noticed. Cookies are for dessert, Muriel reminded Brooklyn, only to see her getting the cookie jar. You can have a few cookies after you finish your lunch, Gretel scolded as Brooklyn placed it back on the chair and by the sheriff. Brooklyn was a picky eater, and it was normal for a child at her age to be picky. Eat my vegetables, Daddy, Brooklyn asked, but her father wouldn't put up with it. Oh, no you don't. Just try them, Brooklyn, Diablo replied. Then Muriel got an idea. When she hated vegetables as a child, Diablo would always make a game out of it, like if it were something else. At least one time when Muriel didn't like garden salad, Diablo pretended that she was a horse eating grass, and pretended that the salad was grass, so Muriel had a great idea on how to get her child to eat the vegetables. These veggies are yummy, Muriel reassured Brooklyn as she had a bite of her vegetables. Brooklyn wasn't so sure on eating them. Diablo had a hard time dealing with Brooklyn as a fussy eater. Birds eat seeds and worms and nuts, but this afternoon these vegetables are our seeds, worms, and nuts. As Muriel said that, Brooklyn started eating the vegetables. Diablo and Gretel were nervous, as they were thinking Brooklyn was going to have a fit over it, but thankfully she didn't. As she watched her Aunt Muriel eating vegetables, Gretel knew that Muriel didn't like vegetables when she started seeing her, but when Muriel came to her senses eventually, Brooklyn didn't even complain about the vegetables. In fact, she was enjoying them. After lunch, Muriel, along with Gretel and Diablo, and Brooklyn decided to go somewhere for fun. Diablo led the girls to the water-like area. It was the first as the Healing Springs, where Mina and Hansel had made love. But this was a different spring. What is this place? Muriel asked her brother. This is a place where I found while I was exploring the other day, and I thought I'd bring you here, Diablo replied. I call it Cool Springs. It's perfect for hot days. It's very nice, Diablo. Since it's summer and it's hot, we should go swimming, but we have no swimwear, Gretel said. Muriel snapped her fingers and swimwear appeared on everyone. Problem solved. Your clothes are now in a pile with mine, Brooklyn's and Diablo's, Muriel replied. I used magic to do that, saving more time than heading home to change. This is very helpful, Muriel, Diablo said to his sister. Then the group saw the pool of water, not far from where they were at, and there was a dirt-like trench that had been used as a slide, and Gretel looked at it. What is this supposed to be? Gretel asked. It's a slide. Well, mud slide, Diablo replied. But why don't we all try it out? It'll be fun. Diablo hopped on and then slid down the mudslide. As soon as he splashed onto the water, he looked up. Come on, it's great, Diablo called out. That's when Brooklyn had to go, and she smiled and laughed all the way down. Muriel and Gretel decided to go down the mudslide together, and as soon as they did so, they landed with a splash on the pool below. Once they plunged into the water below, Muriel and Gretel were laughing with joy. They were having fun in the water, and Gretel couldn't even remember the last time she had this much fun in water. Might have been when she was a kid, and it was just before she and Hansel became witch hunters. How's the water? Gretel asked. It feels nice. My brother picked a good day to swim, Muriel replied. We fell into the river one time, Diablo, and it was during Brooklyn's school trip. We were playing Ring Around the Rosie, and we fell into the river when we fell down, Gretel chuckled. Muriel did try to sing it, but replaced with Fall with Crash, and replaces posies with candies. Well, Brooklyn was soaked when she came up to her teacher, and she asked her what happened, and she told her everything, Diablo replied. She is aware that Brooklyn's a witch, and I'm a warlock. How did she not even freak out when you told her that? Gretel asked, stunned by what the teacher wasn't afraid of witches. Because I told her about myself in Brooklyn, and said that you are the new sheriff, and Hansel is the new mayor. She really liked the way you're running things, and she never liked the old sheriff running the town before, Diablo explained. Berenger was an asshole. He beat me up and tried to violate me 3 months ago, or longer than that, and that was when a troll named Edward saved me, Gretel replied. Man, that dude was not the nicest one I've seen, Diablo commented. I didn't like him one bit. Neither did my sis. Yeah, he was the one who shot my first ever boyfriend, and I wanted my revenge so badly, but my brother prevented me from getting hurt, Muriel added. Brooklyn was swimming like a fish as she really did like the feel of water. Soon Brooklyn splashed Diablo, which caused him to do the same to Brooklyn. Soon Muriel and Gretel joined in the splashing. There was laughter and screaming for joy all around the springs. After about an hour of swimming, everyone was relaxing in the pool springs, and Diablo was suntanning while the girls in Brooklyn were in the pool, all enjoying themselves. "This is so much fun. It sure has been years since we've had fun," Muriel sighed, relaxing in the water while sitting beside Gretel. "I agree. After all my years of witch hunting, I have finally came time to relax," Gretel added, "and dating the one I love." "How's Mina and the baby, by the way?" Diablo asked Gretel. "I know Mina didn't have the baby yet. I'm just curious." "They're both doing fine. Hansel's liking the idea of being a father, and he's really excited. I'm excited to be an aunt, and Muriel gets to be an aunt of my niece or nephew," Gretel answered. "Does that mean I get cousins to play with?" Brooklyn asked. "Yes, pretty much so, Brooke," Gretel replied. "I'm just glad we're all spending time together, although I do miss spending time with Hansel." "Well, Gretel, maybe you and I will have a double date with Mina and Hansel. I bet that would be awesome," Muriel suggested. Gretel thought about that for a moment before she spoke up. "We'll do that, Muriel. Whenever you want a double date with my brother and his girlfriend, just say the word, and we'll plan a date for that to happen," Gretel replied. "How long does sometime next week sound?" Muriel asked. "Sounds good. What day is next week?" Gretel replied with a question. "Whatever works for Hansel and Mina. I can pick a day," Muriel said. "Okay, that works. I'll talk to them tonight," Gretel replied. As Muriel kissed Gretel's cheeks by surprise, Gretel had then got a lot of surprise kisses from Muriel. It started happening ever since they became a couple not too long ago. Gretel liked the idea of being Muriel's girlfriend. Yes, there was a lot of time to think, but she warmed up to the idea, and Hansel and Mina supported whatever path she took. And since this was one of them, Gretel had to make an announcement to the people of Augsburg soon. She wasn't sure how long she could keep Muriel a secret for, as people would soon start getting suspicious about Gretel's secret girlfriend. Meanwhile, back into town, Hansel and Mina walked inside their house to find Gretel with Diablo and Brooklyn and Muriel inside. Hansel was as surprised as Mina. How did Gretel snuck the witches in the house? Hansel and Mina did hope that Gretel didn't get caught for having to bring the witches in. Still, Gretel needed to make that announcement clear. "Gretel, how did you bring the witches in your house?" Hansel asked, still shocked to see what Gretel did. "I made sure there weren't too many people outside, so that's how I snuck them in here," Gretel replied. "What about Augsburg?" Mina asked. "You might be putting everyone in danger if you don't make that announcement yet." "Relax, I'm going to do the announcement tomorrow," Gretel reassured Mina. "They need to know that Muriel has changed, and it was easy. But now she's a good person. People may not like it at first, but I know they'll warm up to the idea." "Are you sure about that, Gretel?" Mina asked. "What if someone turns on each other?" "Mina, you are just paranoid about that. They know that I run this town along with my brother, so they have nothing to worry about," Gretel replied. "I will tell them the whole story, and Muriel and her family will be accepted." "You sure it will work?" Hansel asked. "Of course it will, Hansel. Brooklyn's teacher knows me and her are witches," Diablo answered for Gretel. "She does?" Mina asked, as Diablo replied with a nod. "Well, since Gretel is a sheriff, I'm sure the townspeople will believe her." "I'm sure they will. I'm her girlfriend just so I know it," Muriel said. "Just because they may not like the choice I make, that doesn't mean that Muriel's going to turn on us," Gretel added. "They may warm up to the idea within a while. And since my sister has a girlfriend and is dating now, I think they might find this strange," Diablo said. "But if these girls are happy for each other, then we should be happy for them." "I think this will work," Mina replied. Then Ben walked inside to see Diablo with Muriel and Brooklyn. As soon as Ben saw this, Gretel explained how he snuck the witches inside, and she had to explain to Ben about her big speech to the town the next day, and Ben hoped that the speech would go well. Maybe after Gretel's speech, Augsburg would no longer have to fear Muriel anymore. Gretel would have to explain her side as well as Diablo's, since he was the one who brought his sister back to life. Muriel would have to go tell her side on why she changed, so everyone would get the idea of what Gretel's saying. That night, Muriel slept in the sitting room with Diablo and Brooklyn, and Gretel was in her bedroom as she almost couldn't get to sleep. Gretel was thinking about what to say to the townspeople of Augsburg. She was worried that something could go wrong during her speech. But with her as a sheriff and witch hunter, she does have proof that Muriel has changed from an evil witch to a good witch. Gretel had to write of what she wanted to say on a piece of paper, and it was going to be the biggest speech she's ever made. Not for the sake of Augsburg, but for the sake of keeping Muriel from being burnt and killed like last time. So as Gretel was writing, she had a bad feeling that, not a bad feeling, but a feeling that things will turn out good at the end. So she didn't let the bad feeling get to her. She loved Muriel in her heart. As Gretel lay down in her bed whilst finishing writing her speech down, she was certain that Augsburg would believe her, even if Berenger did a shitty job as a sheriff for a few months ago. Gretel was doing her job as sheriff a lot better than he did, and the townspeople gathered around the next morning. Gretel, along with her family, Edward, Muriel, and her family, had to make a speech. Now everyone in Augsburg, I have a speech to say, and before I start I want to point out this may be bizarre to most of you. Gretel started. But this is going to be my biggest speech ever, so get ready for that. Ever since Hansel became the new mayor, and I, Gretel, became the new sheriff in town, everyone was safe and happy. We've also made this town more peaceful, and then the last sheriff did, as he was an asshole to me and my brother. About a month or so ago, I met this warlock, Diablo. He said that his sister of Muriel, and the one you feared that kidnapped children 4.5 months ago, Gretel continued. He brought Muriel back to life because she was his sister, and she was the only his family left. You can't even imagine how much she's been through, though times as a child while growing up. As Gretel continued her speech, the townspeople at first weren't sure what to believe in. But when Muriel explained her side of the story, she started her reasons for changing her ways from evil to good. And then Diablo explained his side, and did explain that his sister will no longer eat or kidnap children. Once his side was said, the townspeople looked at Gretel, and she had more to say. So with all the facts of Muriel changing being said and done, I hope you will all respect that Muriel is now a good person. I know it may be hard to adjust to, but you'll see that Muriel is not as bad as you think. But that was all in the past, Gretel stated. You will just have to get to know her. I don't care about her appearance as an evil witch, but she is not evil. She is now going to do good things. With that being said, the townspeople were speechless. They had no idea what to say or think of it. Although a trust from an evil witch is forbidden trust, they may have to think about what's best for the town. If Gretel said what she said was true, which is most likely is, then the townspeople will have nothing to fear for. As the months went by after that speech Gretel had made, everything was going well. Augsburg no longer had to fear Muriel, as she has shown the town that she has changed. At the first, the townspeople, it wasn't easy to accept Muriel. But as time went on, they soon saw that Muriel's ice-cold heart had been melted by Gretel's kindness. Mina was due any time now, as spring was on its way to Augsburg, and the snow was almost gone. Muriel and Gretel still have been seeing each other, and it didn't take long for Augsburg to see that Gretel and Muriel were dating. Brooklyn had turned around 8 years old in November, and Diablo wasn't worried about his sister so much anymore. He mainly was happy that Muriel was doing a lot better, and had changed for the better. Muriel wanted to ask Gretel something one night, but she wasn't sure how to say it. She and Gretel were having dinner at Muriel's hideout, as they always did, but sometimes they had dinner in Augsburg in Gretel's house. Sometimes they had supper with Diablo in Brooklyn in Gretel's old cabin. Gretel, can I ask you something? Muriel asked. Sure, Muriel, what is it? Gretel asked. When is Mina due? Muriel asked with a question. Because if she's due soon, we'll need to stay at your house until she goes into labor. She could be in labor any time now. She's due next week. That's what she and Hansel told me, Gretel said, continuing to eat her dinner. Why do you ask? Well, it's because we've been dating for a couple of months now, and I feel a lot closer to you than anyone else, Muriel explained. Would you like to stay over with me sometime? In your hideout? Gretel asked. Well, yeah, we haven't had a sleepover yet, and I may as well try it out. That's if you're up for it, Muriel replied. I think it's a good idea, but we'll do that after Mina has the baby, Gretel suggested. I want to be there for the birth of my niece or nephew. Just as Gretel said that, Ben showed up on his horse in panic mode. "Muriel! Gretel! Hansel and Mina need you both at home. Mina's gone into labor," Ben said. "We better get there quickly," Gretel answered, as Mina tossed Gretel a broomstick and they got to fly on her own. "We're flying there, Gretel. We want to be there for Mina and Hansel," Muriel said, as Gretel got on her broomstick. "I'm not that great with landing on the broomstick," Gretel warned Muriel. Throughout the months of dating, Muriel had taught Gretel how to ride a broomstick, and so far Gretel seems to get it. But they do need to work on the landing. That was Gretel's difficulty with landing. At the first, she had landed with Diablo before seeing Muriel again. It didn't go well, and as Gretel crashed. But as Gretel and Muriel flew through the forest, following Ben on his horse, they headed towards Augsburg and saw Hansel outside his house. He led the girls inside to see Mina lying on the couch. "Is a doctor on the way?" Gretel asked her brother. "Yeah, so we gotta make sure Mina is calm. I am worried about her and the baby," Hansel replied. As Gretel and Hansel, Muriel and Ben walked to the sitting room, they comforted Mina and reassured her by telling her that she'd be okay. Hansel was the one comforting her the most. Gretel felt bad for Mina to be in a lot of pain, and Muriel felt bad too. Mina had started to practice her breathing, like the way Gretel had showed her from when Adriana was having her and Hansel. "It'll be okay, Mina. Our mother's been through this once," Gretel reassured Mina. "It really hurts," Mina replied, tears streaming down her face. Gretel could even imagine if she and Muriel were to go through that. What Mina's going through, it may be 10 times worse for Muriel. "The doctor will be here soon," Muriel said to Mina. She had learned how to comfort someone by Gretel. Whenever Muriel was in pain or sad, Gretel was there to comfort her, and vice versa. The doctor had arrived, and Muriel along with Gretel stayed with Mina as Hansel and Ben waited outside the sitting room. Hansel and Ben were worried for Mina in labor, but the doctor said that everything would be fine. Gretel and Muriel did their best to comfort Mina throughout labor. It was a long time before Mina could start pushing. After what seemed to be 10 hours, Hansel was pacing around the room with Ben sitting on a chair. "I hope the girls are okay. I haven't heard a single sound yet, besides from screaming," Hansel said. He was worried that something was wrong. He didn't want to lose Mina again. The first time Mina died was when Muriel was evil, but now that Muriel's changed, Hansel was concerned about Mina and the baby. Was the baby stuck? Was Mina losing blood? Anything was possible. Each pregnancy and birth is different. Maybe Hansel was a little bit paranoid, but since he was Mina's girlfriend, he had hoped that everything would go well. "I am sure everything will be fine, Hansel. Just relax, dude," Ben reassured the witch hunter mayor. Ben just said that, cries of a baby were heard throughout the house. Hansel wanted to go in and see Mina and the baby, but the doctor instructed him to wait till Muriel, Gretel, or the doctor come out. As the cry of the baby was heard, Hansel felt as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off of him. Just as he felt that, he heard a second baby crying, and Hansel was surprised and happy at the same time. Mina was pregnant with twins, and they were surprised about, as twins in pregnancy is very rare. Hansel was granted a gift from God. He and Gretel were twins, but Hansel didn't expect Mina to have twins. After a few moments, the doctor came out and said that Mina and the twins are doing fine. Hansel and Ben walked inside the sitting room. Muriel and Gretel were beside Mina on the side. Hansel walked towards Mina's side and saw 2 bundles of joy in her arms. "Hansel, would you like to meet your son and daughter?" Mina asked, turning to see Hansel beside her. "Twins?" Hansel asked in surprise. "Mina was pregnant with twins the whole time. This was a surprise," Gretel replied, smiling at her niece and nephew. Hansel looked at the twins and got a good look at them. The daughter looked like her mother, with ginger hair and Hansel's eyes, while the son looked like his father, with brown hair and Mina's eyes. "They sure take a lot from us," Mina said to her boyfriend. "They sure do," Hansel agreed. "Have any names for them?" Gretel asked. "My nephew and niece gotta have names." "The boy's name will be Jack and the girl's name will be May," Mina replied. Hansel liked those names, and Gretel and Muriel and Ben all liked those names as well. Hansel took a hold of his daughter while Mina held her son. Ben and Gretel eventually got turns holding the babies, and Muriel was nervous if she offered to hold one of them. What if she scared them? That was the fear disappearing, however, as long as she trusted Gretel and her friends. Would you like to hold one of the babies, Muriel? Gretel asked, but Muriel wasn't sure if it was a good idea. I'm not sure. You see, ever since what happened before Muriel was cut off by Gretel, cradling her niece in her arms. Muriel, that's in the past. You've done great with Brooklyn, and I think you should give this a chance. Gretel interrupted. But Muriel paused for a moment. Brooklyn is different. Since she is my niece, this is your niece. Muriel, just give it a try. I've taught you how to cradle a baby, but with a teddy bear, before the twins were born, Gretel informed the witch. Just cradle her like how I showed you, and you be sure to hold her head and neck area. Gretel showed Muriel how to cradle the baby, and even adjust to where her hands should be. As soon as Gretel was finishing helping Muriel, the witch looked down at Gretel's niece. She was like an image of Mina, but only with Hansel's eyes. She's beautiful, Muriel said, staring down at the baby she was holding. She was starting to get used to this, as Gretel would be staying with Hansel and Mina for the first 2 weeks, as giving birth was exhausting, but the children and babies were a lot of work. She is really cute. Looks like her mom, Muriel said, as she was getting used to holding the baby in her arms. She must have held children when she was evil back then, but hadn't touched a child in a while, with the exception of Brooklyn, because she was her niece. Muriel is doing a great job. She's holding the baby the way Gretel taught her, Hansel said to Mina. As Muriel looked down at the baby, she saw she was asleep. She is really adorable, Gretel heard Muriel said about her niece, and Gretel looked down at her niece. She is, Muriel, Gretel said. As Muriel smiled at the baby, it squirmed and then started to cry. Muriel hated when kids were whiny back when she was evil, but this time she didn't feel hate. She was confused as to why the baby was crying. Did she do something wrong? Muriel was starting to feel paranoid within her, and she had no idea what to do. Why is she crying? Muriel asked quickly to Gretel. Did I do something wrong? Relax, sweetheart, you did nothing wrong, Gretel reassured her girlfriend. I think the baby's hungry. Gretel took her niece from Muriel and handed her to Mina, where she started to feed the babies. Muriel sighed in relief as she was fearing that she did something wrong. Ever since she had changed from evil to good, she was still paranoid about certain things. And Gretel, on the other hand, had a feeling that Muriel would be paranoid, but she can help Muriel get over things when she was paranoid about. Babies need to be fed by their mother for a while after birth, but they'll eat other foods as they get older, Gretel said to Muriel. So that means I've got nothing to be paranoid about? Muriel asked her girlfriend. No, it's all good, Muriel, Gretel replied. Muriel smiled, knowing that she could trust Gretel and her friends, along with her family now, and knowing that they have trusted her as well as Diablo and Brooklyn. That speech Gretel made was very powerful, and it was going to take a while for townspeople to adjust to what the sheriff and mayor made, but they'll eventually get used to the idea of Muriel being a good person, although it was a very bizarre outcome of Muriel. If Gretel had not started visiting Muriel and even convincing her to change, Muriel would still be evil, and Augsburg would fear Muriel until she's killed again. But so far Muriel hasn't broken that trust with Gretel, and had no intention of doing so. Muriel had been doing deeds for others, and Gretel, of course, to help, as she was having a hard time with doing certain deeds. As Muriel improved, she helped Gretel and her niece and nephew as much as her own niece. Whenever Hansel and Mina needed help, Gretel along with Muriel would help out as much as she can. For the first 2 weeks it had been hard to look at for the twins for Hansel and Mina, as Mina was still resting from childbirth. After 3 weeks since Hansel and Mina had their children, they got some people to pitch in as well. Gretel and Mina's help and Muriel's help wasn't really needed when the twins were 3 weeks old, as the new parents were getting used to the routine of being parents. Gretel was now free to go with Muriel anytime she wanted, and she would occasionally have to babysit for them when Hansel and Mina were both going to be out. But that was not a problem to Gretel. Gretel was riding her horse to Muriel's hideout, which she was looking after Brooklyn, while Diablo was out. As Gretel trotted up the mountains on her horse, she saw Brooklyn flying on her broomstick. As she turned around and saw Gretel with her horse. Hey there, Gretel, Brooklyn said, before she crash-landed on the ground on her broomstick. You'll get better at the landing, Brook, with some practice, of course, Gretel chuckled, as she hopped off her horse and walked towards Brooklyn. Yeah, I gotta work on the landing, Brooklyn replied. As Gretel helped Brooklyn up, Muriel walked inside. Hey there, girlfriend, Muriel said, walking over towards Brooklyn and Gretel. She had kissed Gretel's cheek as the sheriff smiled, although Brooklyn liked to playfully get grossed out. She had seen them kiss before, and she did find it to be cringy, as Brooklyn was still a young kid. Hey, sweetie, hope you're doing okay, Gretel replied. Of course I'm doing fine. Why not we fly in our broomsticks today? Muriel suggested, grabbing herself a broomstick and tossed one over to Gretel. Shortly after Hansel and Mina had their children, Gretel had learned to fly on the broomstick and even land perfectly, too. Sounds great. Let me tie up my horse and then we'll head out, Gretel said. As she went to tie up her horse, as she was doing that, Brooklyn got back up and wanted to take off already. After Gretel was ready, the girls were soaring on the air on broomsticks. Brooklyn was doing some tricks and Muriel showed Gretel a few tricks. It wasn't hard for Gretel as she got used to it without any problems. As they were flying, a flock of seagulls were heading their way. Duck! Muriel shouted as she, Brooklyn, and Gretel ducked to get away from the seagulls. Luckily, no one got swarmed, as they were unharmed. That was close. Those shithogs make me mad, Muriel growled. No shit. My brother got shit on by one as a kid, and that shit was stuck in his hair for a while. My mom was combing it, and it was a nightmare, Gretel said, chuckling as Muriel laughed. They knew it wasn't funny the day it happened, but now they could look back on it, and it would be funny. As the girls flew over the tree, they spotted a house by the lake, and they couldn't see anyone on the lake or on the land, so they decided to land their broomsticks on the grass. They were by the house. Gretel looked around, but couldn't see anyone in sight. Maybe the place was abandoned, or maybe someone owned the property. I don't see anyone here, and there's a house. Gretel pointed at the house that she and Muriel stared at the house for a while. They were unsure of who or what's inside, and Brooklyn was confused by this, so Gretel walked up towards the door and knocked, but there was no reply. Muriel looked around her surroundings, and the landscape and lake around them was all too familiar. I think I remember this place, Muriel said to her girlfriend. I think this was the house I grew up in with Diablo. You lived here? Gretel asked, turning her attention to her girlfriend. How? Diablo and I lived here and grew up long ago. It's a very long story, Muriel replied. We were living with my father and mother, and that was when my father changed and my mother passed. Diablo was the only one I looked up to, and he was the best brother I've ever had. Want to go inside this house? Gretel asked her girlfriend. There's no one home. There's us and covered the furniture on it. Muriel nodded as she, Gretel, and Brooklyn pushed the door open. Luckily it wasn't locked. The door was very old and rotted, and the place inside the house looked vacant. Gretel had seen her old house like this back when Muriel was evil about a year ago. Who owned this house? Brooklyn asked her aunt. Muriel looked down at her daughter, wondering who owned the house. To Muriel it was Diablo's house from years ago. Aunt Muriel and Daddy used to live here, Muriel explained to her niece. It was a long time ago, before you were born. Really? What was living here near the lake like? Brooklyn asked. It was peaceful and nice for the most part, Muriel replied, but stopped as she was having flashbacks of her past. As Muriel was in her trance, she stopped answering Brooklyn's questions, then her niece headed towards Gretel. Gretel, Aunt Muriel won't answer my questions, Brooklyn said to the sheriff. I asked her about life here, and she just stood still. Gretel got up and walked in front of Muriel. She did try to wave in front of her, but the witch was still as a statue, so Gretel made a loud noise, and that snapped Muriel back into reality. What the? Muriel stammered as she was back in reality. She was standing in front of Gretel. Oh, thank goodness you're okay, Muriel. Your niece was trying to ask you something, but she was worried about you, so you just stood there and frozen, Gretel explained. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I just remembered how long it's been since I moved away, Muriel said. I wondered if some things of my father and mother remained here, after all those years. Well, in that case, if they have treasures or something, we can take them back to Augsburg, Gretel suggested, and Muriel really liked this idea she had. The clever sheriff had always had new ideas, and she had great plans for the treasure if she were to find any. Gretel, along with Muriel, had Brooklyn headed upstairs to her bedroom, which had belonged to the father of Diablo and Muriel. Whose bedroom did this belong to? Brooklyn asked. This belonged to your grandfather, long before he passed away, Muriel replied to her niece's question. Then Muriel found a chest in front of her mother and father's bed. She and Gretel crouched down and examined. Then Gretel took a bobby pin and picked at both the lock and the chest. This surprised Muriel, as she, along with Gretel, never expected to find something in the chest. What is it? Gretel asked, seeing Muriel was speechless. It's a chest. It's filled with jewelry and many other things, Muriel replied, taking a necklace with a locket inside. And as Muriel opened the locket, inside was a picture of a woman. She looked at it like Muriel, but since the picture was black and white, it was hard to tell the colors of her hair and etc. Who's that in the locket? Gretel asked, seeing the picture inside the locket. It's my mother. It was given by my father before me and Diablo were born. This was what our father keep my mother's things, and he did put them all in his chest when mother passed, Muriel answered, feeling saddened by her mother's things. It's sad that her mother had passed on, leaving Muriel in a relationship issues with her father. Gretel knew that Muriel didn't get along with her father, and Brooklyn seemed to get the idea. She was going to ask her aunt, but after hearing and sensing what was going on, Brooklyn felt sad for her aunt. Muriel began to cry quietly as Gretel pulled her into a hug. Remembering that someone died in the past can hurt a lot, even worse than a bullet, even worse than breaking a bone. Heartbreaking moments are emotional, and that's what Muriel had been feeling a lot when someone mentions her mother. We can leave if you want, Muriel. We don't have to stay, Gretel assured her. The evil witch looked at Gretel, then at her mother's things. We'll take my mother's things. I need to keep some stuff that belongs to her, Muriel said to the sheriff. After a while of tears from a heartbreaking moment, the girls left the house and walked towards the lake. The sun was coming out of the clouds, and it had been a bit cloudy. Want to go swimming? Brooklyn asked her aunt and the sheriff. Sure, what do you think of that, Muriel? Gretel asked. I guess so. I may want to sit out for a bit before heading in the water, Muriel replied. Gretel took her girlfriends aside, telling Brooklyn that they'll be a minute. You don't have to swim if you don't want to. I can go with Brooklyn if you want, Gretel said to her girlfriend. It's not that, Gretel, it's just... Muriel began between sobs. All of the treasures that my mom kept reminded me of her. It hurts me when I look at it. We could sell it if you want it, Gretel suggested. You may want to hold on to some of her things, like that locket you found. Maybe a picture of you, Diablo, and your parents. Gretel pulled the locket and a portrait of Muriel and her family, and Muriel was doing her best not to cry so much. Okay, I'll keep those, but please, just sell the rest. Thinking about my mother sometimes makes me emotional, Muriel pleaded as Gretel nodded. I understand how you feel, Muriel. I lost my brother too. I know who I already know, Gretel reassured Muriel, and Brooklyn was standing by the lake and she was impatient. Hey, are you girls coming or what? Brooklyn asked. Then Gretel and Muriel ran to the lake with Brooklyn. The water was a bit cold at first, but it was a nice day and it was hot enough for swimming in it. When Gretel and Muriel were heading back to Muriel's hideout, they dropped Brooklyn off at Gretel's old house. Diablo was already at home, and the girls said that Brooklyn was good while she was with them, and had no problems at all. Once the girls got back to Muriel's hideout, they wanted to spend the evening together before Gretel headed back home. Gretel, can I request you something? Muriel asked the sheriff. Of course, what is it? Gretel replied, questioned as to what the request Muriel has that's going to make. The next time you see Diablo, can you use a spell to bring back the red-haired witch? Muriel asked again. I promise that I'll have her change her ways like I did. Why? I'm not mad, Muriel. I'm just wondering, Gretel replied. It's just because Red and I were like close friends, and Red is her nickname. I call her that, Muriel said. And plus, she has short-term memory loss and barely remembers the things when she wakes up from sleeping. And whenever she asks me what happened that night, I have to tell her what happened. Oh dear. I'm sorry that your friend has short-term memory loss, Gretel apologized. Maybe she may not remember the events that happened a year ago after Hansel headshots her. It's hard to say. She may forget about what happens to her before her death, Muriel said. But if she does become hostile and wants to kill you, I'll tell her why I've changed, and I'll get her to change and warm up to you in Augsburg. It may be hard for her to adjust, but I'm sure it will work, Gretel reassured Muriel. Anyways, I'll talk to Diablo the next time I see him, and see if he could find her ashes. Thanks, girlfriend, Muriel said, kissing Gretel's forehead. As Gretel got on her horse and was about to trot off, she turned to see Muriel bringing a broomstick. You can use this broomstick next time you visit me. It'll be much faster than traveling on foot or on horseback. Thanks, Muriel, Gretel replied, before heading back to Augsburg. Back at the house, Mina was putting her son to sleep when her daughter started to cry. Hansel was there with her and picked up his daughter, then headed towards the diaper changing table. I got her, Mina, Hansel reassured his girlfriend, before Mina turned to her son. He was sleeping like an angel. They heard Gretel walk in the house, shouting as she was home. Hansel and Mina were surprised that Gretel's loud voice hadn't awoken the twins, or scared them for that matter. As Gretel walked into the twins' bedroom, she walked over to her niece, whom she was getting her diaper change. You need help? Gretel asked her brother. Can you pass me a new diaper, sis? Hansel replied, noticing that his sister was beside him. Gretel passed a new diaper to Hansel, and he finished changing his daughter. Thanks, sis. I wasn't expecting you not to say anything. You usually said yes or sure in that matter. I'm okay, Hansel. Nothing is wrong if you're wondering, Gretel reassured her brother. Anything new happened today? Well, the babies are a lot of work, Mina said, but we managed to pull through. Muriel has a request for me to make, and she wants me to bring back one of her friends to life, Gretel replied. This made Hansel and Mina look at the sheriff in shock. Why, Muriel has changed. Why does she want you to bring one of her friends back? Hansel asked his sister. Look, she just wants red-haired witch back to life, or Red as she calls her, Gretel began to explain. Red suffered from short-term memory loss, and she may not remember the events that happened a year ago. Wait, so she has a bad memory? Mina asked. If that's true, maybe you and Muriel could change her from evil to good. Like I did with Muriel, I know I can do it with Muriel's help. Muriel had said that she'll explain everything if Red goes hostile, Gretel replied, reassuring Mina. My sister's right, Mina. If she's changed Muriel without a problem, she could change Red's behavior too, Hansel added. She may be another challenge, but I trust you and Muriel with this. And with that, when Red has fully changed, I will let Augsburg know about this as well, Gretel said to Hansel and Mina. I will make another speech about it, and you guys and Muriel can back me up on it. I hope it all goes well, Mina replied, as Gretel walked out of her bedroom. The next day in Augsburg, Gretel was walking with her broomstick in hand. She was going to find Diablo and ask him something. When she passed the schoolhouse, however, Gretel turned to see Brooklyn outside. She was outside of the school doors. Hello, Brooklyn. Gretel paused as she could tell Brooklyn was unhappy and was feeling sad. Feeling sorry for the young witch, she crouched down to Brooklyn's level. What's wrong? She asked. I'm in trouble, all because I lashed out at some bullies here, Brooklyn replied, feeling sad. What did the bullies do to you? Gretel asked. Did they call you names or beat you up? They were calling me names and threatening to beat me up, Brooklyn replied, with tears streaming down her face. All because I'm different. Brooklyn, I like you just the way you are. Those bullies just want attention from you. Did you teach them a lesson? Gretel asked. Yeah, I used my magic and threw them into a trash can, Brooklyn answered. Then my teacher got mad at me, and my dad is in the school talking to the teacher. Well, Brooklyn, I'm not going to get involved in this, but I will say, you can stand up for yourself to whoever bullies you, Gretel says. I was bullied as a child, but Hansel stood up with me and taught them a lesson. You did? Brooklyn asked. But what should I do if they bully me again? If those bullies bully you again, I want you to ignore them and tell someone about it, Gretel suggested. Like your teacher and your father, even me and your Aunt Muriel, go to someone you trust and they can help you. Okay, Gretel, I'll do that. Are you here to see Daddy? Brooklyn replied with a question. Yes, I am. Your aunt wants me to do a request for her. So with that said, I am here to see your father as well, Gretel said, as Diablo walked out of the school doors. He was surprised to see the sheriff with Brooklyn. Oh, Gretel, I didn't expect you to be at the school doors. What brings you here today? Diablo asked, surprised to see Gretel. I was on my way to see Muriel, but since you're here, I thought I'd ask you to do Muriel a favor. She sent me here to ask you to do her a favor, Gretel replied. Oh, okay, Diablo said, confused as to what Muriel could want from him. What is what my sister needs? Well, Diablo, she would like you to bring back her friend Red back to life, Gretel replied. That is red-haired witch. She calls her Red, though. Oh, is that it? Diablo asked. Gretel nodded in reply. Diablo handed Gretel a small bag of ashes inside. At first, Gretel was confused. Inside that bag has the ashes of red-haired witch. When I brought Muriel back to life a year ago, I gathered Red's ashes when she was burned in Augsburg. Why didn't you tell me before? Gretel replied with a question. If you did that, you could have brought both of them back. If I did that, Gretel, it would have been a risk of you getting hurt. That's why I only brought Muriel back to start, but you can bring Red back to life as well, Diablo said. Okay, just so you know this, Diablo, Red has short-term memory loss, Gretel informed the warlock. It is possible she may not remember the events of what happened during the blood moon last year, so it is possible. Ah, I see what you mean, Gretel, Diablo replied. I hope you and Muriel can help Red change her ways. Then she may be a good person. I know when you started visiting Muriel, changing her wasn't as easy as you thought. It wasn't too hard, but I got her to realize it, Gretel said. Brooklyn told me what happened at school today. Yes, I'm aware of what happened. 2 kids around her age were calling her names just because she's a witch, Diablo sighed. It's been happening since she started school. I can't really punish her as she's all I got aside from my sister. I told her that I was bullied as a kid too, but Hansel stood up with me and the bullies that bullied me, Gretel said. So Diablo, what is the spell you used to bring Muriel back? Gretel asked as Diablo handed her a spellbook. Turn to page 38. That is where the spell to bring a witch back to life from the dead is. I've used it on Muriel. At first I thought it wasn't going to work, but when I saw that she was back from the ashes, I realized that it worked very nicely, Diablo replied. So you shouldn't have any problems with that spell at all. Here is the instructions on how to perform the spell. Just follow the instructions and you'll be good. Okay, I will, Diablo, Gretel said, before hopping into her broomstick and took off. As she flew to Muriel's hideout, she landed perfectly in front of the near entrance without crashing. Gretel was getting better at landing good, and as she'd been learning from Muriel on flying broomsticks. Muriel came out of her hideout and hugged her girlfriend. Gretel placed her broomstick down and returned to Muriel for the hug. As soon as she returned the hug, Gretel placed the bag in her hands. I managed to get Red's ashes from Diablo, and he gave me the spellbook he used to bring you back, Gretel said, handing the spellbook to Muriel. Let's hope it works, Muriel replied. If it worked on you, then the spell should work to bring Red back, Gretel reassured Muriel. As they began to perform the spell, they took out Red's ashes from the bag and placed it on a pile. They followed the instructions and performed the chant. The spell soon took effect, and the ashes were magically forming into a person. There was Red-haired witch, or Red for short. She was lying unconscious on the floor. Her eyes were closed and her face was pale with cracks. The cracks weren't as much as Muriel's and skin was, but Red was sleeping peacefully. Muriel and Gretel lifted Red up and took her inside her hideout. Once inside, they placed Red on a soft bed that Muriel had placed for when Brooklyn was over. Now we wait until she wakes up, Gretel said. Looks like the spell worked. I'll thank Diablo for this later. If she wakes up while you're not here, I'll let you know that you did change my behavior, and then we can help her change, although she may be confused if she's evil or good, Muriel replied, although I'm not sure on what the outcome will be when she wakes up. It's best if I'm not here for when she wakes up. You attempted to attack me, Gretel said, remembering how Muriel's outcome was for when she woke up from being knocked out cold after being burned a year ago. That was different. You made me realize my mistakes when I was depressed, Muriel replied. But for Red, I don't know how easy it will be for her to change. None of the girls knew what Red would act when she wakes up. Maybe she'd be hostile, confused. No one really knows. All Muriel and Gretel could do was wait for Red to wake up. Once she wakes up, Muriel will tell Red the whole story about why she was brought back to life. And Muriel did say that she'll get Red to change her ways from being evil to being good. Once that was done, Muriel and Gretel would have to help Red by teaching her on how to change for the better. Like, for example, they'll have to get Red to eat fruits and vegetables and other stuff. It wasn't going to be easy for Muriel, but to Gretel, they'll manage to change stuff Red's way. After what seems to be 2 days, Red woke up on a mattress not far from Muriel's bed. The first thing she looked to her left side and was Muriel was sitting beside her. Red had a bad memory due to her memory loss, so she couldn't remember where she was or what happened. She groaned when she tried to remember what had happened. All she remembered was the blood red moon event from a year ago. "What happened?" Red stuttered. "You were killed a year ago," Muriel replied, and Red turned to see her friend beside her. "But you were brought back to life?" "Was it you?" Red asked, her vision still hazy from just waking up from the dead. "Yes, and my girlfriend helped," Muriel replied. "Gretel was the one who also brought you back." "Gretel?" Red asked herself, then something made her snap. "That bitch! We'll find her and kill her right then!" But before Red could finish, Muriel silenced her. "Relax, Red. You're just waking up confused," Muriel reassured her friend. "Gretel is no longer a threat to us. Neither is Augsburg." "You're lying, Muriel. Is this the truth?" Red asked. She was hostile towards Muriel, even though she was her friend, but Red was in denial. She couldn't remember the things she did in the past. All she remembered was being with Muriel and the other witches during the blood red moon, and that was all she knew. "It's the truth, Red. I'll tell you why I changed," Muriel replied. She began to explain the whole story with Diablo bringing her back to life, and Gretel visiting her. And after Muriel had finally changed and was allowed in Augsburg, Red had started to feel somewhat understand where her friend was coming from. It was bizarre to her, as a witch hunter's trust was forbidden last year, but Gretel's speech about Muriel, everyone was so stunned, but also surprised at how powerful the speech was. After Muriel explained Red the story, the red-haired witch realized what Muriel was saying. If it didn't take long for Muriel to change, perhaps she could give it a shot at changing her ways. Although it may be tough at first, there is a lot Red can learn from what Gretel had taught Muriel. "So that means Gretel's now the new sheriff?" Red asked. "Yes, she is. And don't worry, Augsburg is not against us anymore. Gretel made a speech about it a while ago," Muriel replied. "So yeah, Red, you have nothing to fear." This is good. Very good," Red stammered. Her mind was still hazy from just waking up. It wasn't long until Gretel flew to visit Muriel the next day, as it was cloudy and rainy outside. Gretel walked in to find Red awake. She looked at Gretel and grinned like an idiot. Why did she grin like that? Red was speechless. To see Gretel was the town's new sheriff. "Hello, Gretel. I see that you're the new sheriff," Red stammered, and surprised to see Gretel. She didn't even go hostile when she saw Gretel. Guess Muriel's explanation really worked. "Hello, Red. I bet Muriel told you about why she changed and become my girlfriend," Gretel said, emptying her bag of some food items. "Well, I kinda did, but still got more to learn," Red replied, still confused on what was going on. "Don't worry, no one is going to kill you. Hansel and Mina are friends with Muriel now, ever since her brother brought her back to life," Gretel reassured Red. "Gretel's right. No one is going to hurt you," Muriel added. Red saw a jar of honey in front of her. Red liked honey a lot. Very odd for an evil witch to eat honey. So Red opened the jar of honey and examined it. "Honey, I love honey," Red said, sticking her hand into the jar like a bear. She ended up taking a handful of honey and eating honey from the hand like a bear. Honey was dripping all over Red and the table. Gretel and Muriel giggled as they watched Red being a messy eater. "We're not laughing at you, Red. Don't get angry over that," Gretel reassured the witch, making sure Red wouldn't get angry over a small thing. "We're messy eaters too sometimes. I was even more like that as a kid." "I was too, although it's been a long time since I've eaten honey," Red replied, as she continued to eat the jar of honey. Gretel and Muriel soon opened their own jars of honey, and they began to eat the way Red was too. "I did this as a kid until I got in shit by my parents for it," Gretel said, giggling in what she did as a kid. They continued to eat their honey, and Gretel began to introduce Red to new foods that she's never had before. Although some of them were familiar to Red, she couldn't remember due to her memory loss. From what Gretel learned from Diablo, when Red came back to life, she may not remember the blood moon events that happened a year ago, which was to be expected, due to her memory condition that was hard to tell what could happen. But for some reason, Red was happy to be around her friend and her girlfriend and getting along well. Over the course of a few months, it has been a year since Muriel and Gretel started dating. They had been together for a long time. Red supported their relationship in the best way possible, although when it was time for Gretel's family to know, she introduced Red to Hansel, Mina, and Ben, and she met Edward for the first time in a few years. Red had grown attached to the idea of changing her ways and forgot about getting revenge on Gretel and her family and friends. Now that Hansel and Gretel were running the town, they were doing a lot better than the past sheriff. Although the past mayor did a decent job, but the townspeople were still against the past sheriff for killing the last mayor. And after Berenger's attempt to violate Gretel while beating her up, the townspeople felt betrayed. A true sheriff never betrays the town they're in. And Gretel was the exact opposite of Berenger. She was never an asshole towards the townspeople, never accused anyone for anything unless she sees it or there's evidence to the issue. Gretel was kind and had a soft spot for children. Unlike Berenger, he was mean and cruel. Everyone had secretly feared Berenger for when he was a sheriff and didn't show it to anyone, mainly because he would go crazy over it. Not only that, he may go on a killing spree like a madman, but Gretel was different, and she helped the people out and never murdered anyone for no reason. Gretel was flying on her broomstick to Muriel's hideout, wondering how Red and Muriel were both doing. When Gretel landed her broomstick at the front entrance, she walked inside to see Muriel lying down on her bed. She was sleeping while Red was making breakfast in the kitchen. Red looked to see Gretel and waved to her. Gretel lay down beside Muriel, whispering soft things to her ear. Muriel's eyes slowly opened up, and she could hear Gretel's soft voice. "Good morning, Muriel. If you're awake, that is," Gretel said. Muriel slowly turned her head to face Gretel. "Oh, I was wondering if you were waiting to wake me up," Muriel said, as she kissed Gretel's forehead. "I was lying beside you just whispering stuff in your ear so you can wake up by my voice," Gretel replied. "So you think my voice is like music to your ears?" "Of course, my dear. Red's been making breakfast," Muriel said. "She's making strawberry cobbler." "You think she remembers how to make it?" Gretel asked her girlfriend. "If she forgets something, we can help her." "I think she's got it. It was one of the things she knew how to cook," Muriel replied, sitting up on her bed and motioned Gretel to walk towards her, and then sat down on the bed beside her. "How long should we keep Red around here for?" Gretel asked. "Because as soon as we know Red's change, I'll have to let the people of Augsburg know." "At least for a few weeks, just to be sure," Muriel replied. Then Red walked in to let the girls know that breakfast was ready. When the girls walked into the kitchen, they were surprised that Red followed the instructions without messing up. They even sat down and started to eat their breakfast, and the strawberry cobbler was really good. "This is really good, Red. You didn't make a mistake while making this," Gretel said. "You added sugar and water, which makes it sweet." "I've made it for a long time. That's one of the things I never forget," Red replied. "Due to my bad memory at times, I can't remember when's the last time I had human food." "Well, we'll have to keep her here for a while, and then we'll introduce the town to her," Gretel said to Muriel, who was making a mess with the strawberry cobbler. "Once Red's fully changed her ways, I think it won't be a problem," Muriel replied. Then she finished up her bowl, just as Gretel did the same. Red was liking the idea of being Gretel's friend. She seemed to understand why Gretel helped Muriel change her ways. So Red, she was beginning to do the same. It did take Gretel a while to get used to Muriel to change. Wonder how long it would be for Red. "I don't see why it would be. Sure, Red could do some good things here," Gretel said. "I will have to make a speech about this eventually. All I can change as I don't remember Hansel shooting at me," Red replied. "All I remember was that there was a blood-red moon." "I did tell her what happened, and it took her a while to process in her head," Muriel explained. "She seems to be docile about this. So calm and relaxed." "I could see that. I wasn't expecting Red to be so calm," Gretel said. "I believe Red may be easy to tame her from evil to good. She seems so relaxed." As weeks went by, Gretel had to make a speech about Muriel's friend Red is brought back to the land of the living. Once Gretel was able to do that, Augsburg eventually accepted Red as a good witch, although it was bizarre to most people in Augsburg that they eventually start to warm up to her. Muriel was over at Gretel's office one day, and Muriel made an underground place while Gretel was doing her work. Gretel was sending some hunters to kill a bear that had taken one of the farmer's livestock, and that she'll pay them big if they kill the bear. The bear is located not too far from north of Augsburg. Kill that bear and bring me back a tooth for a paw of the creature, Gretel instructed. The hunters nodded before they headed out of their office. Once they left, Muriel headed upstairs to see Gretel having a sip of tea. "Gretel, dear, want to come downstairs?" Muriel asked her girlfriend. "I was making something underground." "Sure," Gretel said, as she and Muriel then headed downstairs. There was an underground-like house. It looked like a witch's lair, but it looked more like a basement apartment than a lair. "Like what I've done? It was one of the other day when we were roughhousing and made a hole in the office, so I decided to turn it into something better," Muriel replied. "It's a work in progress, but it'll be like if I was living here." "What?" Gretel stammered. "What do you mean by living here?" "Okay, I'm not making sense, Gretel, so hear me out on this," Muriel replied, as she motioned Gretel to sit down at the table that Muriel made using her magic. "We've been together for about a year now, and I want to ask you something. Now, before you say anything, I've been having this question on my mind for a while, and I hope you're going to be okay with this. I think we should try living together." "You and me living together?" Gretel stammered again. This was a lot for the sheriff to take in. "Are you sure? If you're not ready for this level of relationship, what if we can wait if..." Gretel was cut off by Muriel appearing beside her within seconds. "Yeah, I think we should give this a shot. You know, when couples have been together for a long time, they should try living together," Muriel said. But seeing that Gretel looked more stressed out to her, the witch stopped for a moment. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Is this a bit too much for you?" "No, Muriel, it's not that." Gretel trailed off for a moment, trying to think of what to say. "I just didn't expect you to ask me this. It made me wonder when you were going to ask me." "I should have asked you before, but I was nervous in doing so," Muriel said. "I didn't want to make you feel insecure about this, so I hold off on asking you this." "Are you sure you're trying to live with me?" Gretel asked. "This is a huge step in our relationship. And what if it doesn't work out and we..." Before Gretel could finish her sentence, Muriel placed a finger on Gretel's lips to hush her. "Why do you worry so much, dear Gretel?" Muriel said comfortably. "I was thinking here would work out, so that way you don't have to leave Augsburg every day when you have your duty here. Plus, it would give me time for coming here all the time." "I'd never thought of us living together. I've been a busy bee being sheriff here," Gretel replied, "not to mention hunting witches as well." Gretel knew that living with someone she loved was a huge step in a relationship, but deep down, she is not sure if she was ready or not. She didn't want to disappoint Muriel, but she didn't want to upset Muriel in a way. No wonder why Muriel was spending time down underground throughout the day. She was not only doing something for herself, but also for Gretel. Later at dinner, Gretel was barely touching her food. Ben, along with Mina and Hansel, noticed this, but the twins weren't understanding as to why Gretel hadn't touched her food. But of course, they weren't sure what was bothering his sister. He looked up from eating his dinner. "Okay, what's up with you, sis?" Hansel asked, drawing Gretel's attention from herself daydreaming. "You've barely touched your food. Is something wrong with you?" "No, I'm fine," Gretel insisted. "No, you're not okay. I can tell when something's wrong," Hansel replied. "Are you okay?" "Muriel has asked if she could live with me, and I never expect her to ask me about that," Gretel said. "And I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I mean, it's a very big step into any relationship." "Yes, I will agree with you, honey. It is a big step into any relationship." Hansel agreed with his sister. "But I think it'll work. Just think of Muriel as your attendant. She lives in the same building as you, but she is no stranger to you." "That's true. If it was a stranger renting a place from me, I might be paranoid about that. But you never know what they might do," Gretel said. But she ate a bit of her dinner, as she was hungry from a long day. Maybe Muriel living with her wouldn't be so bad, and it would be as if she was like a sister to Gretel. But Gretel would have to think about it. It was a lot for Gretel to take in her mind, She knew that this arrangement would work out somehow, but it will be a while before Muriel can move in. There is a lot of packing from her hideout, and there was a lot of stuff that she had to do in the room underground. It would be interesting for Gretel to see when it's finished. The next day, Muriel walked inside Gretel's office with Red. The two were carrying boxes of Muriel's things. Gretel was working on some paperwork when the witches walked in. Caught her attention. She looked up from her paperwork and saw Muriel and Red. "Hey there, you two, what's up?" Gretel asked. "Nothing much. You're cool with me moving in with you?" Muriel replied with a question. "I know you said you were okay with it, but I'm in no rush in moving in. I still gotta pack some things, so Red is helping me with that." "I'm cool with you moving in with me. It'll be like if we were sisters," Gretel said, cracking a smile as she replied. "Yep, and it's going to be so great," Muriel replied, before heading downstairs to the underground area made by the other day. Red just sat on Gretel's desk. "I bet you're cool with Muriel moving in with you," Red said. "Yeah, I wasn't expecting Muriel to take a big step in our relationship," Gretel said, smiling like an idiot. "I just wasn't sure if Muriel doing so was a good idea right now. I mean, this is a big step. As much as I want to say this, but having a child is even a bigger step," Red said. "I know this because I've seen it as a child, even though I can't really say much." "Let me guess, your memory loss?" Gretel guessed. "Yeah, but also because I'm not the one going through this," Red replied. "Since you and Muriel are going to be living together, just take things one step at a time. Muriel likes to take things too quickly at times, but that's because I've been in your shoes before you became sheriff." "You were?" Gretel asked. "Was that back in Muriel's hideout in the mountains?" "Yes, it was a lot for her to take it all in, but somehow we managed to make it through," Red replied. "Just take this one step at a time, and you'll get used to the idea of Muriel moving in with you." Gretel nodded and took Red's advice. It was going to be a big change for her, not just for her in Augsburg, but for Muriel as well. The girls had been together for about a year now, and their 1-year anniversary of becoming friends was coming up within a month from now. Gretel never expected to be this far in a relationship with Muriel, but something tells her that everything would work out fine. Unlike the other big steps Gretel took in the past, having someone was an enemy in her past living with her was very bizarre. But at the same time, Gretel was hoping that it could be someone she knew very well, except for her brother, Mina, and her niece and nephew. Muriel was someone special for her. After Muriel left with Red that day, it was around midnight when Gretel decided to go downstairs to the room where Muriel was staying. As Gretel headed downstairs to see what the progress was, Muriel was making a new room for so far. When she got downstairs, Gretel was amazed at the place. There was a king-size bed with one area of the room with a nightstand and both sides on the bed. Gretel also looked to see a dresser with a desk beside it with a chair. Gretel was amazed by what Muriel had done so far. Gretel had even looked on the other or right. There was a table with a few chairs near it. She could also see a small cooking station, which was near the dining room table set that Muriel made. Muriel built her underground basement apartment with magic, so it took less time to get everything made. If she was doing this without magic, it would have taken Muriel a lot longer to finish. As Gretel walked around the underground-like basement, it was like in a basement apartment, only it's more underground. Maybe the idea of Muriel living with Gretel wouldn't be such a bad idea. She did love Muriel a lot, so Gretel didn't have much to worry about. If it was a stranger living with her, then that would be totally different. "I think this will work. Yeah, it will," Gretel said to herself. She then headed back upstairs and headed to bed in her room. When the sun rose in the sky the next morning, Gretel was awoken by the sound of knocking from her bedroom window. She walked over to the window, and she saw that it was Muriel on her broomstick. Gretel opened the door and let Muriel inside, and once she was inside, Gretel put her on her robe and slippers and saw that Muriel had some boxes. She was still in the process of moving in, but it wouldn't be too long until Muriel could settle in. Gretel took some boxes down with the underground apartment that Muriel had been making, and then she turned on the switch. "I am assuming that the moving process is going well?" Gretel asked the witch. "Yeah, it's going very well. Red's helped me out a lot more," Muriel replied. "You okay, Gretel? You seem upset." "I'm not upset, Muriel. I just feel tired because I just got up," Gretel answered. That's why I talk like this when I feel dead inside." "That explains it. I thought something was bothering you. That's why I asked," Muriel said. Gretel got dressed and headed down to her office to do some paperwork when Muriel stood in front of her desk. "Is there something you need?" Gretel asked Muriel, upon looking up at her girlfriend. "I was wondering if you want to go on a date with me. When you're free, that is," Muriel replied. "Sure, sounds good," Gretel said. "By the way, when you'll be fully moved in with me?" "I would say in a week or so. I still have some stuff I need to set up. Like I want to have this place have certain furniture, etc., Gretel answered. "But after that, I'll be moved in with ya." "Okay, I was just wondering because moving takes a couple of weeks to do so, and it took me and my brother a bit longer to get settled into our new places," Gretel said. "With you moving in to live with me, I had a feeling that this would work out nicely. It would be like having a roommate here, but even better." "I'm glad you're coming to terms with this new arrangement, Gretel, dear." Muriel kissed Gretel's head as the sheriff smiled. As soon as Muriel headed off to arrange some things in the underground apartment-like place, Gretel headed to the stables to find Secret in her stall. She was eating her oats as a foal came out from behind its mother. Secret had foaled the night while everyone was asleep, and Gretel smiled at the newborn foal. He was a black colt with a star on his head, and Gretel knew what to name him. She had plans to name the foal after discussing it with Mina, and then Ben and Hansel won the ideas, and Gretel had found the right name for him. She watched as the foal walked up to greet Gretel. "I know what to name you now. I think it'll fit you well," Gretel said. The colt was scratching his ears for lovin'. "Midnight, because you were born during the early hours of the morning or late at night, whenever time you were born." As Gretel watched the colt nursing from his mother, Hansel appeared beside his sister. "How's the mare and foal?" Hansel asked his sister, catching the sheriff's attention. "They're both doing fine, Hansel. I just named the foal Midnight," Gretel replied. "I like that name. It suits him. When he was either born late at night or early in the morning," Hansel said, as the colt walked up to the witch hunters, getting loving from the brother. "Horses normally give birth late at night or in the early hours of the morning. Most of the time the humans are not around," Gretel added. "But it looks like there were no problems during the birth, and the foal is really healthy and doing fine. Mom is doing good too. I can't wait to train him when he gets older." "I bet you'll do great. By the way, Gretel, how are you and Muriel moving in with you?" Hansel asked his sister. "I'm getting used to the idea. In fact, I am liking the idea," Gretel replied. "Of course it's going to be different, and time to take it all in, but somehow it will work out well." "I agree, sis. It took me time to get Mina getting pregnant when I found out," Hansel said. "But now that I have children with her, I'm going to pop the question to her," Hansel said, pulled out a ring box with a diamond ring inside. "You're serious, aren't you?" Gretel said, smiling with happiness. "Yes, sis. I want to be with Mina," Hansel answered. "I love her, and I'm going to do this." "I'm sure Mina's going to be so happy, and I'm happy for your decision," Gretel said, giving her brother a hug. "I have a feeling that Mina would love this. Being engaged to you will be like a blessing to her." "I am glad you're seeing this, sis, even though you're all I have left," Hansel replied. "Well, except for my girlfriend and my children. I feel that you're always there for me." "Well, of course, Hansel, I'm your sister. You're always the one I can trust." Gretel patted her brother's back, and then she headed back inside her office and went upstairs to her bedroom. The big change was going to happen. Muriel moving in with Gretel was a huge change. It was the biggest change that Gretel's ever experienced, since when she has ever been through this kind of change. Gretel looked over to see Muriel, who was working downstairs on her underground-like apartment. She had been down there for a while, and Gretel wondered if Muriel was okay down there, since she hadn't come upstairs in a while. So Gretel headed downstairs, and when Gretel got downstairs, saw Muriel lying down on her king-size bed. "How are you enjoying your new underground place?" Gretel asked. "I'm really enjoying it. It's a nice place I created down here," Muriel said, admiring the underground basement-like surroundings. "I like what you've done with this. This is a great idea," Gretel said, looking around the underground apartment-like place. "I knew you liked the idea. It'll be like having a roommate or attendant here," Muriel replied. "Or even better, as if I was your sister." "Glad you feel that way. I'm glad to call you my girlfriend," Gretel said, earning a kiss from Muriel. Sometimes I do wish I had a sister who is sweet and nice like you. Muriel chuckled with a laugh. Then she and Gretel can hear Ben calling from upstairs. Gretel, Muriel, dinner is ready, Ben called from upstairs. As the both girls headed upstairs together, once they got upstairs to the dining room, Ben, with Diablo's help, and made a delicious meal. On the table was fresh bread with salad, lamb, and even duck. I helped Ben with dinner. Decided to see how you girls were doing, Diablo said. You invited him here? Muriel asked. Of course I did. Ben invited me in Brooklyn, Diablo replied to his sister's question. I have heard you've moved in with Gretel. How's that moving in coming along? It's great. I just got everything into my new place and settled in, Muriel said to her brother, then looked down to see Brooklyn tugging on her dress. Aunt Muriel, can I show you what I did at school today? Brooklyn asked her. Of course, Brooke. What is it that you want to show me? Muriel questioned in reply, as she was led into the sitting room. Once she was in the room, Brooklyn showed Muriel a drawing. When Muriel got a good look at the drawing, she was surprised at what she was seeing. In the drawing that Brooklyn did was her and Gretel together. There was a big heart around her. This made Muriel smile and shed a few tears. Brooklyn already knew about Muriel and Gretel being a couple, since Diablo explained to her daughter about her aunt dating Gretel. Brooklyn didn't understand the meaning of lesbian or bisexual, but since she was still a kid, she could somewhat understand, but not get the full answer. You did this of me and Gretel? Muriel asked. Yep, Daddy told me you were dating Gretel, Brooklyn replied. Is that true? I've seen you kiss her before. Yes, it is, Brooklyn. She and I got along. Used to not get along, Muriel said. It's a long story, but let's just say we used to be enemies. You were? Brooklyn asked. But why did you and Gretel become friends? Well, we became friends because I had a lot in mind, so Gretel helped me with my problems. I changed from a bad witch into a good witch. Even though I'm still looking scary, everyone can now see that I've changed, Muriel replied. She didn't want to reveal the events of what happened during the Blood Moon event to Brooklyn, as she didn't want to scare her niece, but had to keep that grown-up secret away from her. As dinner was being served, Gretel sat beside Muriel while Brooklyn was playing with her food. She was making mashed potatoes look like a volcano, and she laughed at her creativity. How are you doing in your new place, sis? Diablo asked Muriel. I'm really enjoying it. Having to live with Gretel is different, but at least I'm not alone, Muriel replied, answering her brother's question. As Diablo poured the gravy onto the mashed potatoes, he saw Brooklyn's potato volcano she made. Daddy, pour the gravy in the volcano potato, Brooklyn instructed her father, and as Diablo said so, Gretel smiled while shaking her head. She remembers doing that with Hansel as a kid. Playing with their food was fun until they were scolded for it. I heard my niece is getting bullied at school. Some boys were picking on her, Muriel said to Diablo. Yeah, they've been picking on her for quite some time. They tend to pick on her in many ways, like name-calling, hitting her, etc., Diablo replied. When Brooklyn had enough, she lose control of her magic and blasts at the bullies. Damn, is that bad? Gretel asked. Unfortunately, yes, but I am trying to get her to control her magic, Diablo sighed in frustration. I'm doing what I can, but the bullies keep picking on my daughter. I was picked on as a kid, Diablo. You were too, Muriel replied. I was nearly a kid when I was a kid, I was in big trouble afterwards. So I understood what Brooke is going through. I got beaten near death by those bullies at 13 years old. My God, I'm so sorry that's happened to you, Muriel, Gretel said, feeling sorry for what the witch had gone through. I sure hope Brooklyn will be okay. If anyone picked on her, she had the right to defend herself if they hurt her first. I know what you're saying, Gretel, but I don't understand something. Why does my daughter always get picked on? Is it just because she's a witch and is different from the other kids? Diablo asked. I think it's because Muriel was evil in the past and that could be the reason, Gretel answered. But that I'm not so sure. That is most likely the case. I used to be evil back then. Maybe because they saw that you lost control of your magic, and they took that to advantage to have you do that more whenever you get angry, Muriel suggested. That was the case with me. Maybe it was the case with Brooklyn is going through. That is possible, but look at her. She's such a sweet, innocent little girl, Gretel said. Who wouldn't hurt to fly? except for those bullies. Karma will sure bite them in the asses someday. We'll have to make sure the teacher keeps Brooklyn safe. I hate to see her become home hurt, Diablo said. It's been happening for a few days now, and I'm gonna have to speak to Brooklyn's teacher. I sure hope she could talk to those bullies. Maybe she can keep an eye on Brooklyn in case they try anything. If someone ever touches my kid, oh boy, they'll have their arrows on their asses, Gretel added while chuckling a laugh. If someone ever bullies my kid, they'll have to face my wrath of darkness. Muriel growled under her breath. Knowing Muriel as the evil witch had dark thoughts when it comes to being bullies. She was bullied a lot as a child, mainly for being a witch for reasons that are unknown from what Augsburg knows. Night had fallen, and Gretel was asleep on her bed. She was drooling on her pillow. She had been drooling in her sleep since she was younger. She was used to it. Sure, it was gross waking up and finding drool all over the pillow, but at least it was hers and no one else's. She woke up to find Muriel walking into her bedroom, and she touched Gretel's shoulder as the sheriff woke up. Gretel, you awake? Muriel asked. Gretel slowly turned around to face Muriel, half awake. Gretel sat up, still half asleep. Yes and no. What is it, Muriel? Gretel asked with a question. I had a nightmare. It's the first time I've had a nightmare in years, Muriel said. Her voice sounded afraid. A witch that was evil had a nightmare? That was the oddest thing Gretel has heard. How can witches have nightmares? You had a nightmare? Gretel groggily asked. I thought evil witches can't have nightmares. Well, at least that's what I thought. Apparently they can, but it happens once in a while, Muriel replied. I dreamed I was in the same situation as my boyfriend was years ago, but it was a lot different. I was shot by the sheriff, and it was Berenger in my dream. Muriel broke down into tears. Gretel pulled Muriel into her arms and hugged her. Hugging Muriel was all Gretel could do, as she hated to see Muriel cry. She'd seen Mina cry before, and Hansel rarely cried because he was stronger. However, Gretel did cry sometimes when she was sad, scared, or even something upsets her. But for her to see Muriel cry after having a nightmare was something she didn't expect. I'm sorry you had a nightmare, Muriel, but it was all a dream, Gretel reassured her girlfriend. I used to cry when I hugged my mother from having a nightmare, and she was there to comfort me. Same with Hansel as a child, but at least you're safe with me. Muriel looked at Gretel. Her face was white with cracks on it. She had lost control of that ability while crying. She was Muriel's heartbreaking point, and Gretel wiped Muriel's tears from her eyes with her thumbs and looked at her girlfriend. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Muriel stuttered while choking between sobs. Of course not, Muriel. You're special to me, Gretel replied, reassuring her girlfriend. I would never kill the one I love, even if I had to make the hardest decision. Don't worry, Muriel. I won't let anyone hurt you or even lay a goddamn hand on you. And if they do, they'll have arrows rip out their throats. I'm so glad you're in my life, the one who understands my past. Muriel sniffled as she calmed down from crying. Gretel then moved closer to one side of her bed. This had Muriel confused. What was Gretel doing? What are you doing, Gretel? Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Don't worry, it's not in the way you're maybe thinking, Gretel said. Just sleeping together, so that way you won't have any nightmares. Are you sure? Muriel replied, with a question to Gretel. Gretel nodded and motioned for Muriel to climb on the bed. And as Muriel did that, she was sleeping beside Gretel. Both the girls stared at each other's eyes for a while. They stayed like that until their eyes got heavy. In fact, very heavy to the point where both girls fell asleep. The next morning, Gretel woke up beside Muriel. The rest of the night was peaceful, as Muriel slept with Gretel due to her nightmare to which she had. But since the girls felt closer, they both woke up to see each other. Gretel kissed Muriel's forehead as the witch woke up, smiling as she saw Gretel. Morning, my love, Muriel said, catching Gretel's attention. Morning, sunshine, Gretel smiled, chuckling a laugh. How did you sleep? I slept better with you beside me. I had no more nightmares, Muriel said, sitting up on the other side of the bed as Gretel did the same. Whenever I had nightmares, I always slept with my brother for comfort. He always had a bunk bed in his room, and he always slept on the top bunk, and me, on the other hand, I had my own bedroom. You did? I wonder if Diablo was lucky to have a bunk bed, Gretel asked. He was, but whenever I had nightmares as a child, I always go to my brother's room. He was a light sleeper, so he always woke up to see me and asks me what's wrong. And then I would tell him about my nightmare, even cry into his arms at times, Muriel replied. After my brother calmed me down, I slept with my brother in the bottom bunk and slept peacefully. I'd always ask to talk to my brother whenever I had a nightmare, as he sometimes gave me a teddy bear for comfort. Gretel then reached down on their side of the bed and pulled out her teddy bear. It was old and the color of fur was drained due to the age, and showed her teddy bear to her girlfriend. I used to sleep this with my teddy bear as a kid. I still do whenever I have nightmares sometimes. How long have you had that teddy bear? Muriel asked. Since I was a baby, I've kept him with me at all times, Gretel explained. I rarely sleep with him because I rarely have nightmares, so he is just on my bed for comfort. As Gretel said that, she and Muriel both got changed out of their pajamas into their clothes and got downstairs for breakfast. As they were eating breakfast, they could hear the sound of rain pouring outside. The rain hitting the windows got faster and louder as the rain continued. The girls didn't mind the rain at all. They enjoyed the sounds of rain falling. It was music to their ears. Hansel is going to propose to Mina. He told me the other day that he was going to pop the question to her, Gretel said to Muriel. That's so awesome. So Hansel and Mina are getting engaged? Muriel replied, happy that Hansel was going to pop the question to Mina at some point. I wish him the best of luck. I have a feeling that Mina's going to accept his proposal. They both love each other, and even they have their own kids, and that came from love, Gretel said, having a sip of her tea. How's Red doing in your old hideout? She must be lonely by herself. She's doing okay. She just wished that she had someone to share the hideout with, Muriel said, answering Gretel's question. How was Red doing? She should have at least someone to move in with her, or at least have a friend or so, Gretel suggested. That is possible. I think I'm going to spend the day with Red, Muriel said, getting up from her chair. Red needs a day with me, and I hope you understand that. I do, Muriel. You could spend time with Red today, Gretel replied. I have a feeling that she'll need a girl to spend time with. I have some work here to do today. As it worked out for the girls, they were both busy and couldn't hang out together until the evening, which meant that Gretel would have time to herself, doing her duties as sheriff. One of her men she had hired entered the office, and then sat down on Gretel's chair in front of her desk. Gretel, there has been some trouble yesterday, and I was hoping you and Hansel could go see what's going on, said the man that she hired. What is it, Jake? Gretel asked, looking from her paperwork on her desk. 2 girls have gone missing yesterday. One is 12 and the other is 8, and there are missing posters of them in town. My buddies and I have seen them. As Gretel looked at the missing poster that one of her men handed her, she looked at them and then looked at Jake. They were missing or wandered away from town and have gone missing? Gretel asked. From what I've been told by their parents, they have wandered into the woods together, Jake told her. Maybe you and Hansel can see where they are. I'll do that, Jake. I'll get my brother and we'll find them. Gretel got up from her desk and grabbed her crossbow. Once she did that, she left her office. While walking downtown, looking for her brother, she bumped into Hansel. Gretel? Hansel asked, rubbing his head from Gretel bumping into him. What are you doing? I was looking for you. 2 girls have gone missing in the forest, Gretel informed him. Jake told me that they wandered off, so no one took them. Are you sure? Hansel asked. Yeah, grab your gun and we'll go find them, Gretel instructed. Hansel went home and got his shotgun and some ammo and other stuff. Within a couple of minutes, Hansel and Gretel brought Edward the troll with them into the forest. Mina stayed back in Augsburg to look after the kids. As Gretel and Hansel looked around, they could see a doll on the ground. Gretel picked it up and inspected the doll. What did you find, sis? Hansel asked, catching Gretel's attention to her brother. I found a doll. It looks like the girls are somewhat nearby, Gretel replied. Edward then saw a cave a few feet away from the witch hunters. Gretel looked up and she and Hansel walked towards the cave. Upon getting closer, they found the 2 girls hiding in the cave. I hope you won't hurt us, the 12-year-old girl said. No, my brother and I have come to take you home, Gretel reassured the girls. The rain was still pouring, and Gretel was soaked from the rain. She, along with Edward and Hansel, took the girls and headed back into town. When they got back into town, Gretel took the girls to her office, where she and the 12 children's parents were there. They had thanked Gretel and Hansel for finding them in the forest. They did pay Gretel and Hansel for bringing the girls back, even though to Gretel it wasn't necessary, as she didn't charge people for that. Even though it was a reward, ever since the Blood Red Moon event happened last year. However, with that being the case, Gretel and Hansel knew that the path they are on now was better than anything else. Later during that afternoon, Gretel was reading her book while listening to the rain outside. Sure, she was soaked from earlier in the rain, but after being in the warm fire and dry clothes, Gretel felt comfy and dry, and as she was reading her book, there was a knock on the door. Gretel hollered out the person to come in, and Mina walked in with her babies in her arms. "Mina, what a surprise! You need help with the babies?" Gretel asked. "I just found 2 girls who were lost in the forest and I've got nothing to do today." "I was going to ask about that, and wondering if we could spend some girl time together," Mina replied, heading over towards Gretel's desk. "I haven't had a girl time together in a long time." "Sure, that will work. I'll go get to see my niece and nephew," Gretel said. She then looked at Jack and May, who opened their eyes while in bassinets. "How are my little ducklings doing? Are they happy to see Aunt Gretel?" Gretel cooed over her niece and nephew as the babies laughed. "Your brother proposed to me," Mina said, showing off the engagement ring that was on her finger. "Hansel had saved up the money to buy me a ring, and he finally did." "That is so amazing, Mina. Congrats, girl," Gretel replied, happily, hugging Mina as May started to cry, distracting the girls from their hug. Gretel had picked up May from her bassinet, and Gretel checked May's diaper to find out it was clean. She then thought May needed to spit up, and with that being the case, Gretel rubbed May's back for comfort. Within a few moments, May burped as she sighed in relief. "There, all better now," Gretel said to May. "You would be a good mother, Gretel, if you and Muriel were to decide to adopt one," Mina said, "but that's only if you're both ready for that." "I've been thinking about that, and maybe that may be the case for me and Muriel in the future," Gretel replied. "But that's only if me and Muriel decide to choose that path." "I get that, Gretel. You're also so well with children." Mina then got up to check Jack's diaper, and then looked at her son. "Looks like someone needs changing." Just as Mina said that, there was a knock on the door. Mina was about to go answer, but Gretel stopped her. "I'll get it, Mina. Go change Jack's diaper," Gretel insisted. As she walked up to the door, she opened the door to see Brooklyn at the door. She was soaked and had a black eye on her left eye. She also had a bleeding nose and was trembling. Gretel could sense that Brooklyn had been bullied yet again, but she had a feeling that it was physical this time. "Gretel, I've been beaten up by those bullies," Brooklyn stammered while crying. Gretel led Brooklyn inside her office and shut the door behind her, then turned to see Brooklyn, her face filled with worry. "Brooklyn, what did those bullies do to you?" Gretel asked Brooklyn with concern. "Do you know who did this to you?" "Those bullies were mean boys. They asked me to go with them into the forest, and they said that they were going to play a game. And I went with them, and they started to hit me in the face," Brooklyn sobbed. Gretel hugged the girl as Mina returned to the office after changing her son. She walked over to Gretel, and she knew that it wasn't good. "Brooklyn, what happened?" Mina asked, but Brooklyn was too traumatized to speak. Gretel spoke for her. "The bullies at school beat her up for no reason," Gretel replied. She took Brooklyn to her bedroom, where she was dried off, and Gretel had cleaned the blood off of her face. As Brooklyn sobbed, Mina and Gretel had a feeling that someone would this happen. But if Muriel was the one who saw her niece like this, she would kill the ones that beat her niece up. "We'll have to find Diablo or Muriel. They need to know about Brooklyn being beaten up by those bullies," Mina said. "As soon as the rain stops, I'll go find Diablo or Muriel. They'll want to know that this bullying has gone too far," Gretel said. Then she looked at Brooklyn, who was not crying so much, but wheezing. "Brooklyn, are you okay now?" Gretel asked. "I am very scared," Brooklyn wheezed. "I want either Daddy or Aunt Muriel." "I can go find one of them, Brooke. Just stay with Mina while I go," Gretel replied. She then put on her rain jacket and then out the door to her office opened. "Gretel, I'm home," Muriel called out, and Gretel walked up to the door and opened it. Not far from the bedroom, she could see Muriel in her office. "Muriel, it's an emergency," Gretel said to Muriel. "Come quick upstairs," Gretel instructed. Muriel wasted no time and rushed upstairs to Gretel's room. And as soon as Muriel walked in, she saw her Brooklyn on Gretel's bed. She was soaked from the rain, and she had a black eye with a bloody nose. "Brooklyn, what happened to you?" Muriel screeched in worry. "Who did this to you?" "The bullies at her school beat her up in the forest. They lured her there," Gretel explained. "She came here, and me and Mina have been cleaning her up." This made Muriel's blood boil. She was pissed at whoever beat up her niece. "I swear, if I find out who did this to Brooke, I'll make sure it's the last thing they ever do. I'll roast them alive if I have to," Muriel growled in rage. "Muriel, calm down, honey," Gretel said firmly. "We can go talk to Brooklyn's teacher about this, but we gotta tell Diablo about this first." Just as Brooklyn said that, the office door knocked, and Muriel ran downstairs and opened up the door. Diablo was at the door and was surprised to see that his sister opened the door. "Diablo, I'm glad you're here," Muriel said to her brother. Her tone was panicked. "Brooklyn's gotten beaten up by those bullies at school. She has a black eye and a bloody nose." As soon as Muriel finished, she and Diablo raced upstairs to see Brooklyn sitting on Gretel's bed. Mina and Gretel were tending to Brooklyn. That's when they took notice of Diablo. "Brooklyn, what happened?" Diablo rushed to his daughter's side, asking her that question. "What happened?" he frantically asked his daughter. "A group of boys asked me if I wanted to go play with them, and they were older than me," Brooklyn spat, beginning to explain to her father. "I went with them, and when we got to the forest, they started to attack me, and I got beaten up." "Those bullies. I have a feeling something like this would happen," Muriel muttered under her breath, remembering that she was beaten up as a child, and this made Muriel furious with the bullies hurting her niece. Her skin turned white with black cracks on it. "Muriel, why is your skin changing?" Mina asked nervously. Gretel rushed to her girlfriend's side. "Muriel, I know you're pissed at those bullies for hurting Brooklyn, but why is your skin changing?" Gretel asked with concern, expecting what was going to come out of the witch's mouth. It couldn't be good. "I'm going to get my revenge on those bullies. They pissed the wrong witch today," Muriel growled. "I'm going to go find them, rip out their throats." Muriel shouted, nearly startled the adults in Brooklyn. They knew that Muriel was protecting her niece and that she cared about her, but revenge on those bullies by violence was one step too far. Gretel and Diablo had almost had to restrain Muriel. "Muriel, revenge is no way to solve this," Gretel stated firmly. "We'll go talk to the teacher about this tomorrow with Diablo, and if he's okay with it, I'm okay with it. I'm going to have you girls come with me anyway, because since you and Muriel have witnessed this, Mina has as well. But seeing as a child of a children of her own to look after, I'll need Muriel and Gretel," Diablo replied. "Hansel and I can look after Brooke for a few hours, if that's all right with you," Mina said. "I don't see why that would be a problem. We'll tell the teacher our side of the story," Gretel added. "It's then settled then. You and Muriel will meet by the school doors after the children get out of school. I'll also be keeping Brooklyn home for a while, just until things get sorted out," Diablo replied. The next day, Muriel and Gretel were meeting up with Diablo at the schoolhouse. Seeing that the children were let out from school for the day, there wouldn't be any crazy children running around. Diablo waved at his sister and the sheriff, and as the girls met up with Diablo, they entered the school. "Hello, there, Sheriff Gretel and Muriel and Diablo," Miss Green greeted them as she was sitting on her desk, sorting through her paperwork. The adults took their seats by her desk, and the teacher immediately knew what was wrong. "I saw that Brooklyn wasn't at school. Do you suppose what happened to her?" "Well, Miss Green, Brooklyn came to my office beaten up yesterday," Gretel replied. She, along with Diablo and Muriel, began to explain the whole story to the teacher. They explained about Brooklyn being beaten up by the bullies at her school, and even her coming to Gretel for help. After everything was explained, the teacher was shocked by the whole story. "Oh my God, why didn't Brooklyn come and tell me about those boys that beat her up?" Miss Green asked, shocked about the stuff Brooklyn went through the day before. "Well, she said that those bullies would kill her for it," Diablo replied. "She said their names were Dylan, Nate, and Josh. I know those boys. I had to talk to them about bullying Brooklyn a couple times, but this is too far. I'm going to talk with them and their parents, and they will be suspended." Miss Green said, unhappy of what Brooklyn went through. I hope they get what's coming to them, Muriel said. If I was a teacher, I would have ripped out their throats. Now, Muriel, we must not get violent with this, Gretel said softly, holding her girlfriend back. I know you're upset about your niece getting hurt, but threatening and violence isn't going to help. We'll talk to the boys about what they did, and I'll call with their parents. I will suspend them from school for a month, as that will be their punishment, Miss Green stated. And if this happens again with Brooklyn, I'll report the boys to you, Gretel, and then you'll deal with them. Sounds like a plan. Diablo had to keep Brooklyn home from school today due to the stress she was going through, Gretel replied. And if it's not going to be a problem, will it be okay if I keep my daughter home from school for a few days? Diablo asked. If that's what Brooklyn wants, Diablo, then that's fine, Miss Green said. I just wish she would have told me, but I can see that she didn't know or expect what was going to happen. Muriel went through that as a kid. My father kept her homeschooled, Diablo said. Muriel got beaten up when she was 13, and she was traumatized by it. Damn, I'm sorry that happened, Gretel replied. After their meeting with Miss Green, the adults left the school and headed for Hansel's house and office. Upon entering the house, Brooklyn was playing with May and Jack in their playpen. Brooklyn had looked up and saw Muriel with Gretel and Diablo. She ran up to them and hugged Diablo. And as Diablo held his daughter, he looked at her. Have you been okay while I was gone? Diablo asked. Yeah, I've been okay, Brooklyn said. Mina and Hansel walked over to the playpen to grab their children. They've been fine while you were gone. Brooklyn is also doing okay, Hansel informed them, although she's still stressed from yesterday. We talked with the teacher and she said that she'll talk to the boys that hurt Brooklyn and their parents, Gretel said to her brother. They're going to be suspended for a month, and if they hurt Brooklyn again, they're going to be answering to me. So that got taken care of by the sound of it? Mina asked. Yes, and I'll keep Brooklyn home from school for a few days, Diablo replied. So hopefully those boys will leave them alone. Well, I'm glad those boys are getting what's coming to them. I'd be angry if one of my children got beaten up the way Brooklyn did, Hansel said, handling Jack to Gretel, and as his sister took Jack in her arms. You okay? Mina asked Muriel, noticing that Muriel's fists have been clenching since she heard about what the bullies did to Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm just upset that my niece got hurt, Muriel informed her. I understand that you're angry with the bullies. Would it be okay if I would be if any of my kids got hurt, Mina said. I know I need to calm down, but whenever I look at Brooklyn and what she's going through, I see myself as her, a young child, Muriel replied. I just get overprotective of my niece, although she looks up to me as if I was her mother. I'm sure Brooklyn gets along with you as well, like she does with us, Mina said. As May yawned in her mother's arms, the baby started to fall asleep as Mina rocked her back and forth. The adults and children were quiet for the rest of the day, which was well needed after the events that happened. Although Brooklyn was the victim of being beaten, she was a strong girl though, and what Brooklyn will always be, although her father, her aunt, and her friends will still worry about her. A couple of days went by since Brooklyn was harassed by the bullies. She was slowly recovering from the events that took place, so she was kept home from school for a few days, which had meant for her to spend time with her father and Aunt Muriel. She did get to see Red, Gretel, and the rest of her friends, and she and Diablo considered them family. Gretel was asleep on the couch in the sitting room, and it was around almost noon, and Ben walked in with Red. They can see that Gretel was asleep, and that they watched the sheriff sleeping peacefully. You want to wake her? Red asked. No, we shouldn't wake her up, Ben said. I did that a few times, and she could be very grouchy over that. How do you know that? Red asked Ben. Hansel told me about the things that I shouldn't do around Gretel, and I did piss her off a few times, Ben explained. Gretel was in her hometown in Augsburg. She was dreaming about the events of the Blood Moon took place. She, along with Hansel, saved Mina from Berenger and his men from burning her. Berenger was the asshole for not trusting Gretel nor Hansel since they started hunting witches, and this was the dream she was having. You better listen, Berenger yelled at the mayor. I'm not going to have this bitch and her scoundrel little brother coming into my town telling me what to do. Berenger groaned as Gretel headbutted the sheriff's face, making his nose bleed in the process. Gretel opened her eyes and saw Red and Ben. sitting not far from the couch on comfy chairs. They had wondered why Gretel was asleep for a while. She had been up most nights and almost sleeps till afternoon. "Gretel, I see that you're awake," Ben said. Gretel then sat up on the couch and looked at Ben. "Yeah, I haven't gotten too much sleep last night," Gretel replied, yawning as she was slowly waking up. "We have something to tell you. Would you mind if we tell you now?" Red asked. "If now's not the time, we can wait." "What is it that you want to tell me?" Gretel asked, with question that Red brought over her tea. "Thanks, Red. Did you make it?" "First of all, yes, I did make the tea," Red answered. "And second, Ben and I have just started on seeing each other." As soon as Red said that, Gretel knew that red-haired witch and Ben are now a couple and dating. Like Hansel and Mina, Muriel and Gretel, they were both together, but they were the same gender, to which Gretel was fine for being the same gender as Muriel. "Congrats, you two. Hope it all works out." Gretel congratulated Red and Ben for being a couple. "How do you know that?" Ben asked as he smiled. "I just knew everything. I know Muriel would say that." Gretel chuckled. Red was drinking her tea when it was too hot and burned her throat. While she was taking a sip, she spilled her tea onto the floor. In addition to that, she also dropped the mug on the floor, and the mug smashed into pieces as it hit the floor, and Red was worried that Gretel would yell at her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop the mug," Red frantically said, hoping that she wouldn't get yelled at over spilling or dropping her mug. "That's okay. I know it was an accident, Red," Gretel reassured her. "Why did you say that as if you were afraid?" "That's because I..." Red trailed off, thinking of what to say. "I was afraid you were going to yell at me, because my parents caused me to yell at me over small accidents." "Aw, Red, I'm not going to yell at you over that," Gretel said, hugging the red-haired witch. "That would be the stupidest thing I ever do. Plus, why would I yell at you over that?" "Gretel's right, Red. We'll just clean it up and make you more tea," Ben said, getting a broom and swept up the broken mug, and Gretel got rags to clean up the spilt tea. "Where's Muriel?" Gretel asked while cleaning up the tea. "She's in her underground place. She's making a surprise for you down there," Ben said. "I wonder what that witch is planning. I hope she's not going to blow up my office," Gretel said while laughing. She knew that Muriel would never blow anything up. She was just joking around, as Gretel knew that she was funny at times. "She's not going to blow up anything. Ever since she's changed, she's not going to do that," Ben replied. And then Muriel showed up. "I see you're awake. Why did you sleep on the couch last night, Gretel?" Muriel asked. "I was reading a book, and then I fell asleep last night," Gretel replied. "I didn't get enough sleep last night, and I don't know why. I just couldn't get enough sleep. Maybe if I show you, you're surprised, maybe you'll get better sleep tonight," Muriel suggested. Then she took Gretel to her office, and they were approaching the stairs to her underground apartment. "Now, Gretel, you must close your eyes." "While going downstairs?" Gretel asked in surprise, unsure if that prank what Muriel was doing was a good idea. "I don't trust this with stairs. If I fell down the stairs a bunch of times." "Oh, don't worry, sweetie. I am going to make sure you don't fall down the stairs," Muriel reassured her girlfriend. "Do you trust me to help you downstairs? I'll catch you if you fall." "I trust you, Muriel," Gretel said. She closed her eyes as Muriel led her girlfriend down the stairs to an underground place. As soon as the girls both got to the bottom of the stairs, Gretel's eyes were still closed. "Can I open now?" she asked. "Yes, you can," Muriel said. As Gretel opened her eyes, she was amazed by the sight that in front of her. Muriel had turned to the underground place into something much more. It was as if her and Muriel's own apartment. "Muriel, I don't believe this." Gretel was amazed when she looked around. "This makes me feel as if we were living together." "I made it our big area, and I was hoping you'd like it," Muriel replied. "You see, while I was spending my time down here, I'd get lonely without you to keep me company. But I was seeing as we were a couple for a long time, I decided we could try sharing this together." "Like sharing your underground apartment-like place?" Gretel asked. "Yeah, I thought we could give that a shot," Muriel replied. "That's if you're okay with this, and if it works out." "I think we can make this work. I like the idea, Muriel." Gretel walked down to the underground room. It was huge, yes, but it was like a big bedroom. In fact, Muriel had turned their basement into apartment into one. "This room is big enough for the both of us, and we can sure use your old room as a guest bedroom, Muriel said. That can work. I think this will work as well, Gretel replied. At least this room is being shared with someone I know, and not some stranger. Hey, Muriel said playfully. I'm no stranger to you, am I? Of course not, Muriel. I trust you. Gretel chuckled as she pecked a kiss on Muriel's cheek. Muriel then noticed that Gretel hadn't been sleeping much, and she could tell due to Gretel's voice sounding dead inside. Are you okay, Gretel? Muriel asked. You looked as if you haven't slept in a few days. What's going on with you, girl? Well, Muriel, I just haven't been sleeping much for the past few nights, and I don't know why. I've just not been tired, Gretel explained. I see. Well, if you need to talk to me, Gretel, I'm here for you, Muriel said. As the day went on, Brett and Ben went out for their first date, while Muriel and Gretel had their day together. Since Muriel and Gretel were sharing a bedroom now, it was Gretel's first time sharing a bed with Muriel. Though there wasn't anything going on, and the girls were sleeping peacefully on their king-size bed. Gretel was tossing and turning in her sleep. Something was definitely wrong. Gretel was in the forest, unaware of what's going on. Suddenly she was pummeled to the ground by Berenger's goons, and she realized that this nightmare was from her past. Oh, she's the one, eh? A familiar voice said. The group of men picked Gretel up. Berenger, who was a sheriff at the time, was invading her sweet dreams with his wicked actions. What do you think you're doing? Gretel said in shock, surprised that the sheriff and his goons had restrained Gretel. You're under arrest for the burning of Augsburg and for bringing the witch plague into our town, Berenger said, looking at Gretel with evil look in his eyes. Listen, you idiot! The witches are planning something big, and I need to find my brother and save your shitty ass from... Gretel's rant was cut off by Berenger getting a grip on her face with his hand. Shut up! Berenger growled as she looked at Gretel with anger in his eyes. This time, I do the talking, you do the bleeding. And with that, Berenger gave a good punch to Gretel's face, knocking her down to the ground. As Berenger's men were picking Gretel back up, Gretel's mouth was covered in blood. Berenger wasn't just bullying Gretel. She was acting big and tough. Yup. And Gretel feels like she was second class. Berenger started to beat up Gretel with his men. They keep doing this until Gretel was facing the sheriff and his man. Pathetic, Gretel said while coughing. She's got guts. Ooh, I like that, Berenger said, smirking with wickedness on his face. Gretel had awoken from her dream as she was closing her eyes while tossing and turning to wake up. Berenger and his men pinned Gretel down, get ready to do God knows what with her. Well, boys, you can have her, after I'm done with her, Berenger said. At the moment Gretel woke up from her dream, she was breathing heavily as she sat up on Muriel's bed. She was sweating rapidly, and she knew she had the worst nightmare of her life, the day where she was almost violated by Berenger a year ago. The day really frightened her. Gretel let tears roll down her face. All of her emotions were bottled up inside of her from nightmares of Berenger for the last few nights. She needed to have a good cry. Muriel opened her eyes and rolled on her back and could see Gretel breathing heavily, followed by her sobbing quietly. Muriel looked over at Gretel, confused as to what was wrong. Gretel, why are you up? It's free in the... Before Muriel could finish a sentence, she paused and looked at Gretel with concern. Her face was drenched in sweat and her eyes were red from crying. Muriel could tell that Gretel was upset. But what was wrong? Gretel, what's wrong? As soon as Muriel asked Gretel, the sheriff burst into tears while hugging her ex-enemy. Muriel's heart fell into darkness. She was now worried about Gretel. She hugged Gretel as she rubbed her back. Gretel cried in Muriel's arms for a few minutes before looking at her girlfriend. Gretel, Muriel said softly. She hushed her quietly to calm her girlfriend down, and Gretel took some deep breaths to calm herself down. Once she did that, she looked at Muriel. Shh, Gretel, tell me, what's wrong? It's about what happened the day before the blood moon, and I was being held hostage by Berenger, Gretel began, choking a few sobs. Berenger even started to beat me up, and then he and his men tried to attack me. And it's even worse than what I've imagined. It's from the past before I started dating you. Gretel broke down crying in tears again, and Muriel held her face up to see her. Hey, it was just a nightmare you had. Ever since Edward killed Berenger and his men, You've been safe since then, Muriel replied, comforting the witch hunter. You know I won't let anyone hurt you. You mean everything to me, Gretel. I will protect you, even if it means putting my life at risk. Gretel smiled softly at Muriel. She couldn't bear any tears from escaping her eyes. As Muriel noticed more tears falling from Gretel's eyes, her thumbs gently wiped them off her face. I wouldn't even dare hurt you or let anyone harm you. I'd kill them if they lay a hand on you, Muriel said, calming Gretel down from her sobbing so much after her nightmare. I'm glad you're not going to hurt me. When you did the evil things in the past, Gretel replied, calming down from crying. I knew you could be a better person. It was bizarre, but I never expected that outcome. I will have to admit at first, but I changed for the better, Muriel said. I'm your girlfriend that you love, and you trust me and I trust you. We'll go back to sleep, but only this time, I'll hold you close to you so you won't have any more nightmares tonight. Thanks, Muriel. You know how to make me feel better, Gretel replied, as the both girls fell asleep together. Since then, Gretel had no more nightmares for the remainder of the night. As the next few days went on, Gretel and Muriel were both sitting together by a lake, not far from where the cabin was. It was the same place Muriel grew up as a child. She and Gretel were skipping stones by the docks. Even though it wasn't Gretel's favorite thing to do, she does it whenever she feels like it. This is a good flat one I found, Muriel said, picked up a flat stone and handed it to Gretel. I like this one. Gretel skipped the flat stone on the water. It skipped at least 6 times before sinking into water. Now, wow, that one skipped 6 times. Finding flat stones is hard, but with my magic I could find anything, Muriel said, as she heard twigs and branches snapping from behind her. She and Gretel looked up towards the tree line. What is it? Gretel asked. Upon hearing branches and twigs snapping, she got her crossbow and was ready to fire at any moment. She waited to see if someone would come out of the bushes. She lowered her crossbow when Hansel along with Mina came out from the bushes and saw that Gretel and Muriel were by the lake. Gretel, Muriel, glad we found you girls, Hansel said. What is it? Gretel asked. Is something wrong? It's Diablo, Hansel said. His voice sounded sad, so Gretel instantly knew what was wrong. Diablo fell off his broomstick and fell hard on his back. He's broken his spine. What? Muriel stammered in shock, fearing for her brother's safety. There's gotta be a spell, anything to fix it. He's at the hideout with Ben and Red, but we're not sure how much longer he'll last, Mina said. But this doesn't make any sense, Hansel. I thought witches can be killed by beheading them or burning them. How would a broken spine do it? Gretel asked Hansel. I don't know, Gretel. Have never seen a witch break her spine before. To humans it kills them, but for Diablo on the other hand, he may choose to use a spell or not, Hansel informed his sister. If there's a spell to fix a broken spine, we can use that spell to save him, Muriel said, but her smile faded as soon as she felt Gretel's hand on her shoulders. Muriel, you can't expect things to go your way, Gretel interrupted. Diablo might decide to die peacefully. It is his choice. This is his life. If he wishes to go to heaven, we should let him. Muriel can feel tears running down her cheek. The one and only brother may die from his spine being broken. Muriel began to cry. It was a lot for her to take in, but losing her brother was devastating. Gretel's right. It's Diablo's choice in his life, Mina added. If he wants the spell to repair his spine, we'll do that. But if we can't make choices for other people unless that's what they want. I know it'll be hard to accept, Muriel, but we're going to be here for you for support, Gretel said, as she hugged Muriel, and the witch began sobbing in Gretel's arms. I can't believe my brother's dying. Why does this have to happen? Muriel sobbed. He's alive, but may be alive for a few days, Hansel said to Muriel. So in that time, you and Gretel could say goodbye to Diablo. Ben and Red will keep an eye on him. Diablo's in your old hideout? Is Brooklyn home alone or something? Gretel asked Mina. Brooklyn's at school. You might want to bring her to the cabin to get her stuff. Once you two girls do that, she may have to stay with you for the night, Mina replied. Ben and Red will be monitoring Diablo and his condition. That way, if he decides to go to heaven, we can all say our goodbyes. Okay, we'll do that, Gretel said. She had to take a lot in on that note, and she thought of her girlfriend losing her brother was devastating, and for Brooklyn to know about her father dying, Telling Brooklyn was going to be hard for her losing her father, as going to be a tough subject to talk about, especially with Brooklyn being 8 years old. She had no other family except Muriel because she's her aunt. As Gretel and Muriel headed for the schoolhouse in Augsburg, the girls were thinking about how to tell Brooklyn what happened to Diablo, but they had to think of what to say to her. It was going to be hard for Brooklyn to understand. Despite her being a child, she may not understand what death meant for her father, so the girls had to think of a way to tell her. They arrived at the school as Brooklyn was dismissed along with the other students. "Hey, Brooklyn," Gretel said, waving her arm out for Brooklyn to take notice. As soon as the 8-year-old saw Gretel and Muriel, she ran up to the aunt and sheriff. "Hey, Gretel. Hey, Aunt Muriel. Why are you here at the school?" Brooklyn asked. "Shouldn't Daddy be the one picking me up?" Brooklyn looked around, and then she couldn't find her dad anywhere. "Your dad's not doing good, so he asked me to take and Gretel to look after you for a while," Muriel replied. "Why?" "He's just not feeling well, Brooke, so he asked me and Aunt Muriel to look after you," Gretel replied, then picked up Brooklyn in her arms. "We'll look after you until we find out more about Daddy." With Gretel reassuring Brooklyn, the girls took Brooklyn home. Once they got home, Gretel had some duties as sheriff to do, so she asked Muriel to keep Brooklyn occupied for a while. Since Muriel agreed in the terms of Diablo not being around for the time being, Muriel took Brooklyn downstairs to her and Gretel's bedroom. "I have something we can do together." Muriel pulled out some crayons and paper, and as she and Brooklyn were at the table, "Muriel, when will Daddy be home?" Brooklyn asked as she got started on coloring with Muriel. "I'm not sure, sweetie. Daddy will come home eventually," Muriel replied, but in the back of her mind, she knew that Diablo wasn't coming home. But she didn't want to tell the truth to her niece, at least not yet. "She'll be home soon, Brooklyn. He just needs time to rest for the night." "Okay. Will Gretel make dinner?" Brooklyn asked her aunt. "She will, Brooke. She's just out doing work right now," Muriel reassured her niece. "We're going to have some chicken tonight with boiled frogs." And just as Muriel said that, Gretel walked back in the office with some food in bags. "I got some chicken all cooked up with boiled frogs, and for dessert I got some apple pie," Gretel announced as she placed the food on the table. "I see you two have been coloring. Is that right?" "Yeah, I made a drawing for Daddy." Brooklyn showed her the drawing of Gretel, who smiled and looked at the drawing. "It's Daddy with me and my family. I hope he'll come home soon." "I hope he does too," Gretel replied. She didn't want to tell Brooklyn that Diablo wasn't coming home, but seeing as she and Muriel both didn't want to upset her, they remained quiet about it. As Gretel made dinner with Muriel's help, the girls looked back to check on Brooklyn. The young witch was busy coloring with her and playing with her toys, but Muriel had to look out for her niece. The girls were whispering things to each other, which Brooklyn couldn't understand what they were saying. "When should we tell her?" Muriel asked Gretel. "Whenever the time comes for us to say goodbye to him," Gretel replied softly. "I have a feeling that Brooklyn isn't going to like the news we're going to give her." "You're right, but when the time comes, there's no hiding it from her anymore," Muriel sighed sadly. During dinner time, everyone was quiet while eating. Brooklyn couldn't understand why the girls were quiet. There must have been something wrong, so it could be why Gretel and Muriel were so quiet. But to Brooklyn, she had no idea. "Why are you and Gretel quiet?" Brooklyn asked Muriel, breaking her thoughts when her niece spoke. "What are you saying?" Muriel asked her niece. Of course, Brooklyn repeated that question to Muriel and Gretel. "Oh, well, we're just quiet because we're just thinking about something." "Yeah, it's nothing to worry about, Brooklyn," Gretel added, and then she continued to eat their dinner. The rest of the evening went just as Muriel and Gretel were talking to each other. Brooklyn was confused as her aunt and the sheriff had been acting strange. They were hiding something. But why were they acting strange? Brooklyn yawned as she was starting to get tired. She had no idea why Muriel and Gretel were acting strange towards her. But as she brushed it off as nothing, Gretel looked at Muriel, who was reading her book. "You want to put her to bed, Muriel?" she asked her, and as soon as Gretel said that, Muriel looked up from her book. "That was what was that, Gretel?" Muriel replied with a question. So Gretel ended up repeating that question, as she asked Muriel a few seconds ago. "I said, will you please put Brooklyn to bed?" Gretel questioned, while still answering her question. Muriel nodded and got up from her chair. She walked over to Brooklyn, who was still playing with her toys. "Brooklyn, it's your bedtime, sweetie," Muriel said to her niece, picking her up as Brooklyn held onto her stuffed bunny. As Muriel carried Brooklyn upstairs to Gretel's old bedroom or guest room, Muriel tucked Brooklyn under the covers once she was putting her down. A loud crash of thunder was heard outside, and Brooklyn was nearly scared that she hid under the covers. "That thunder was scary," Brooklyn said under the covers. Muriel sat on the bed and looked at Brooklyn, who came out from hiding. "I used to be scared of thunder too, but I eventually got over it within a few years," Muriel replied, reassuring her niece. "I could sit with you until you fall asleep, if it makes you feel better." "That will work, Aunt Muriel. Daddy does that whenever I'm scared of a thunderstorm," Brooklyn said. Muriel had read her niece a story as she lay down with Brooklyn. As they read the story, they can hear the sound of rain falling along with little thunder sounds from outside. They know that they were safe from the storm while inside, so Muriel reassured her niece not to be scared of the thunderstorm. She assured Brooklyn that the storms happen once in a while, and says that the clouds are playing on the drums, or something like that during the storm. It made Brooklyn feel better, knowing that there was nothing to worry about during the storm. As Muriel was finishing the story, she got up and walked towards the door to leave when Brooklyn spoke up, catching Muriel's attention. She wondered what her niece wanted before sleep. "Muriel, when is Daddy coming back?" Brooklyn asked her aunt. "Well," Muriel paused, had to think of a way not to scare Brooklyn that her father was dying. She would save that part for when she and Gretel hear the news from Hansel, or possibly Red and Mina. "I'm not sure, Brooklyn. Daddy wants me to look after you until we find out," Muriel reassured Brooklyn. As Brooklyn fell asleep, Muriel then left the guest room and headed back to her and Gretel's room. Muriel was stressed out from the inside, and Gretel knew that Muriel was saddened that Diablo was dying, and there was nothing that the girls can do. "Did she fall asleep okay?" Gretel asked her. "Yes, she did, but she asked when my brother will come home," Muriel replied. She sighed sadly. "I know he's not gonna come home, not with him with a broken spine without surgery. Unless he uses a spell to fix the spine on him. It could mess up his future, even if it's repaired by magic." "I know it's a hard choice to face, Muriel, but we should let Diablo make his choice," Gretel said, as she pulled Muriel into a huddle. "We'll have to tell Brooklyn the hard news when the time comes." "We'll do that, but we'll have to explain to her tomorrow," Muriel replied sadly. As the clock struck midnight, the girls began to get ready for bed. The storm had changed to just rain. No sound of thunder or any sight of flashing lightning. Just pure sound of rain was music to Gretel's ears, and as she and Muriel both liked the sound of rain. Gretel and Muriel both climbed into bed, and they had trouble falling asleep that night. All they could think about was Diablo. He was going to die one way or another with a broken spine, but Gretel knew that it was going to be hard on Brooklyn and Muriel. She knew that she'd be there for them both when the time comes. Sure enough, the girls fell asleep, and they were having a hard time trying to fall asleep during the fact that Diablo was going to die really hit them hard. As the next morning arrived, Gretel woke up and saw that Muriel was sleeping beside her. Assuming that Muriel had woken up earlier, Gretel headed upstairs to the sheriff's office. When she climbed the stairs, she didn't expect to see the next scene in front of her. As Gretel approached the scene ahead of her, Muriel was at the front door with Brooklyn, and in front of them was Gretel's twin brother. Hansel being there can only bring sad news about Diablo. "How is he?" Gretel asked her brother. "Unfortunately, Diablo's not doing well, with a broken spine too painful for him to take it," Hansel sighed sadly, while replying to his sister. "We'll have to go to the hideout in the mountains. We'll have to say our goodbyes to Diablo." After Hansel finished his sentence, Gretel had a feeling that the worst was to come. She knew that Diablo wasn't going to make it with a broken spine, since a spell was the only way to fix it. She and Muriel knew that it was Diablo's choice, and he could have his life saved but problems in his life, or he can go to heaven and be free from the pain. "What? Daddy's dying?" Brooklyn asked Muriel and Gretel and Hansel with tears in her eyes. "Why?" "Daddy's broken his spine while flying on the broomstick, Brooke, so he's not going to make it," Muriel finally said to her niece, with sorrow in her voice. Muriel knew it was going to be tough on Brooklyn to see her losing her dad. "Maybe Aunt Muriel can perform a spell and make Daddy better," Brooklyn replied hopefully. "Brooklyn, that choice is up to your father. If he wants to get better, the spell Muriel can use can save him," Gretel replied. And if Daddy wants to go to heaven, he'll watch over you." Brooklyn began to cry as Gretel hugged her. She had been through hard times when she never saw her parents as a child, until Muriel had told her and Hansel and what happened to their parents as children. She couldn't imagine how much this was affecting Brooklyn. At Muriel's old hideout with Hansel and his sister, Muriel and Brooklyn were outside, waiting to see Red and Ben come out. They had told them to wait outside as they discussed with Diablo his options. Brooklyn sat beside her aunt, hoping that Diablo chose a spell to fix his spine. However, when Red and Ben both stepped out of the hideout, they looked at their friends, and they took a deep breath and sighed. Red wanted to go first before Ben let her. "How is he?" Hansel asked. "I'm sorry, he's not doing well," Red replied sadly. "We talked to him about his options, and he doesn't want you to use a spell to fix his back," Red said to Muriel. Her friend sighed sadly and accepted her brother's wishes. "So Daddy's dying?" Brooklyn asked, as Gretel returned her attention to the little witch. "Yes, I'm afraid so, Brooke," Gretel replied, letting her tears stream down her face. "You might all want to go in and say your goodbyes. Me and Ben already did," Red said. Hansel along with Mina took the twins to say their first goodbyes. After about 10 to 15 minutes, Hansel and Mina with their kids exited out the hideout, allowing Muriel and Gretel and Brooklyn to enter. Seeing Diablo on his deathbed was saddening. The girls walked up to Diablo's side. Diablo slowly turned his attention to his sister with her girlfriend and his daughter. He was having this one last time look at his daughter, as well as his sister and girlfriend. "Muriel, you're still here?" Diablo asked. His voice was raspy and sounded like he was dead inside. "I'm here, Diablo. I'm sorry about your broken spine," Muriel replied, letting loose tears fall from her face. I can't believe that I'm losing you, my only brother." "Muriel, listen, girl," Diablo reassured her. He was sad to see his sister cry. "Even though my time is up for living here, you gotta promise me something. And Gretel, can you promise me this as well, as I consider her family?" "What is it?" Muriel sniffled while choking on a few sobs. "I need you and Gretel to promise me this. You both gotta look after Brooklyn for me," Diablo replied. "I know parenting isn't your thing, Muriel, but please just do this for me. I'll look after Brooklyn for you. I'll treat her as if she was my own daughter," Muriel said while sobbing. "Well, we'll take care of Brooklyn, and we won't let you down, Diablo," Gretel said as she let a few tears drop down from her eyes. "Thank you, Gretel. I know I could count on the best sheriff in Augsburg," Diablo said, then turned to Muriel as he held one of Diablo's hands. "She take care of my girlfriend and my daughter," Muriel. "I will, Diablo. I'll take care of my girlfriend and your daughter," Muriel replied. Then Brooklyn looked at her father with a sad look on her face. Diablo felt bad that Brooklyn had to see him on his deathbed, and he wished that he didn't break his spine so he could be there to look after his daughter. "Daddy, you're dying?" Brooklyn asked her father. "I am dying, yes, Brooke. I am so sorry that you have to see me like this," Diablo said sadly to his daughter. "I wish I can still be around. I wish you didn't have to see me like this in this state." "But Daddy, I don't want you to leave," Brooklyn sobbed as tears started to run down her face. "I understand, Brooklyn. I am sorry to be in this condition right now," Diablo replied as he cried a few tears himself. He then placed a hand on the back of Brooklyn's head. "Brooklyn, I want you to listen to me. Aunt Muriel and Sheriff Gretel, will you take over my job on looking after you?" "But why do you have to leave now, Daddy? You gotta be with me," Brooklyn said while crying. "I'll be with you, Brooklyn, even though we can't see each other," Diablo replied. "He's right, Brooke. He'll keep you safe. He has mine and Muriel's word on it," Gretel added. We won't let anything bad happen to you, Brooklyn. Your father is dying because he wanted to protect you. I am sad that he's in this position now. I wish things were different," Muriel said, holding back as much tears as she could fight. "Brooklyn, promise Daddy that you'll stay strong for me, and stay strong for Muriel and Gretel," Diablo said to his daughter. I will, Daddy," Brooklyn sobbed. "You're a good father, and a good brother to my girlfriend, and you're a friend to me. I'm also glad you helped us out a lot, Diablo," Gretel said, as she stroked Diablo's hair. "I'm glad I've met you, Gretel, and brought my sister back to life." so she could change her ways, and seeing you two being a couple, I'm glad this is the way I see it before I die. And I love you all. Muriel, please take care of Gretel in Brooklyn, Diablo said. As Muriel nodded, she nodded, and Diablo closed his eyes as he took his last breath. He's gone, Muriel stammered, as a new wave of fresh tears formed in her eyes. Everyone was crying over the loss of a very good friend, a brother and a father of his loved ones. Diablo sadly passed away from a broken spine and complications, and that there was nothing anyone could do to fix his spine, with the exception of a spell to fix it, that Muriel knows, but Diablo does not want to that. He chose to go to heaven. After Diablo passed away a few days ago, Muriel and Gretel had arranged a funeral to honor Diablo's passing. The one who brought Muriel back to life, and the one who became Gretel's friend, and the father of Brooklyn. Ever since Diablo's death, it hit Muriel really hard, as he was her only family that she knew, aside from her niece Brooklyn being her family. She was happy to be with Gretel, who understood her past and etc. Augsburg townspeople had come to the funeral to pay their respects to the warlock, the one who helped Gretel change Muriel's ways of being evil. After the funeral ended, Brooklyn stared at the gravestone of her father, as rain poured down all of Augsburg. The young witch was sad for losing her father so soon, and she was only 8 years old, and wished her father had took the spell to fix his spine. But it was her father's choice on what he wanted. As Brooklyn looked down at her father's grave, she was starting to get soaked from the rain. Muriel and Gretel turned their attention to Brooklyn. It was up to them, with Hansel and Mina, to look after Brooklyn. Of course, with the help from Ben and Red along with Edward, they will have to raise Brooklyn without Diablo. It was going to be hard for Brooklyn to believe that her father was gone, the one who loved her ever since she was a baby. Gone. Brooklyn had to live her life without her father, but she was lucky not to be alone. She had her Aunt Muriel to look up to as well, and her girlfriend Gretel. Gretel was talking with her friends and family when she looked at Brooklyn. Her heart sank to her stomach when she saw how sad Brooklyn was. Losing someone close to her was saddening, and Gretel and Hansel knew how Brooklyn felt. They lost their parents as kids, and it was around the time when they became witch hunters. I'm sorry, I'm worried about her, Gretel said. I have no idea what Brooklyn's gonna do. I hope she doesn't go down the path Muriel went years ago. I'll make sure she doesn't go down that path, although I'm her aunt and not her mother, Muriel added. But maybe I can check on her and see if she needs anything, Red stammered, while holding back some tears. Diablo's death had hit her hard, too, as she had short-term memory loss. She can't remember when she last spent time with Diablo, although this way before he did, it must have took around the time where Berenger and his was sheriff back then. I'll do it. I'm her aunt after all, Muriel said to Red, rejecting her offer to check on Brooklyn. The Grand Black Witch walked up to her niece. She stood beside Brooklyn and looked at her. I'm sorry that you had to see your father go so soon. He's never going to have a chance to see you grow up in person. Muriel's voice caught Brooklyn's attention as she turned to see her if her aunt was talking to her. I wish there was something that I could do. I hope that you're not going to blame me for my father's death, Brooklyn cried, as Muriel held her niece close to her as she crouched down. Of course not, my dear. This isn't your fault. You weren't with your father at the time, Muriel reassured Brooklyn. But your dad promised me and Gretel that we'll look after you. I know he did. I just wish the things were different, Brooklyn replied. Then he would still be around. Not everything could go the way we want, Brooklyn. You'll understand this more when you get older, Muriel said. Try and understand this. When I lost someone close to me a long time ago, Aunt Muriel went crazy and turned evil. So you're saying that I'm gonna go crazy and turn evil? Brooklyn nearly snapped. No, I didn't say you're doing that. I'm talking about how I reacted before you were born, Muriel said, calming her niece down. I was evil when I went crazy. I lost someone I loved, and no, it wasn't Gretel. It was a boy I liked, until the old sheriff killed him. I was so devastated that I changed from good to evil. That's why I tried to get my revenge on the witch hunters after I was killed. Your father brought me back to life, and he was Gretel's friend, and she helped me change my ways. So you were evil because of your past? Brooklyn asked. Yes, sadly I did. It was all I could do to block the past from making me sad. Muriel replied. I had to hide it from everyone, including your father, for a long time. But when Muriel started visiting me, I realized that it was never too late for me to change. So I changed my ways. At first it wasn't easy, but I knew what I had to do and I could do it. And now you're nice, but I don't know why some people judge how I look, Brooklyn asked. Daddy says I'm beautiful the way I am. Is that true? Of course it is, Brooke. We all know you're beautiful the way you are. Don't let the hurtful things people say about you bring you down. It's not good for your health anyway, Muriel reassured Brooklyn. As Brooklyn returned to Gretel's office with Gretel and Muriel, she was staring outside, the rain hitting the window. Brooklyn was feeling alone and sad that Diablo was gone, and she knew that she still had her Aunt Muriel and her girlfriend to look up to. Muriel and Gretel have talked about going to Gretel and Hansel's old house the next day. They have planned to get most of Diablo's things, mainly so they can get through his veins. Some of them can be keepers while others can be donated. The next day came and the rain had stopped, but it was very wet outside. Gretel had asked Muriel to help bring her Diablo's things back to her house, so Hansel and Mina had to babysit Brooklyn while the girls did that at the cottage in the forest. Muriel and Gretel brought 2 draft horses with a cart to take stuff to Augsburg. It was that way so Muriel and Gretel would have to make too many trips there and back. Plus, there was a lot of stuff to pack up. We'll pack a car with as many boxes as we can. Then 1 horse and cart can lead back to Augsburg. Then we'll do the very same for the other cart, and the cycle will keep going until we cleared everything, Gretel said, grabbing some stuff that belonged to Diablo and Brooklyn. As they were putting them in boxes, Gretel found something that looked like it belonged to Diablo. She brought the item closer, and Gretel could see that it was a scarf was Diablo's. Maybe Brooklyn could wear it. After all, it would be like as if Diablo was with Brooklyn. So Gretel put the scarf in the bag. Muriel was gathering most of Diablo's clothes and other belongings. Maybe some of the clothes will fit her, Gretel, or maybe even Hansel. As they packed most of Diablo's things in boxes, they loaded their first cart and tied everything down. Once the cart was secured and full, Gretel then set the first cart full of boxes back to Augsburg. As Gretel headed back inside, she gathered some of Brooklyn's things. She had gathered some of her clothes, toys, and Muriel helped her pack more of her brother's niece's belongings. Hey Muriel, I found something that I'm saving for later, Gretel said as she finished packing 1 box. Muriel walked over to Gretel as she wondered what her girlfriend found. What is it that you found? Muriel asked, and Gretel pulled out a scarf from her bag. It was a dark red rose scarf. It was soft and was made of wool. Your brother's scarf was found. He kept this with him for a long time, Gretel replied. It is old, but he did his best to keep it clean and last longer. Brooklyn's birthday's coming up on June 6th, so why not we give it to her for her birthday? Muriel suggested. That way she'll always have it by her father's side. I know she's devastated she was when he died. This will be a reminder of him. We can bring it back with us when we head back. That way we can keep this scarf as a surprise for Brooklyn, Gretel agreed, liking Muriel's idea. In fact, it was a great idea. While packing more of Diablo's belongings, Gretel found a portrait of her family. It was Diablo with his sister and parents. Muriel might want to consider keeping the painting. I found this painting of you and your brother and your family. You might want to consider keeping it, Gretel suggested. I know your brother would if you were going to suggest burning it. I was going to keep it anyway. My first thought was burning it, Muriel replied, but it decided to take the portrait of her family. I can see that in my family while it's hanging up, and that way I won't feel too alone. That's true, Brooklyn. She's looking up to you now. I know parenting isn't your thing, but you're doing a great job on looking after her, Gretel said. She needs me, Hansel and Mina as well. Ray and Ben, even though those 2 already knew that. If we can make it work, then I can't see why we can't look after her. We did promise my brother this before he died. One day Brooklyn will be our age, Muriel replied. I'm willing to look after her, with your help and help from her friends. As Muriel and Gretel finished packing all of Diablo and Brooklyn's belongings, they headed back to Augsburg. It was hard packing up all of Diablo's stuff and his daughter's belongings. mainly because there was a lot of stuff in the cottage, but they had to go through the stuff that they were packing. Some of the stuff would be donated or kept for keepsakes. When Gretel and Muriel got back to Augsburg, they walked up to see the carts and horses that were at Hansel and Mina's house. The other two adults were there, and they were getting the draft horses back in the stable. Gretel and Muriel headed inside with boxes as they placed some clothing that belonged to Diablo in the living room. Hansel and Mina headed inside and they took a look through the boxes of Diablo's things and found some clothes that will fit Hansel. "We have gathered all of his belongings, the same with Brooklyn's," Gretel said as Hansel tried on Diablo's jacket. Then Gretel noticed that the jacket Hansel was trying on. "Does that jacket fit you?" Gretel asked. "It does, Gretel. It's a nice one," Hansel replied. "I'll wash it whatever fits Hansel, and then the rest I'll donate," Mina said. She then found some jewelry box inside. "That jewelry belonged to my mother. You can keep it if you like," Muriel said to Mina. "I'll sell whatever ones I don't need, but thanks, Muriel," Mina replied, giving the Black Witch a hug. "Are you taking Brooklyn's things to her?" Hansel asked his sister and girlfriend. "Yes, we are. I found some things to give to her birthday." Gretel pulled out Diablo's scarf. It was a dark red rose color. She then showed it to Hansel and Mina. They both had looked at the scarf. It was a great gift for Brooklyn, and to remember her father by. "This is very nice, sis. Brooklyn will always remember to have her father by her side with this scarf," Hansel said, liking his sister's gift idea. Ben walked in to Red as Red stepped in. They had heard of what's going on. "What's up?" Red asked, leaning against the doorframe to the living room. "We saw the carts of boxes, so we thought we'd stop by," Ben added. "Well, Ben, we're glad you and Red are here. We just cleaned out Diablo's place and took his and Brooklyn's belongings," Gretel said. "Some of the things Hansel and Mina are keeping, like jewelry and clothes. If the clothes don't fit Hansel, maybe Ben might fit into them. Red can also have some jewelry that Mina's going through, and the rest of the stuff will be donated," Muriel added. "Thank you, girls. You cleared the cottage by yourselves?" Ben asked as he and Red began to look around Diablo's belongings. "Yeah, you can use some of these," Red added, taking a look at some of the jewelry with Mina. "Brooklyn's belongings are coming back with us. She's living with me and Muriel now," Gretel said. "She's got no one else in her family besides Muriel. My girlfriend is willing to take her in for Diablo. It's his promise that Muriel made, and we're not going to break it. I'm sure you two will make it through with Brooklyn. She's a great kid," Ben said. And then he saw the dark red rose scarf in Gretel's hands. "What's that scarf?" "Oh, this?" Gretel asked Ben as he nodded. "This is Diablo's scarf. It's a birthday present for Brooklyn. Muriel and I thought that she'd have it, so that way she'll feel that her father is with her at all times." "That's a great gift, despite being aged for God knows how long," Ben replied. "He does know how to make it last long. Magic most likely is used for that." "What a nice idea. You're such a smart sheriff," Red said to Gretel, giving her friend a hug. "This blanket can be used for our children. It's a nice one," Mina piped in, finding a baby blanket in one of the boxes that Mina was going through. "It has to be washed first, but I'm sure they'll like it," Hansel said, examining the blanket that Mina found. "Diablo used to be a suck with that blanket," Muriel chuckled, "before our falling out. I used to laugh my ass off to sleep when Diablo held the blanket. He's had that since he was a kid. It made him smile. Knowing that he loved that blanket a lot, he never wanted to let it go." "We are doing the same with our stuffed animals, aren't we, Gretel?" "Aren't we, Hansel?" Gretel asked, turning to face her brother. "Well, you're more possessive over your bunny," Hansel teased, ruffling Gretel's hair with his hand. "Fuck you!" Gretel laughed as she playfully pushed Hansel. "You never changed." Hansel laughed with his sister. Brooklyn came downstairs, hearing the commotion from her room. She ran up to Muriel and hugged her aunt, and as she hugged her back, Gretel joined in the hug. Gretel hid the scarf before Brooklyn could see it, and she wanted Diablo's scarf to be a secret. "I hope you weren't rough with Jack and May," Muriel said to her niece. "I was playing nice auntie, so you have nothing to worry about," Brooklyn said. "We've got your belongings, Brooke. We'll take them back home when we leave," Gretel said to Brooklyn, as the little witch nodded. Later in the evening, Muriel and Gretel and Brooklyn headed back home. When they got to the sheriff's office, Muriel and Gretel carried the boxes of Brooklyn stains to her room. Muriel had taken the time to carry them with Gretel's help, of course. As Brooklyn helped her aunt and the sheriff go through her things, she made a pile of things that she wanted to keep, and she also made a pile of things that she didn't want to use anymore. So that way they get new stuff. Some of the clothes Brooklyn went through, they were all small or she lost interest in them. Gretel and Muriel helped Brooklyn through some of the stuff for donation in a box, and soon all the boxes were up and gone through. Gretel decided that she would take the box of stuff to certain stores, so that way she can donate them. I'm going to take some stuff down to the town's donation funding service. I'll be back in a few minutes, Gretel said to Muriel. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is okay, Muriel replied, as she sighed while looking at Brooklyn. She was playing with her stuffed animals, and she was also eating a snack that Gretel had made for her. It's just with Diablo not around anymore. It's going to be hard for us. Looking after Brooklyn is going to be a handful. I know she is, Muriel, but we did promise that we would look after her, Gretel said. I know parenting isn't your thing, and it never has been, but we can make this work. We gotta be there for Brooklyn. We want her to grow up knowing that she has us to look up to. Muriel smiled at Gretel and nodded, knowing that this was a big step for her to tell, but Muriel had no other choice. Who could be one to look after Brooklyn if she's been put up for adoption? Mostly no one. Augsburg were terrified of black witches in the past. They still kinda are afraid, but have grown used to Muriel, Red, and Gretel and Hansel and Ben, and Mina and Edward around. Augsburg had nothing to fear. Aunt Muriel, how hard did Daddy hit his back to break it? Brooklyn asked. With that, Muriel sat down beside her niece. Well, he fell on it pretty hard, so that's what caused his back to break, Muriel answered. Why can't he use a spell to fix it? Brooklyn asked again. He would have been here if we used that. That's true, he would be here right now if we used a spell, Muriel replied. But your father wanted to go to heaven, and there's a reason for that. If your father did use a spell, he would have some issues in life, so your father made the hardest choice he did. He died so you can live. I understand, Muriel, but I miss my daddy, Brooklyn said as she started to cry. Muriel pulled her niece close to her. I know you do, but your father promised me and Gretel that we'll look after you. Hansel, along with Ben, Red, and Mina, will always help me and Gretel out, Muriel said to her niece, stroking the back of her hair in comfort. A few minutes later, Gretel walked into her office to see Muriel and her niece bonding. Muriel was going to make parenting the best she can, even though it wasn't her thing. It didn't look like she had no other choice. Gretel walked up to Brooklyn's bedroom and smiled as Brooklyn and Muriel were playing with the toys that Brooklyn had. Gretel remembers playing with her mother as a kid, and Hansel would always share their toys with their mother. Sometimes her and Hansel's father would play with them, but seeing Muriel with her niece made Gretel smile. It was nice to see Muriel bonding with Brooklyn. Since her father passed away, Muriel was to keep her brother's promise. The one promise that she and Gretel made to Diablo cannot be broken. Gretel headed to the kitchen to get started on dinner. She started to make some rabbit stew. It was her favorite stew as a kid, and she liked having that for dinner. While she was making dinner, she can remember that her mother used to cook for her and Hansel as children. Gretel knew that she was good at most things, but sometimes there had been days where she sucked at something. If I give Brooklyn something for her birthday, I believe Hansel and Mina should as well, Gretel said to herself. I'll talk to Hansel tonight. Maybe he and Ben and Red could do the same. As dinner went on, Gretel was thinking about what to tell Muriel about what she thought of. However, she would have to wait for Brooklyn to be in bed, because telling birthday gifts around someone is close to their birthday would be hard to do. So she was silent about it throughout dinner, and Brooklyn didn't say much at dinner. In fact, the girls were quieter throughout dinner. As soon as Brooklyn's bedtime was approaching, Muriel and Gretel both gave Brooklyn a bath before they slipped into their pajamas. Once Brooklyn was ready for bed, she wasn't tired as she normally was. It's bedtime, Brooke, Gretel said, as Brooklyn shook her head. But I'm not tired, Gretel, Brooklyn replied as she yawned. Muriel smiled and knew that what her niece said was tired. There was no denying being tired. Because Brooklyn was tired, so Muriel picked up her niece and carried her to bed. Gretel followed her girlfriend to her Brooklyn's room. After Brooklyn was tucked into her bed, Muriel hugged and kissed her niece goodnight. Within a few moments, Brooklyn was finally asleep in her room. Muriel walked out of her niece's room and closed the door behind her. "She's asleep," Muriel said to Gretel. The girls then headed to their room. As they both sat in bed, Gretel was explaining to Muriel what her plan was for Brooklyn's 9th birthday. When Gretel explains to Muriel of Hansel, Mina, and Ben, Red gave Brooklyn stuff to remind her of Diablo for her birthday. Muriel smiled as she liked the idea that would make Brooklyn feel like Diablo was with her. "I thought you liked the idea. I will talk with my brother and his fiancée tomorrow," Gretel said. "I'm sure they'll like the idea. Maybe tell Ben and Red about it." "I like it too. That way Brooklyn won't feel like she's alone with the stuff we give her that was her father's. We'll always make her feel that he's with her," Muriel replied, liking the idea. The next few days went by and Gretel told Muriel their plan to their family members, and they liked the idea of giving Brooklyn their father's things. It was one way they can do to help Brooklyn feel better. It was so that she'll always feel that her father is with her. Ever since Diablo passed away, Brooklyn hadn't really said much to anyone but Gretel and Muriel, mainly because she was sad that she lost her father, but she also wished that he was with her as well. Hansel and Mina, along with Ben and Red, had gotten a few gifts for Brooklyn. They got her some things that her father used to give to Brooklyn. So that way Brooklyn will always know that her father is with her, in a spiritual way of course, even though he couldn't be with Brooklyn physically. "Did you and Mina get for Brooklyn?" Gretel asked her brother and her fiancé and his fiancé. "We found Diablo a navy blue cloak in boxes. Mina and I thought she may have it," Hansel replied. "It may be a bit long, but she'll grow into it," Mina added. "She'll love that cloak. It reminds me of how I met her father," Gretel replied, examining the cloak. "It was when he brought Muriel back to life from the dead. I'm sure Brooklyn will love this cloak." "Ben and Red have something for her too. They found Diablo's jacket," Hansel said. "They were digging for the boxes yesterday, and they found Diablo's jacket." "Is that the leather one?" Gretel asked. "Yeah, that's the one. And this scarf you found, all these gifts we're going to have to give to Brooklyn is a great idea," Hansel answered. "It's so that Brooklyn will feel that her father's with her, even though he died." "When did Red and Ben tell you about the jacket?" Gretel asked. "Ben told me he was on his way from work, and when he told me about Mina," Hansel answered again. "He and Red have been doing good. So when is Brooke's birthday?" "Her birthday's next week," Gretel said. "I have a baker making her a cake, so we all got a week to get her gifts ready." "I hope she'll like our gifts," Mina said. "I am sure she will, Mina. I know she'll love her gifts," Gretel replied, as she could see Edward bringing the cattle back to the stable. It was his job, along with Witch Hunter. Bringing the cattle and the stable was perfect for them. Most would say a dog does a better job, but a troll could do just as good as a dog. Gretel does her work around her town as sheriff, but she always made the time to spend time with Brooklyn and Muriel. Since she and Muriel had to start caring for Brooklyn, they would both had to pitch in while looking for the little witch. Whenever Gretel was busy, Muriel would look after her niece and vice versa. But when the girls knew that they could work it out, even if they have to ask Hansel and Mina to look after Brooklyn. Brooklyn went to school as usual, but Muriel and Gretel would always check on her while she was playing outside with the kids. They always made sure that Brooklyn wasn't getting bullied. Ever since she got beaten up badly, Gretel and Muriel had to keep their guard up on that. But ever since they started looking after Brooklyn, they're going to keep Diablo's promise. The promise they cannot break, and the promise that they'll keep for always in eternity. When Brooklyn's birthday arrived, Gretel and Muriel, along with Hansel and Mina with their kids, were going to surprise the young witch. Ben and Red had picked up the cake and brought it to Gretel and Muriel's house when they surprised Brooklyn when she walked out of her bedroom. Brooklyn was surprised to see her family in the house. She hugged her aunt and Gretel first, and they wished Brooklyn a happy birthday, even sang her for her birthday. Jack and May were almost a year old, and they wanted to have the cake that Brooklyn was having, so Jack reached out his hand to grab the cake, but Hansel stopped him before he could get his hands on the cake. "Freeze that finger, mister. No cake yet, Jack. Your cousin gets the first slice," Hansel replied to his son, as Mina cut the cake. "There you go, birthday girl," Mina replied to Brooklyn as she passed the slice to Brooklyn. "Thanks, Aunt Mina," Brooklyn replied. "This is her first birthday without her father. I just wish he was here," Muriel said to her girlfriend. "He would have given her the best birthday she'd ever had." "I understand, Muriel. I do wish he was here too," Gretel replied, as everyone chowed down on cake. Brooklyn pushed right through the thought of her father not being there behind her mind. She didn't want to feel sad on her birthday, and that would worry people. Everyone was enjoying the party, and it was present time after everyone had a slice of the cake. Brooklyn was excited to know that what her family got her, and as she was looking at the gifts, Hansel and Mina handed Gretel and Brooklyn their first gift. Brooklyn unwrapped the gift and it was given to her. Once she opened it, she got a cool leather jacket. "Wow, a leather jacket," Brooklyn said as she tried the jacket on. "That jacket was your father's. He wanted you to have it," Hansel replied. "We also found it in his box of stuff, so we want you to have it," Mina added. "So that way you'll remember your father wearing it. It'll make you feel that he's with you, even though he's not physically here." "Thanks, Hansel and Mina. This jacket is a bit big, though," Brooklyn replied. "You'll grow into it eventually, Brooke. You will in time," Hansel said, as Jack and May were both wanting to feel the jacket. "It's a leathery feel," Brooklyn said to Jack and May. Then Ben and Red handed Brooklyn their present. "Here's our gift, Brooklyn. We hope you like it," Ben said, as Brooklyn took their present and unwrapped it. She was surprised that it was a cloak. "Wow, this cloak is awesome," Brooklyn replied, as she was excited. "Your father used to wear that, and we want you to have it," Red said. "It's also so you can remember him, even though he's not here." "Thanks, Red and Ben. This is a nice cloak," Brooklyn replied as she gave Ben and Red the hug in the process, and then she tried on the cloak. "It's a tad big, but you'll grow into it," Ben said. "What a nice gift," Muriel said to Red and Ben, and then Gretel handed Brooklyn her and Muriel's gift. "Here's your aunt and my gift to you, Brooke. We hope you like it," Gretel said to Brooklyn. As the little witch opened her gift, it was a dark rose-red scarf, the thing that belonged to Diablo. "Wow, this scarf is cool," Brooklyn said in amazement. "That was from your father. All of your gifts belong to your father," Gretel replied. "When he died, we decided to give you his leather jacket with his cloak and scarf." "These gifts are amazing. Thank you, guys," Brooklyn said as she hugged everyone in the room. "But why did you give me my father's things?" "We know how sad you were when your father passed," Hansel replied. "So we decided to give you his favorite things to wear," Muriel added. "So that way you'll always feel that he's with you. And so this is why I'm giving you your father's things, so I won't feel alone anymore," Brooklyn replied. She then hugged her aunt in response. After the party was over, everyone had gone home for the day. Brooklyn had a good birthday and she liked the things her family got for her. Whenever she wears a leather jacket, cloak, or scarf, she'll feel that her father's with her. Even though her father is gone, he is still watching her over in spirit. Brooklyn's scarf had been around her teddy bear, while her cloak and leather jacket were in the closet. She'll wear them depending on what she wants to wear and what the weather outside is like. Brooklyn was in bed as Gretel was tucking her in, and Muriel decided that they'll both read her a bedtime story. "What story would you like us to read to you?" Gretel asked. "Can you read me the tale of Cinderella?" Brooklyn asked. Muriel did find a book on Cinderella on the bookshelf. "Of course, it was my favorite story as a kid," Gretel replied. "My mother used to read it to me and your Uncle Hansel. It was back when we were kids." "What happened to your mother?" Brooklyn asked. "You see, Brooke, me and Gretel didn't get along back then, but within a year we made peace with each other and got along well, which brings us to where me and Gretel are now, and with you on our hands, we're a happy family," Gretel explained. "My mother died a long time ago, and so did my father," Gretel added, but Brooklyn was confused. She really wanted to know the whole story, but due to the gruesome detail that happened in Gretel's past, it wasn't appropriate for a child at the age of 9 to know. "How did she and your father die?" Brooklyn asked. "Well, Brooklyn, it's a very long story, and it's not kid-friendly," Gretel replied. "Someday when you're old enough, I'll tell you about it. and you'll understand when you're older." "Oh, okay. I was just wondering," Brooklyn said, as Muriel joined in on Gretel on Brooklyn's bed. The girls read Brooklyn a story about Cinderella. After the story was finished, Gretel got up and put the book away. "Did you have a great birthday, Brooke?" Muriel asked her niece. "I sure did, Aunt Muriel. Thank you and Gretel for the party you both arranged," Brooklyn replied, as she hugged her aunt and leaned in over to hug her niece. "I'm glad you had a great birthday, and we'll do this for every birthday we have," Muriel said. Brooklyn yawned as Gretel took her turn to hug Brooklyn. Though with the hugs being said and done, Brooklyn was eventually getting sleepy. "Good night, Brooklyn. Sleep well," Gretel said, as she and Muriel were standing at the doorway, ready to shut the door behind them. "Good night, Aunt Muriel and Gretel," Brooklyn replied, as she yawned. Gretel and Muriel shut the door behind them. Once the door was closed behind them, Gretel and Muriel and Brooklyn fell asleep with the teddy bear beside her. Gretel and Muriel walked away from Brooklyn's bedroom, and they got downstairs to the sheriff's office. The girls had finally had some alone time, and they wanted to spend time alone together. When they had time alone, they would always sometimes make out and or do some stuff together. "What are you up to?" Gretel asked. "Well, I was thinking for something for a long while," Muriel replied, her skin turning white with black cracks. "This is only if you want it. I won't force it on you." "What are you talking about?" Gretel asked, confused at what her girlfriend was saying. Muriel whispered something in Gretel's ear, and she knew what Muriel meant and understood it. "Oh, that? Well, I haven't done anything like that with anyone before. Are you sure you're ready for it? It's a big step, you know." "We can wait if you want. I'm up for it if you are," Muriel replied. But then Gretel smirked seductively at her girlfriend. "You know, Muriel, while Brooklyn is asleep, we can make noise downstairs as long as we don't wake her up," Gretel said. "I know what you're talking about, Gretel. There is something from you I need," Muriel replied, as she and Gretel enjoyed the rest of their night alone. This had to be the best thing that's ever happened to Gretel. She became new sheriff in Augsburg along with Hansel becoming the new mayor. Even though they're still witch hunters, they did a great job on keeping Augsburg safe from danger. The trust Gretel gained from Muriel and her brother brought back to life was a forbidden trust. However, with Gretel and Hansel running the town, they can make their own laws and rules. The trust Gretel had gained from Muriel was the relationship grew. It grew from a forbidden trust to now a relationship trust. What's up, my pretties? It's the Lion Queen here. I want to appreciate you all for tuning into this video. And I do appreciate you guys supporting my video by giving this video likes and stuff. If you really enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like, comment and subscribe if you're new, ring the bell for notifications to when I upload so that way you guys will get updated for whenever I upload. If you want to follow me on Twitter or DeviantArt, feel free to leave a follow on those if you are interested in following me on those socials. If you want to support my backup channel, known as Miss Dark Shigo, feel free to subscribe to it, as a link to that will also be in the About page section. And with that being said, and that being the case, thank you so much for watching, my pretties, and as always, stay pretty.